arms and the backs of their necks. Or be witness and complicit in the desecration of this temple. They fled, and Hades drew Persephone inside, closing the doors behind them. He turned to her. "Let me make love to you." "In my mother's temple? Hades." He silenced her with a kiss, knowing it would ignite the desire that simmered between them, and it did. Persephone bent to his will, her body like liquid gold, forming to him like his shadowed magic. "My mother will be furious," she said, as her lips left his, breathless. "I'm furious," he said, bracing one hand behind her head, the other sliding down, over her ass and under her thigh, as he drew her leg over his hip. He kissed her hard and ground into her, a taste of how desperate he was for her. He broke from their kiss and trailed his lips along her jaw. "And you haven't said no," he pointed out, as she clung to him tighter. He released her, needing her to choose. He had asked her to do something in direct defiance of her mother, and while she was no stranger to such behavior, this was different. They were going to fuck in this temple, on sacred ground. Demeter had ended lives for such behavior. But the fact was, she already had ended lives, and she deserved to witness this. She deserved the dishonor. Persephone said nothing as she drew her hands beneath his jacket and slid it from her shoulders. Hades considered using magic to divest them of their clothes faster, but there was no reason to rush. This was meant to be worship, and as Hades undressed her, he did exactly that, kissing and licking every inch of her exposed skin, even as he knelt to help her out of her skirt. He stayed there on his knees before her for a moment, burying his head between her legs, teasing her swollen clit, which peeked out from the curls at the apex of her thighs. He liked the way she inhaled between her teeth, the way she rolled her head from side to side as she let the feel of him against her radiate throughout her body. He wanted to fill every part of her, own every part of her. Hades rose to his feet and took her in his arms, carrying her down the aisle of her mother's temple to her altar, which was crowded with cornucopias of fruit and sheaves of wheat. 2 large gold basins full of fire roared on either side. Hades had felt their heat from the doors, but now that they were this close, his body was already damp with sweat. At the center of those basins, Hades knelt to lay her on the tiled floor. She held his gaze as he shifted between her thighs, his blood hot, his body aching as she widened her legs, exposing her soft, slick center. His mouth instantly watered, and the head of his cock felt as though it had a heartbeat, desperate to be sheathed within her body. He bent and ran his tongue along her sex once, before pulling away and meeting her gaze. "You are wet for me," he said, voice rumbling in his chest. He felt crazed and possessive. She held his gaze, whispering, "Always, always, even at the sight of me." She nodded, and he wrapped a hand around her knee, kissing her there. "Do you want to know how I feel when I see you?" She nodded. "When I see you, I cannot help but think of you like this, bare, beautiful, drenched." He kissed up her thigh, letting his tongue taste her. She squirmed beneath his touch as he drew closer and closer to her center, whispering truths against her skin. "My cock is heavy for you, and I am desperate to fill you." "Then why am I so empty?" Her eyes glittered with challenge, and Hades smirked before he let himself indulge in her heat. Her clit was erect, and he drew it into his mouth, sucking softly, circling it with his tongue. Persephone arched against his mouth, and he looked up to see her squeezing her breasts and rolling her nipples between her fingers. Fuck, she was amazing. He let his tongue slide along her folds and dip into the wetness gathered along her opening before he entered her with one finger. Her body tightened and relaxed with a guttural groan. He could not help watching her take him. She was shameless and wanton, and his lust for her only burned hotter, deeper, fuller. He added another finger, stroking her, licking her, teasing her until she came against his mouth, and as her body melted into the floor, he worked his way up, kissing her dampened skin until his lips aligned with hers. She tasted him, her tongue hungrily colliding with his own, her hands reaching for his cock, which strained between them. "Suck me for fuck's sake," he thought as he groaned, but he was also bold enough to ask, "Do you wish to take me in your mouth?" "Always," she said, and sat up as he leaned back on his heels. That word. It made his breath catch in his chest. It made his body shudder with need. It made his heart rise with hope. "What's wrong with that word?" "Nothing," he said, as he stretched out on the floor where he had just made her come. "It's perfect." She stared at him for a moment, her eyes like bright gems. Then she wrapped her fingers around him and licked him from root to tip. He took a breath to repress a violent shudder. Despite how many times this had happened, there was a part of him that still could not believe it. He hoped she liked the taste. He hoped she wanted more. She seemed to, as her mouth closed over the crown of his cock. She sucked softly, her tongue kneading the top where his cum beaded. Then she opened and took him to the back of her throat, over and over. He dragged her from his cock before he came. He sat up, and their mouths crashed together, and he pressed her to the ground, shifting onto his knees to slide his arousal over her clit and along her slick opening. She was hot, and his muscles clenched at the feel of her. "Now, Hades, you promised." He managed to laugh, but she did not realize how hard she made this. Her desperation spoke to his even as he struggled to take his time. "What did I promise, my darling?" he asked, as he let his lips skim along her neck to her ear. But she jerked her head toward his, her mouth grazing his as he pulled back. "To fill me," she said, her eyes on his lips. Then she met his gaze. "To fuck me." "That was no promise," he said, nestling the head of his cock against her heat. "It was a vow." He thrust into her, and her whole body seemed to contract around him. He liked the feel of it, the hold she had over him, but he waited for her muscles to ease before he moved. "Let me make love to you," he said again, though he felt like every time they had sex, they made love. It wasn't about a hard or fast fuck, a slow or fierce chase to release. It was about how he felt about her. And he always loved her. She nodded, just barely, her skin glistening under the firelight. She was fucking beautiful and full of him. And as he began to move, she responded gloriously, like she'd never taken him before. He loved everything about how she moved, the way her fingers dug into his forearms, the way her breasts rose as she lifted her hips to meet his. Fuck. He pushed off the ground, resting on his knees as he gripped her thighs, pressing her knees into her chest as he moved. Beneath him, her skin grew rosy, her breath shallow, and her eyes rolled. Fucking beautiful. He pulled out and licked the thick fluid dripping from her sex. He had never tasted anything so sweet, not even nectar, not even ambrosia. She would heal every wound. Persephone's fingers tangled in his hair, and he let her drag him up her body. He felt far more frantic the second time he entered her, desperate to feel her tighten and release, desperate for her to come on his cock. "Come on, darling." His voice was quiet, breathless. He wasn't even sure she was listening, because her body had tightened beneath him, around him. And when she came, he followed, burying himself deep to spill inside her. He felt like he came forever, likely because he'd held his breath until he was finished, to the point that his chest hurt, but he didn't care. She was worth it. She was worth everything. He bent and pressed his forehead to hers as he caught his breath, then kissed her mouth and rolled onto his back. They lay like that for a while, listening to the sounds of the crackling fire. After a while, Persephone moved, resting her head on his chest. "What is this I hear about a horse rescue?" she asked. Her voice sounded thick with sleep. He raised a brow, though she couldn't see it. She could only be talking about the acreage he'd recently purchased in Elis, with the hopes of establishing a horse rescue and rehabilitation center. It was a bit of a passion project, though he knew Persephone would appreciate it. He'd planned to tell her by taking her there. "I was going to tell you by showing you," he said, a little frustrated that someone had ruined something he'd been saving as a surprise. "Who told you?" "No one told me," she said. "I overheard." There were few downsides to having her work at Alexandria Tower, but this was definitely one. After a moment, she shifted, resting her arms atop his chest to meet his gaze. "Harmonia visited today." "Oh?" "She thinks the weapon used to capture her was a net, and that it was made with my mother's magic." That was interesting information. "Why would my mother help attack her own people?" She sounded upset, but Hades was not at all surprised, explaining, "It has happened every time new gods rise to power." "New gods or new power?" "Perhaps both," he said. "I suppose we will find out sooner or later." She said nothing for a long moment, but her silence did not last. "What was Theseus doing in your office today?" "Trying to convince me he had nothing to do with your attack and the attack on Adonis or Harmonia." "And did he?" "I could not detect a lie," Hades admitted, though he knew Theseus was a sociopath. Lying was like speaking the truth to him. "But you still think he was responsible?" "I think his inaction makes him responsible," Hades said. "By now he must know the names of her attackers, and yet he refused to divulge them." "Don't you have methods for extracting information?" she asked, and Hades smirked. "Eager for blood, darling?" She did not seem as amused. "I just don't understand what power he has to keep that information." "The same kind of power any man has with a following," Hades said. "Hubris. Arrogance. The downfall of man." "Is that not a punishable offense in the eyes of a god?" "Trust, darling," Hades said, curling a few strands of hair around his finger. "By the time Theseus comes to the underworld, it will be I who escorts him straight to Tartarus." Chapter 22. Hades. "I cannot believe I am doing this," Hades grumbled, as he navigated along a rocky path within the mountainous range of Erebos to reach the cave in which Hypnos lived. He would have teleported, but he had been warned against that by Hecate. "You must show him respect," she said. "You are going to ask him a favor." Hades refrained from saying what he wanted, which was that Hypnos could go fuck himself, because at the same time he had hoped that the god of sleep could actually help Persephone. So he continued up the path like a mortal, feet slipping on small rocks, barely fitting between narrow passages, until he made it to the mouth of a cave. Water flowed from it, glistening like moonstones, down the side of the mountain from where Hades had come. It fed into the Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. He hesitated at the dark entrance, uncertain of how to proceed. But he was saved from deciding when Hypnos yelled from inside, "Go away!" "You don't even know why I'm here," Hades snapped. "I know you, and that's enough," Hypnos said. Hades let out a low growl, and then he spoke through gritted teeth. "I have come to ask for a favor." "I do not grant favors, even for the god of the dead." "Yet you will commit treason when forced," Hades muttered. "I heard that," Hypnos snapped. Hades sighed. "I have brought you a token," he said, unable to call it a gift. "If you are willing to help Persephone." There was a silence, and after a moment, Hypnos emerged from the darkness of his cave. His hair and lashes were white like Thanatos's, but instead of long locks, his hair was short and coiled close to his head. He was dressed in white and had white wings that fell behind him like a cape, dragging the ground. "A token, you say?" Hypnos sounded curious, even if his expression remained neutral. "Let me see it." "Agree to help Persephone," Hades said. "No," Hypnos said. This was a mistake. Hades had known that the moment Hecate had suggested it, but he'd had to try. He could hardly handle the dread as night approached, the worry that Pirithous would return again tonight to haunt Persephone's dreams. It did not matter that his soul was gone now. He still lived on in Persephone's mind. Hades stared at the god for a moment, and then turned to leave without a word. "Wait, wait!" Hypnos called. Hades paused, but he knew the god hesitated. "A hint, at least, before I agree." A wave of disgust curled Hades' lips, and he continued walking, and did not respond. For him, it was bad enough that he had to give some kind of offering just to secure Hypnos' help. "Not even you would agree to something before you knew the bargain." There was a time when Hypnos would, a time when he was known to be calm and gentle, much like his brother. Hades turned, fists clenched. He had lost all patience. "I have never asked you for anything in your life," he said. Hypnos averted his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest as Hades continued. "But I come to you now because my future wife, my queen, is terrorized every time she closes her eyes, and all you care about is whether the reward is worthy of your time. Have you forgotten what it is like to watch the one you love suffer?" "At least you can witness her suffering," Hypnos snapped. "I have not seen my wife since I was sentenced to this hell." Hypnos' wife was named Pasithea. She was one of the Harites, sometimes called Graces. She had been given to him in marriage by Hera, and while he had been lucky that he had not lost her completely, in the aftermath of his betrayal of Zeus, he was separated from her forever. "Perhaps that would have changed had you agreed to help me." "You wish to shame me for refusing you, yet you dangle the promise of my wife before me as if that is not cruel." "You had a chance at mercy," Hades replied. Hypnos glared, but Hades had nothing more to say. He had not wanted to present the god of sleep with a gift at all in exchange for his help, but that did not mean the one he'd chosen did not have great significance. "Wait," Hypnos said, though it was almost a shout. Hades heard him scrambling and slipping down the rocky path. He ran in front of Hades, arms pushed out as if to stop him. His expression had changed, less angry and far more desperate. "Wait, please. I'll help. Just please. Let me see Pasithea." Hades studied the god, and after a moment he extended his hand, palm up, where magic swirled. A crystal bloom formed there, and it glinted, even in the muted darkness. "Have you tricked me?" Hypnos asked. Hades picked up the bloom by the stem. The center glowed with warm light, like the rays of dawn spilling over a dark horizon. "Look into its light," he said, holding it up between them. Hypnos glanced at him, wary, but did as he said, and soon grasped his hand, tightening his fingers around the brittle stem. "Pasithea," he whispered fervently. His mouth quivered, and his eyes glistened. "You may look through that flower at any point to see her," Hades said, pulling his hands from beneath Hypnos's so the god could hold the flower himself. He averted his eyes, feeling as though he were intruding on a too private moment. After a moment, Hypnos took a breath that drew Hades' attention, and when he met the god's gaze, he had managed to compose himself. "I will see your Persephone," Hypnos said. Hades took Hypnos to his castle, to the bedroom he shared with Persephone. He had no idea if that was necessary, but it seemed right that he visited the space where she dreamed. Within the dark space, Hypnos looked like a bright light, glowing in white robes and gold. He took a few steps forward from where they had manifested, his eyes roving. "How is it for you?" said Hypnos, when she dreams. She struggles beside me. It's how I know she's facing her attacker again. And when I touch her... Hades paused a moment, a sour taste entering his mouth as he recalled how her fear had made thorns split her skin. She doesn't know it's me. Do you know the difference between my touch and his? He had asked. When I am awake, she had said. He swallowed hard. He did not think he would ever forget that night, or her words. Hypnos said, scanning the room. Is it always this dark in here? You live in a cave, Hades countered. Who are you to call this dark? The door opened, and Hades turned to see Persephone enter the room. Startled, her eyes widened as she paused in the entryway, eyes sliding from him to Hypnos, who had twisted to look at her from where he observed the room. Hello, she said, though it sounded more like a question. She closed the door. Am I interrupting something? Hypnos snorted. Persephone, this is Hypnos, god of sleep, Hades said. He is Thanatos' brother. They are nothing alike. Hypnos' mouth tightened, and he narrowed his eyes. She would have figured that out on her own. You didn't have to tell her. I didn't want her to have the false impression that you would be as kind. I am not unkind, Hypnos said, but I do not do well in the presence of idiots. You are not an idiot, are you, Lady Persephone? Hades stiffened at the question. No, she said hesitantly, obviously caught off guard by Hypnos' blunt questioning. Hades sighed, explaining. I have asked Hypnos here so that he may help you sleep. I am sure she's gathered that, Hypnos said. And you? She asked him. Did you tell him that you do not sleep? Hypnos laughed again. The god of the dead admitting that he needs help? That is a pipe dream. Hades glared at Hypnos, but worked to bury his frustration as he turned his attention to Persephone. This is about you, he said, then turned back to Hypnos. She hasn't been sleeping, and when she does, she wakes from nightmares, sometimes covered in sweat, sometimes screaming. It's nothing. They're just nightmares. And you're just a glorified gardener, Hypnos replied. Hypnos, Hades warned. No wonder you live outside the gates of the underworld, Persephone muttered. The god's brows rose and his lips quirked. For your information, I live outside the gates because I am still a deity of the upper world, despite my sentence here. Your sentence? It is my punishment to live beneath the world for putting Zeus to sleep, he said. Twice, Hades said. He could feel Hypnos' glare. Twice? You didn't learn the first time? Persephone asked. I learned, but it's hard to ignore a request from the queen of the gods. Rejecting Hera means living a hellish life, and nobody wants that, right, Hades? Hades glared. It seemed the god of sleep had heard about the labors Hera had assigned him. He had still never shared the details with Persephone, and he wasn't sure he would. It did not seem necessary now, given that he had secured Hera's support. Tell me of these nightmares, said Hypnos. I need details. Why must you hear about them? I told you she was having trouble sleeping. Is that not enough to create a draft? Enough, perhaps, but a draft will not solve the issue. I am older than you, my lord, a primordial deity, remember? Let me do my job. They glared at one another before Hypnos returned his attention to Persephone. Well, how often do you have them? Not every night, she said. Is there a pattern? Do they come after a particularly stressful day? I don't think so. That is part of the reason I do not want to go to sleep. I'm not sure what I'll find on the other side. These dreams, did they precede something traumatic? Persephone nodded. What? I was kidnapped, she said, by a demigod. He was obsessed with me and he wanted to rape me. Was he successful? Persephone flinched. and Hades wanted to come undone. Black spires shot from the tips of his fingers. "Hypnos! Lord Hades," Hypnos snapped. "One more interruption, and I will leave your company."
"It's all right, Hades. I know he is trying to help."
Hypnos smiled pleasantly. "Listen to the woman. She appreciates the art of dream interpretation."
"No, he was not successful. But when I dream, he seems to get closer and closer to being successful."
Hades felt his chest tighten as she spoke. "Dreams, nightmares, prepare us to survive," Hypnos said. "They bring our anxieties to life, so we may fight them. You are no different, goddess."
"But I survived,"
Persephone said. "Do you believe that you would survive if it happened again? Not in the same situation, a different one. One where perhaps a more powerful god abducted you." Persephone did not answer. "You do not need a draft," Hypnos said. "You need to consider how you will fight in your next dream. Change the ending, and the nightmares will cease." The god stood then. "And for the love of all gods and goddesses, go to fucking sleep." Hypnos vanished. Persephone looked at him.
"Well, he was pleasant."
Hades held her gaze for a moment. Then his eyes dropped to a red stain. "Why is there blood on your shirt?" Her eyes widened, and she looked down at it.
"Oh, I was practicing with Hecate," she said.
"Practicing what?"
"Healing."
He frowned. "That is a lot of blood."
"Well, I couldn't exactly heal if I wasn't injured," she said.
Hades narrowed his eyes. "She is having you practice on yourself first?"
"Yes. Why is that wrong?"
"You should be practicing on fucking flowers, not yourself. What did she have you do?"
"Does it matter? I healed myself. I did it. Besides, I don't have a lot of time. You know what happened to Adonis, and saw what happened to Harmonia."
"You think I would let what happened to them happen to you?"
"That is not what I'm saying. I want to be able to protect myself."
He could not help staring at the blood. She crossed her arms over her chest.
"I swear I'm fine," she said. "Kiss me if you think I'm lying."
"I believe you, but I will kiss you anyway," he said, and pressed his lips to hers softly, too anxious to kiss her the way he wished, especially after what she'd told Hypnos about her dreams. When he pulled away, she asked,
"Why didn't you tell me I had the ability to heal myself?"
"I figured at some point Hecate would teach you," he said. "Until then, it was my pleasure to heal you." Her eyes fell to his lips, and warmth curled in the bottom of his stomach. "What shall we do this evening, darling?" he asked. She smiled.
"I am eager for a game of cards."
Chapter 23. Hades.
"We play by my rules,"
Persephone said. Hades raised a brow as he sat across from her at the table in their bedroom. "Your rules? How do they differ from the established rules?"
"There are no established rules," she explained. "That's what makes this game so fun."
This sounded like his worst nightmare.
"Just listen," she said when he frowned. "The goal is to collect every card in the deck. Each of us will lay down a card at the same time. If the cards add up to a 10 or you lay down a 10, you slap the deck."
"You slap the deck?" he repeated, confused.
"Yes."
"Why?"
"Because that is how you claim the cards."
He tried not to laugh. This sounded ridiculous, but he wasn't opposed to slapping. "Go on."
"Outside the rule of tens, there is a rule for face cards," she said.
And Hades started to think that maybe he shouldn't have wished for rules. These were confusing.
"Depending on the face card you draw, you have a certain number of chances to get another face card, or the player who laid down the first face card takes all the cards."
He didn't understand anything she said, but he nodded as if he did.
"And last, if you slap at the wrong time, then you have to put 2 cards at the bottom of the pile."
"Right, of course. What is this game called again?"
"Egyptian rat screw."
Did she just say rat screw? Was that even a real word? Why? She hesitated and then frowned. I don't know. It just is. Well, this should be fun, he said dryly. Let's get to the important part. Stakes. What do you wish for if you obtain this whole deck of cards first? This was his favorite part of any game. It was what made playing worth it. She was quiet as she considered, tapping her lips with her finger, which held his attention, making the bottom of his stomach twist and turn with need. I would like a weekend, she said at last. Alone with you. You are wagering for something I would gladly give, and have many times. Not a weekend sequestered to your bedchamber, she said, and Hades felt as defensive as she sounded. A weekend on an island, or in the mountains, or in a cabin, a vacation. He liked that. You aren't giving me a very good reason to win, he joked. And you? What do you wish for? A fantasy, he said, fulfilled. He did not hesitate because he had been thinking about this for a while. A fantasy? Persephone asked, confused at first, so he clarified. A sexual one. Of course, she said breathlessly. Can I ask what this sexual fantasy entails? No, he said, though that was only because he hadn't quite decided on which one he would ask her to explore, if she was willing. Do you accept? I accept. Her quick reply made his heart beat faster, and he was suddenly struggling with his blood rushing to his cock. He liked her eagerness, but liked more that she trusted him enough to say yes. Persephone divided the deck and dealt each half. Her first card was a 2 of spades, and he placed a queen of clubs. That means I have 3 chances to get another face card. He just agreed because he had no clue what was happening, but he figured the longer they played and she explained, the clearer the rules would become. That was if he was able to focus beyond his throbbing length. She made it harder because she sat opposite him, flushed and aroused. He could tell by the way she kept crossing and uncrossing her legs. Her next card was a king. Now you have 4 chances to get a face card. He was pretty sure she was making this all up as she went along. A face card, he thought, attempting to recall what those were. A jack, queen, or king. The first was a 5 of diamonds, the next a 3 of clubs, the third a jack of hearts, which meant it was now her turn. Except that she immediately placed a jack on the pile. Now you have 1 chance to draw a face card. What he drew was a 10 of spades. Hades wasn't sure what overcame him, but as soon as he saw, he slammed his hand down on the table. Persephone jumped at the sound and stared at him, wide-eyed. What? You said to slap. That wasn't a slap. That was more like a collision. His eyes darkened. I just really want to win. I thought you were intrigued by my wager. Yes, but I can make your wager come true at any point. And you do not think I can make your fantasy come true at any point? Can you? He knew she could, but the question was if he would be willing to ask outside a wager, though now that he knew she was receptive, it would be easier. It wasn't that he was embarrassed. It was more that he did not wish to scare her or make her uncomfortable, especially given that her nightmares about Pirithous were only worsening. He held her gaze, and the air between them thickened. He liked the way she looked at him, like she wanted to fuck him raw. Shall we continue? He asked. He had no issue continuing after she came around his cock. Persephone cleared her throat, and her eyes dropped to the cards. The longer they played, the more uncomfortable he became, wishing to relieve this tension pulsing between his legs. Soon, Hades was down to 1 card, and Persephone's victory seemed imminent. But she underestimated his wish to win. Do not look so smug, darling. I will come back with this card. She rolled her eyes, but when he laid the card down, it was a 10, and he slapped the deck and claimed the cards. Persephone sat back, her shock quickly turning to frustration.
You cheated, he smirked. A loser's claim. Careful, my lord. You may have won, but I am responsible for the experience. You want it to be good, don't you? She was responsible for his experience, but he would like anything so long as it was with her. She followed him as he stood and loosened his cufflinks. 10 seconds, he said. What? She asked, confused. You have 10 seconds to hide, he said. Then I will seek you out. Your fantasy is hide and seek? She asked. No, my fantasy is the chase. I am going to hunt you, and when I find you, I will bury myself so far inside you, the only thing you'll be able to say is my name. She tilted her head to the side. Will you use magic? Oh, this will be much more fun with magic, darling. But this is your realm, she protested. You will know everywhere I go. Are you telling me you don't wish to be caught? She smiled wickedly and, without a word, vanished. He remained in his room, counting to the throbbing of his cock, and when he reached 10, he followed after her. He found her in the garden outside his palace, hiding beneath a willow. She looked wild and beautiful, her eyes burning with lust and delight as she pressed into the trunk of the tree. Her gaze raked his body, tracing every hard part of him. He felt it like a physical caress. I've thought of you all day, he said darkly. Her eyes gleamed as she pushed away from the tree, luring him deeper into the garden. He followed, eager for his prize. The way you taste, the feel of my cock slipping inside you, the way you moan as I fuck you. She turned toward him as she reached the garden wall, and he trapped her beneath him, leaning close. I want to fuck you so hard, your screams reach the ears of the living, he said, leaning over her. As he spoke, their lips brushed. Then he felt Persephone's tongue caress his mouth. Why don't you? He growled low in his throat at her teasing, aware that he had asked for this torture. She gathered her magic, and he considered stopping her from teleporting, but he had not had enough of this yet. He wanted to see what she would do. Except he had not been prepared for her to arrive at the center of Asphodel, amid crowds and crowds of souls. By the time he arrived, the children had already swarmed, pulling on her hands and the end of her skirt. When he appeared, they turned their attention to him. Hades! They cried and rushed him. Well, this was embarrassing. He caught the youngest child at the waist, letting him soar into the air as he shrieked with laughter. Hades, play with us! They cried. I'm afraid I have made a promise to Lady Persephone I must keep, he explained, as he set the child on his feet. But I will make a promise to you now. Lady Persephone and I will return to play as soon as possible. He met her gaze and could not quite place her expression. She looked stunned. After a moment, she swallowed and managed to smile at the children. We shall visit soon, she said, before she vanished. Hades followed quickly, reaching for her magic to direct where she appeared, in the Asphodel fields. As soon as they arrived, he took her into his arms and kissed her almost violently, his body shaking with such keen desire he could hardly contain himself as he lapped at her mouth with his tongue. Fuck, she was amazing, and she tasted like spring. He was surprised when she pulled away. They stared at one another for a moment, breathing hard, and then he took a step back. When she did not take one back or leave, he reached for the front of her dress and pulled her to him again. She did not protest as he tore the fabric, or when he took her breasts into his hands and sucked them into his mouth until she clung to him and ground against him. Surrender, he whispered as he kissed up her neck. He could take her in this field among the asphodel, but as he met her gaze, she offered the faintest smile. No, she said in the headiest whisper. Then she was gone again, and he groaned in frustration as he followed, determined that wherever she ended up would be the place he took her. He didn't care who watched. He could not maintain this any longer, and then he appeared before her as she sat on his throne, and he almost knelt at her feet. She was a fucking dream. "My queen," he said, and took a step toward her. "Halt!" He had not expected her command, so he obeyed despite the way it bristled through him. He watched her, breathing hard, frustrated beyond all reason. He wanted to defy her so badly, but he also wanted to see what she was capable of. "Undress." His gaze was steady. "For someone who doesn't like titles, you sure are commanding." She lifted a brow. "Must I repeat myself?" He smirked, but as he began to call on his magic, she stopped him. "Not with magic. The mortal way. Slowly." He swallowed hard and licked his lips. "As you wish." He rarely did this, but with the way Persephone was looking at him, he thought he might need to do it more often. Her gaze was unwavering as he shed his clothes, slowly exposing himself to her burning gaze. "And your hair. Take it down." He watched her shudder as he shook out his unbound hair. He thought he was finished, but she gave one more order. "Drop your glamour." "I will if you will," he challenged. She hesitated, though he wasn't sure why. Perhaps she just had not expected him to bargain. Then she released her magic, and he could not quite describe the awe of watching her transform. He felt like he rarely saw her like this, and though he loved her in any form, there was something about seeing her as she was made that left him reeling. He took his time appreciating her, his eyes roaming her body, from her horns to her bare feet. He would never tire of looking at her. When he met her gaze again, her eyes were dark and hooded. He dropped his glamour, his magic peeling away from his body like shadows, only to disappear into the darkness. She rose, and each step toward him only wound him tighter. "Don't move," she said, her voice hushed. He took in a low and harsh breath as she placed her hand on his chest and explored him until her hand wrapped around his cock. He thought he might explode then, just from the sheer anticipation of her touch. She stroked him until cum beaded at his head, and then gathered it on the tip of her finger, only to lick it away as she looked up at him. He ground his teeth. He wanted to kiss her and taste himself on her tongue. Then she took a step back and returned to his throne, reclining before she spoke. "Come." "Fucking finally." He smirked. "Only for you." He was on her in an instant, his hands tangled in what remained of her dress, and when she was completely naked, he picked her up. She needed no coaxing, her legs instantly winding around his waist, and he guided his cock inside her. They groaned together, mouths open and touching. "I was beginning to think all you wanted to do was stare," he said, breathless as he ground against her. "I wanted you," she breathed. "I wanted to fuck the moment we were alone." "And instead of fucking, you asked for a game. Why?" "I like foreplay," she said, and all he could offer was a choked laugh. Her teeth grazed his ear, and he inhaled between his teeth, mouth colliding with hers. Her body grew slick beneath his hands, and it was almost hard to hold on to her, but she gripped him hard. "I hate waiting for you," she said. "Then find me," he said. "You are busy." "Dreaming about being inside you." It was true, every minute of every day. She managed a breathy laugh. "I love that laugh," he said, dragging his lips along her jaw and to her mouth. "I love you." Hades pulled away and met her gaze. Then he sat, holding her against him. "Say it again." Her eyes softened, and her fingers threaded through his hair. "I love you, Hades." He grinned. He was so in love with her. "I love you," he said, as she moved against him, harder and faster, meeting her movement with equal vigor. "You are perfection. You are my lover. You are my queen." She came around him, and he followed, and they collapsed against his throne, spent. "Why is this the first time I am hearing about your fantasies?" she asked, as he kissed her head. He didn't really know what to say. How do I verbalize such a thing? She held his gaze. I suppose you just tell me what you want. Is that not what you would want from me? Yes, he said, intrigued by the thought of desires. So tell me, what is your fantasy? Her eyes widened, and then her brows furrowed. I do not think I have one. You'll forgive me if I do not believe you, he said. No, I won't. It is your nature to detect lies. He chuckled. But what will it take? To learn of your fantasies. It took her a long moment to speak. He knew she had an answer. It was on the tip of her tongue, building tension between them. One day, I want you to restrain me. He'd expected something different, maybe exhibitionism. Given her experiences with Pirithous, he'd thought restraints something that would be off limits. He had a feeling that was something they were both going to have to work toward. I will always do as you ask. They were quiet, and she rested her head against his chest. After a moment, she spoke. And you? What other fantasies live in that head of yours? His arms tightened around her slick body, his arousal growing long and thick inside her again. Darling, every time I fuck you, it's a fantasy. Chapter 24. Theseus. So, Theseus said, looking over a plume of yellow flowers at the woman who sat across from him. You wish to learn about Triad? She had introduced herself as Cassandra, but he knew her real name was Helen. She was an aspiring journalist, a student at New Athens University, and she worked for Persephone Rossi. She was still unaware that he knew everything about her, still pretending to be interested in joining his organization, just as she had last week when she'd arrived at a rally. Normally, he would not indulge this behavior, but he was an opportunist, and he saw her potential. He knew what she truly wanted. She was ambitious and constantly on the hunt for the pathway that would propel her to the top. She was no more interested in him than he was in her, beyond what they could do for each other. Only at this point, she still believed she had the upper hand, that she would be solely responsible for breaking a story about the greatest threat to Olympian rule. He admired her confidence, but he hated her ignorance. She was holding a knife and fork, cutting into a steak she had ordered. Her movements were careful, graceful even. She was trying to impress him. She hadn't yet. I think I'm more interested in how you view it, she said. Her voice took on a heady note, and as she stared at him, her eyes dropped to his lips. He found her seduction boring and predictable. Her fatal flaw was thinking that her beauty was enough to sway him. Phaedra was beautiful, and so was her sister. He could fuck beauty all day. It changed nothing, gave him nothing. It was only pleasurable if he could hurt them, and it made his cock hard just thinking about it. I do not wish to sway your opinion, he said. Let our actions speak. Your actions seem terroristic. That is a matter of perspective, he said. I would argue that Olympus is responsible for terrorism. She glanced to her left and right, likely anxious about what he'd said. He smirked. Does that make you uncomfortable? Well, it is blasphemy, she said. I suppose it is, he replied. If you worship the gods. Worship or not, they are real, she argued. The consequences of heresy are dire. No more dire than a deadly snowstorm, he replied. If I die spouting truths about the gods, then so be it. She was silent as she reached for her glass, and then sat back in her chair. It was an action he had not expected. It exuded comfort. Do you want to know what I think? She asked, sipping her wine. He didn't, but he had to admit he was curious about the sudden change in her posture and her strange and sudden confidence. He waited. He would not implore her. I don't think you care what happens to the people of New Greece, but I think you need their worship. His gaze did not waver from her face. And what do you think of that? He asked, his eyes darkening. Everyone wants to be worshipped. Do you? He asked. He was eager for her answer. He expected something generic, a comment along the lines of, what woman doesn't wish to be worshipped? Instead, she said, I could be feared for all I care. I just want power. There was a glint in her eyes he had not seen before, a darkness he wanted to prod. After a moment, he stood. Come with me, he said, and though she stiffened, she took his extended hand. Once his fingers closed around hers, he teleported. When they appeared, it was in the shadows of a large warehouse, on a balcony that overlooked a crowded floor. Theseus called this the Forum. Those in attendance were there by invitation only, and chosen based on their grievances with the gods, those whose prayers had been rejected. Where are we? Helen asked. You are safe, he said. She turned her head but did not look at him. I was not asking if I was safe. That's all you need to know. Theseus placed his hand on the small of Helen's back and guided her toward the rail. He caged her within his arms, pressing her against it, his erection settling against her ass. Her back arched, her shoulder blades biting into his chest. A man stood at the head of the crowd facing 6 demigods, who sat, half shrouded in darkness. I have begged Apollo, he said, as he made his case. I have laid golden honey and hyacinths at his altar, but my prayers have gone unheard. Unheard or unanswered? The question was posed by Okeanos. He was the twin brother of Sandros, both sons of Zeus. Unanswered! Someone shouted. Others roared in agreement. That was the beauty of a crowd of followers. It took one leader to incense them, to shift the energy and inspire anger. Who are they? Helen asked, her voice quiet, nearly inaudible over the noise below, which echoed all around them. They are agents of their people, he said, speaking near her ear. Within Triad, they are called High Lords, demigods, descendants of the gods. The man who had at first spoken with a quiet disposition was now riled. His voice rose to a shout. Listen, Theseus said, directing her attention below again. I have lit candles and picked laurel leaves. I have carved symbols into stones that have basked in the sun, all in the name of a god who ignores my pleas. The crowd roared in anger and began to chant, Death to Apollo! Have mercy on me, my lords, the man petitioned. I only wish to be well so that I may continue to support my wife and daughter. A demigod stood and took 2 soft steps into the light, and the room grew quiet. He was large and warrior-like. Despite this, he had the gift of healing. Theseus felt Helen take a breath. Who is that? She asked. Machaon, he said, technically the second. He is a descendant of the demigod Asclepius. Apollo's son? The very one, he said. As Machaon approached, the man began to shake. Do not be uneasy, said Machaon, and he placed his hand on the man's head. I will heal you of this blight. The man shook more, and then his knees gave out. It was not evident what exactly the demigod was doing, but Theseus could feel his power, just as he felt all divine influence. Machaon's power was gentle, like the soft caress of a wave against the shore. The man collapsed forward, but Machaon caught him and held him upright. The man's head fell back, eyes closed. Theseus felt Helen lean forward, her body tight with anticipation. Is he alive? She whispered. Then the man's eyes blinked open, and the room broke out into cheers. "Rise, my friend," Machaon said. "You are healed." He helped the man to his feet, and he was consumed by the crowd as he was celebrated, and Machaon's name was chanted in worship, feeding his power. Theseus could feel it too. "The gods withhold," he said, his lips grazing her ear as he spoke. "We give, the gods hinder," he said, hiking her skirt up. "We assist, the gods destroy," he said, touching her between her legs. "We mend." She moaned as his fingers slid through her heat. It was all he needed to know, that she was wet enough for his cock. He pushed her forward, pulling one hand behind her back. He let his hand smooth over her ass, and then spanked her, before kicking her feet apart and shoving inside her. "Yes, fuck!" She gasped and met him thrust for thrust, as if she yearned for something harder and darker. He twisted her hair around his hand and pulled. She cried out, but followed his command, arching her back as he moved, keeping one hand planted on the rail. She did not move to kiss him, did not try to be anything more than a vessel. And when he felt his balls tighten and a rush surge up his cock, he pulled out, his cum spraying across her ass and down the backs of her thighs. He restored his appearance as she turned to face him, her eyes darkened with lust. "I'll write the story you wish to tell," said Helen, "but I want to ride to the top." "Your boss is the future wife of Hades," he said. She raised a brow. "If Persephone will not agree to publish my story, I will go elsewhere." He took a step closer, letting his thumb brush over her lips. He licked his own as he did. "Next time I will come in this mouth," he said, and then took a step away. Before he left her, he paused. "Be sure your words sow the seeds of war, Helen." The forum was empty, save for him and 6 high lords. He was waiting for the arrival of a group of impious who had taken to calling themselves god-killers. Normally, he was not opposed to isolated acts of violence by the impious, but he drew the line when they became boastful, and these particular men could not stop talking about how they had dehorned a goddess. "Where are they?" Theseus asked no one in particular, certain one of them would answer. "On their way," Damien answered. He was the son of Thetis, a goddess of water. Theseus bit back his frustration. A tension had been building in his body since Helen's departure, and it had nothing to do with lust or a desire to fuck. This was a different need, a violent one. The doors opened, and 5 men entered. The one in the middle, who was large and bearded, carried in each of his hands a long, white horn. "My lord," he said, and bowed low for Theseus, "I have come to lay offerings at your feet." The man set the horns on the ground, and Theseus stared at them. "Well, are you not pleased?" the man asked, his voice booming. "Are they not what you asked for?" Theseus did not speak, but he bent to take one of the horns in his hand, testing it. They were rough and light. Then he slammed it into the man's chest. "I am pleased," Theseus said, as blood burst from the man's mouth. "What the fuck?" one of the men shouted. Another man vomited. Theseus jerked the horn free, and the man groaned and then fell to his knees. The other 4 men scrambled, screaming as they sought an exit from the warehouse. 2 were struck with bolts of electricity by the twins. Another began to convulse and turn to ash, as if he were burning from the inside out. The last began to gurgle and spewed water before he spun and fell onto his back, drowning. "But unfortunately, I cannot have you live to tell the tale," Theseus said when they were all dead. Chapter 25. Hades. Hades teleported to his office at Alexandria Tower. He was anxious, and given that he planned to meet with Zeus today about his future with Persephone, it was no surprise. His hope was that he could convince his brother to agree to the marriage without his usual demands. Perhaps he would even agree that it was best that they marry in secret, given Demeter's obvious disapproval. It was a lot to hope for, but when it came to Persephone, he preferred to dream. He hadn't expected to find her in his office when he arrived. She stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, eyes focused on the street below. He thought perhaps she was worrying over the weather, over her mother, which meant she was likely thinking about all the lives she had taken. His chest felt tight. In the aftermath of that horrific crash, he had felt certain Persephone would leave, and it would not be because she wanted to, but because she felt like she had to. But instead, she'd remained by his side and greeted souls as they entered the underworld, as if she were already his wife, as if she were already queen. He closed in behind her and placed his palms flat on the glass, trapping her between him and the window. He let his nose drift up the column of her neck, lips trailing along, leaving light kisses. He recalled the first time she had visited here, the first time he had seen her in this room, and how much he had wanted to fuck her on his desk. "It will be the most productive thing that happens here," he had said, and that remained true. "Careful," Persephone said, though her voice was quiet and a little breathless. "Ivy will scold you for smudging the glass." "Do you think she will have an opinion if I fuck you against it?" he asked, letting his teeth graze her ear. She turned to face him, and he was troubled by her expression. He'd expected to see her eyes ignited with a dark passion, but instead she looked distressed. Perhaps Demeter had done something more. "What's wrong?" he asked, letting his hands fall to his sides. "I had Helen escorted off the property today," she explained, her voice quaking. She paused, letting her gaze break from his. "She wanted to write an article about Triad, which I supported if she could find actual sources. But I guess in the process, they managed to bring her to their side." "What do you mean?" "She met with me today and explained what she wanted to write about. She told me that Triad was good, that they are like the gods, but they protect their people, as if we do not." Hades was not surprised. He knew how Triad recruited members, and he knew their use of magic always seemed to override fate, so it was not surprising that they had managed to snare Helen in that web. "They can be very convincing," Hades said. "It is unfortunate. Mortals who fall into their trap only see an isolated event, a moment of healing where these demigods have seemingly defied fate. They do not see the fallout." "What is the fallout?" she asked. He shrugged. "It depends on the anger of the fates, but usually they face an end worse than the one that was chosen for them." She was quiet for a moment. "I feel like this is my fault. If I'd never—" "You could not have known, Persephone," Hades said. "If Helen was so easily swayed to join Triad, her loyalties were never very strong." Persephone frowned. Hades touched her chin, tilting her head back so she would meet his gaze. "She threatened you," she said. Her fists clenched, and there was a shift in her power. It was angry and seething. "Do you think Triad will target you?" "I imagine so," he said. She blanched, and he was a little surprised by her shock. He frowned. "Are you afraid for me?" She glared at him. Yes, you idiot! Look at what those people did to Harmonia." "Persephone." She was quick to stop him. "Hades, do not diminish my fear of losing you. It's just as valid." Something warm invaded his chest at her words, and his features softened. "I'm sorry." He had never thought twice about whether Triad would target him. He knew they would. He was one of the 3 most powerful gods among the Olympians. If they wished to come into power, they would have to defeat him. Up until the resurrection of the Ophiutorus, he had not considered it a possibility, though things were very different now, especially in the aftermath of Katerina's dream. "I know you are powerful, but I cannot help thinking that Triad is trying to bring about another Titanomachy." Hades' gut twisted. He had known this for a while, but to hear Persephone speak it was another thing entirely. It made him think again of Katerina's vision. Hades did not wish to give power to this dream, but he could not help wondering how much of it was true. If the Ophiutorus was slain, would they face 100-year war? Hades was not certain he could bear the burden of that future, not when his past had been fraught with the same horror. It wasn't what he wanted, not for him and not for Persephone. Hades cupped Persephone's face between his hands. "I cannot promise we will not have a war 1,000 times over during our lifetime, but I will promise that I will never leave you willingly." "Can you promise to never leave at all?" He gave her a soft smile. It was all he could really offer, because in the back of his mind he was imagining that burning battlefield and his corpse among the flames. He held her gaze, and when she started to frown, he kissed her, pulling her against him. She was warm, and her hands eager as they closed over his cock, which was hard between them. Hades pressed into her, a groan escaping his mouth as his lips left hers to explore her skin. He wanted to take her against the window, the desk, on every surface of this room, and while he'd once promised to shield them from prying eyes, he considered that perhaps he should allow the world to watch their passion unfold. It was never-ending. It was fire in his veins. He gripped her ass, ready to lift her when she pushed against his chest. Reluctantly, he pulled away. "Let me have this," she said. He lifted his brows, curious. "What do you want?" Her hand slid down his arms, and she laced her fingers through his, leading him to his desk, where she guided him to sit. His eyes darkened as she used his thighs for support to lower herself to the floor before him, as if she were about to pray, to worship. Fuck. His muscles tightened instinctively, and he held his breath as she unbuttoned his pants, seeking his arousal, which ached for her soft touch, her wet mouth. She said nothing as she took him into her hand, jerking him from root to tip. She held his gaze, eyes like emeralds, their light dancing with a lust he could feel in the bottom of his stomach. He could not help watching her mouth as she moved her hand up and down his shaft, and he dug his fingers into the arms of his chair to keep from taking control. He wanted to feel her tongue on him, wanted the warmth of her mouth to close in around him, wanted to hit the back of her throat as he thrust into her. She must have sensed his turmoil, because she smiled and then drew her tongue over the head of his cock. His body clenched under her control, and when he sighed, it sounded more like a groan. "Yes," he whispered. "This. I dream of this." He liked her control because he had none. He had no thoughts save for the awareness that his cock was in her wet and warm mouth, that he was vibrating with pleasure, that his body was throbbing. He could not figure out which part he liked more, the feel of her or watching this intimate worship. She was glorious. He made an effort to breathe through the pleasure, wanting to see how far she was willing to let him go. "Lord Hades!" Ivy stood in the doorway. She sounded startled, and he thought perhaps she realized what was happening at his feet, but she lingered rather than retreating, which only irritated him more. It was impossible to concentrate on anything she was saying, because Persephone had not paused in her work. Her tongue slid over his head, trailed along every ridge, lapped at his cum, which beaded incessantly. She used it to moisten her lips, to gently suck him, all while her hands jerked him and teased his balls. Gods, fuck him. He had to gain some kind of control, so he twisted his fingers in her hair. It was as if she were challenging him. Could he hold himself together in Ivy's presence while she so diligently worked to make him come? "Why are you sitting?" Ivy asked. "I'm working," he gritted out, though to be fair, he never used this desk. He never used this office. This was the most he had been here in years, and it had everything to do with his newest tenant, who was currently positioned between his legs. "There's nothing on your desk," Ivy observed. "It's coming," he said, with less control than he wanted, but there was a pressure building on the base of his cock, and it was pulsing. Ivy remained oblivious. "Right, well, when you have a moment—" "Leave, Ivy," he snapped suddenly. The dryad went silent, her eyes widened, and instead of fleeing, she froze. "Now," he gritted out. She left quickly, and Hades braced his other hand behind Persephone's head, and when she looked up at him, he felt a rush of heat ignite his body. This was one of the most erotic experiences of his life, looking down at this woman who he loved, his cock swollen and filling her mouth. "Take all of me." She nodded and braced her hands behind his thighs, widening her mouth as he leaned back and let his hips surge forward. The head of his cock hit the back of her throat, and she gagged but held on tighter. "Yes, like that." He continued making slow, steady work of the passage of her throat, feeling her gulp and gasp around him, and when he came, she swallowed him whole. When they were finished, she rested her head on his lap, and he smoothed her hair. His body felt light, almost weightless. "Are you well?" "Yes," she said quietly. "Tired." Her lips were wet and deliciously swollen. "Tonight, I will make you come just as hard." "In your mouth or around your cock?" She posed the question with a raised brow, and Hades felt his cock twitch. "Both." He adjusted himself, needing to leave soon. He rose to his feet and brought her with him. "I know you are having a hard day, and I hate to leave, but I came to tell you I will be meeting with Zeus." "Why?" she asked warily. The air between them was suddenly heavy with dread. "I think you know. I hope to secure Zeus's approval for our marriage." "Will you confront him about Laura?" "Hecate already has," he said, guessing she had yet to see the jar of blood the goddess had collected from the god. "It will take a good 2 years before his balls grow back." "She castrated him?" She definitely hadn't seen it then. "Yes, and if I know Hecate, it was bloody and painful." "What good is his punishment if he can just regenerate?" "It is a power that cannot be taken away, I am afraid. But at least, for a little while, he will be less of a problem." Though Hades had to admit that he dreaded this confrontation more, knowing his brother would not be in a good mood given his current state. "Unless he denies our marriage," she said, and he liked the threat in her voice. "There is that." Silence stretched between them, and he knew she was troubled. He had not given her much comfort when it came to Helen, and he had only added to her worry by telling her about Zeus. But this was important. He had to at least attempt to play this game. He brought his forehead to hers and spoke. "Trust, darling. I will let no one, not king or god or mortal, stand in the way of making you my wife." Hades teleported to Mount Olympus, to his brother's gilded estate, which rose higher than any other. Over the years, Hades had made a habit of avoiding the home of the gods, though he had his own place there. His reluctance to spend time with the other Olympians had been interpreted by the media as rejection, and they enjoyed writing dramatic headlines that made it seem as though he had been banished from Olympus for his dour mood.
But Hades had been the one to reject Olympus, even when his brother ordered him to appear. The skies were not his realm, and the opulence left him feeling uncomfortable, especially in times such as these, when the world below their feet suffered. In some ways, Hades could not blame those who were swayed by Triad. They were right to feel abandoned by the gods. Even now, few Olympians remained on Earth, and those who did were unwilling to challenge Demeter. He entered Zeus's estate, which was grand and everything gold, even the floor at his feet. But what gave him pause was Hera, who stood at the end of the staircase. She watched him, her head slightly tilted, her disdain evident. "Why are you here?" "I have come to speak with your husband. Perhaps you should join us," he said. "It is about Persephone." He could feel her resentment, but she had trapped herself within this bargain, and she would have to see it through unless she wished for Zeus to know about her association with Theseus. Though Hades knew his leverage over the goddess of marriage was limited, it was only a matter of time before Theseus was ready to move against the Olympians, before whatever plan he had concocted with Hera and likely his father Poseidon was exposed. But that was why Hades needed to secure Persephone's hand in marriage as quickly as possible. "I'd rather sit on a tack," Hera said. "Perhaps you should. From what I hear, Zeus will be out of commission for at least 2 years." Unlike her husband, who was notorious for his infidelity, Hera had not once strayed. Hades did not know why she remained so loyal. Hera's mouth hardened. "He will not let you marry her." "It is your job to sway him," said Hades. "Even if I speak on your behalf, he will only listen to his oracle." "I did not ask," Hades said. They glared at one another, and then she took a step down. "He's this way," she said, and she led him into an adjoining room that was just as large and extravagant as the entrance. She crossed in front of Zeus, where he lounged near a large set of windows. "Your brother is here," she said. Zeus did not look his way, fixated on 2 swans floating idly on the lake. He sat with his legs spread wide, naked, save for a robe that hung open. A large bag of ice sat in his lap. "In pain, brother?" Hades asked. It was likely not the best way to open their conversation, with a reminder of what Hecate had done to his balls, but it was more than deserved. Hera, who lingered behind Zeus's chair, glared at him. "Have you come to witness my shame?" Zeus asked. "I hope you are referring to the acts that got you here, and not the fact that you have no balls." His brother was quiet, which was unusual, and Hades began to wonder exactly what Hecate had put him through. There were few gods Zeus feared, but the goddess of witchcraft was one. After a moment, Zeus asked, "Why have you come?" "I have asked Persephone to marry me," Hades said. "The whole world is aware," said Hera, placing her hand on Zeus's shoulder. "And if they were not before, Demeter's storm will remind them." Hades narrowed his eyes, uncertain of her intentions. "Are you saying you do not approve, Hera?" he asked, the words slipping from between his teeth, a threat, barely veiled by his anger. "It is not for me to approve," she replied. "That is the job of my husband." Her words disgusted him, mostly because he knew she resented them. Everyone knew that Hera's role as the goddess of marriage had been essentially overshadowed by Zeus's approval. In the aftermath of her last attempt to overthrow him, he ceased to trust any unions she might approve of. This was all a game. Zeus reached for Hera's hand, covering it with his own. Hades could only stare. He was used to his brother's boisterous laugh, his booming voice, his unbearable ribbing, and yet Zeus remained unnervingly quiet. Hades was not used to this subdued god, but he recognized him. He was the version of his brother that might have done great things, the one who had rescued him and Poseidon from the belly of their father, the one who had secured alliances and defeated the Titans. "You once wished me happiness," Hades said. "I did," Zeus said. "But as I recall it, you also never told me who it was that had gained your affection." "That never bothered you," Hades countered. "You know what the fates have said." "The fates have given you a lover, not a wife," Zeus replied. Hades' hands fisted, and he hated the truth of those words. "Now, my dear, do not be so hard on Hades," Hera said, and bent so her head was near his. Hades wondered if she could only stand to be beside him now because he was a eunuch. "He is very much in love with the daughter of Demeter." Hades seethed. Zeus looked at his wife. Their noses brushed, but their lips did not touch. "Will you deny me?" Hades asked. "I am saying that if you are to marry, it will be because I have given you that gift." "So you want to make this about power?" He knew in some measure that would be the case. It was why Zeus consulted his oracle before arranging marriages, but Hades had never thought it would look like this. "It is always about power," said Zeus. "Your first mistake was thinking it never was." Hades returned to the underworld in a foul mood. Even fouler when he found Hermes in his bedroom with Persephone. He was holding up 2 short dresses, neither possessing enough fabric to cover her completely. "You should wear this. Hades won't like it, but you'll blend in," the god was saying. "What's going on?" Hades asked. Persephone whirled, eyes wide, but when she saw him, she frowned. "Are you okay?" She took a step forward and then halted. "What happened with Zeus?" "Nothing," he snapped. "What's happening here?" Hermes was... Sephi has to go to a sex club," said Hermes. "That's not what's happening," Persephone snapped, glaring at the god. "Well, not yet. She has to ask first." "Hermes, shut up," they said in unison. The god slammed his mouth closed. "Fine. I'll be in the closet." When they were alone, Persephone turned to him and spoke. "After Helen was asked to leave, Sybil, Luce, and Zophie went through her things. We found a date, time, and an address for Club Aphrodisia. We think she might be attending a meeting of some kind associated with Triad." "And you want to go?" "We all do. Zophie, Sybil, Luce, Hermes," she said. "This is personal, Hades." "It might be personal, but that does not mean you can be stupid," he said. Persephone's mouth hardened. From inside the closet, Hermes groaned. "Oof, what an idiot." "We may have a chance to learn what they are planning," Persephone said. "Do you not want to prevent another attack?" "Of course," Hades said, "but that does not mean I want you there. Hermes can go." She stared at him, but her expression was not so much angry as it was hurt, and he didn't like it. "Why don't you trust me?" "Persephone, it isn't you I do not trust. It's everyone else. I know," she said, frustrated. "I want to respect your perspective, but I need you to also respect mine." Hades studied her in silence, grinding his teeth. There was a part of him that wanted to say it did not matter, that the danger outweighed any reason she might have for going, but he knew that wasn't fair. He worked to keep the frustration from his voice as he asked, "What is your perspective?" "I don't want to be a passive god or decoration at your side. I have my own battles I wish to fight. Helen betrayed me. I want to know the extent." Hades understood, but it was hard to let her, and perhaps that was where he had failed. She was not one of his subjects or souls. She was not in his employ. She was his future wife. He had sworn to treat her as an equal, and he realized that fear got in the way. "This is more than just a wish to help, Hades," she said, her voice quiet. "You have to let me stand for something." He reached for her, brushing his thumb along her cheek. "Hermes is going?" he asked. She nodded. "He has already agreed to swear an oath to protect me, if that would make you feel better." "Nothing about this will make me feel better," he wanted to say, but he kept those words to himself, knowing they were no good here. "I think the other dress, Sephi," Hermes said, stepping out of the closet. He wore one of the outfits he'd held earlier. It was a short black dress with strings of pearls holding the sides and bodice together. "This one's a little too... fuck me, if you get my meaning." Hades ground his teeth. "Hermes," Persephone groaned. Hades took a step toward the god. "You agreed to swear an oath?" he asked. Hermes' expression grew serious. He nodded, tense. "I did." Hermes knew the gravity of such a promise. It was not something offered to placate, though Persephone had used it in that manner. An oath such as this meant the god was bound to protect Persephone for eternity. It went beyond a single moment. "Swear it," Hades said. "Swear you will protect her at all costs, even if it means an end to your own life." "Hades," Persephone said, a note of horror in her voice, but he did not look at her. "I swear it," Hermes said. "You know the consequences if you fail?" He nodded once, and then Hades let his gaze drop to his outfit. "Black is not your color." Hermes arched a brow. "Since when did you become the fashion police?" "I had a decent teacher," Hades replied. "Decent?" Hermes scoffed. But whatever he was going to say next was cut off by a knock at the door. They all turned in the direction of the sound. "Come in," Persephone said. The door cracked open, and Ilias entered the room, hesitating when he saw the three. "Sorry to interrupt. Whatever this is," he said. "Hades, you're needed." He could sense the satyr's urgency, and he dreaded whatever waited for him. He turned to Persephone and took her in his arms, cradling her head between his hands. "I love you," he said, and kissed her hard on the mouth. And as his lips moved against hers, a new sense of unease overtook him. It fueled the way he kissed her, and felt a little like goodbye. He did not like it, and when he pulled away, she looked just as troubled. But she held his gaze and whispered breathlessly, "I love you." Hades took a step back, leveled a final warning look at Hermes, and stepped outside his chamber with Ilias. "What is it?" he asked. Chapter 26. Dionysus. Dionysus knocked on Ariadne's door. Since he'd returned from his visit with Poseidon, she had not come out of her room. He hadn't even tried to get her attention last night, wanting to give her space. He was frustrated with himself. When she'd called him out for not respecting her or valuing her, he hadn't protested. He'd just accused her of the same thing. In addition to that, he wasn't sure he could tell her about his visit with Poseidon. It had unnerved him more than he thought it would, not only because of what he had learned about Medusa, but because of what the god of the sea had said about Ariadne. He wondered why Theseus was so obsessed with her. What did she have that he wanted? Perhaps it was merely that she knew his secrets, and she had escaped. Whatever it was, it worried Dionysus the more he thought about it, and it made him anxious that he had involved her at all in this quest for Medusa. Medusa's fate was another horrifying revelation. What sort of curse had befallen her, to only become a weapon in death? "Ariadne," he called. "Are you awake?" He waited for her reply, but he heard nothing from the other side of the door, which made him uneasy. "I'm sorry about yesterday. I didn't mean to make you feel like I don't respect or value you. He hesitated. "I think you're... great." He paused, and still heard nothing.
Then he pressed his ear against the door and listened hard. Even if she was just ignoring him, he should hear something. "Ariadne," he said, and tried the door. It was locked. He banged on the door again. "Ari, answer the fucking door!" His heart started to beat harder in his chest the longer the silence progressed. "I'm coming in," he said, ramming his body into the door. He burst through to find an empty room. He stood there for a moment, gaze sweeping the familiar but empty space. He crossed to the bed and threw the blankets off, but she wasn't beneath. He checked the bathroom and the closet, but each were empty. She was gone. Fuck! Dionysus paced the length of Hades' office at Nevernight. He raged. His body was shaking. He had not felt this kind of hysteria in a long while. He knew where Ariadne had gone, to confront Poseidon about Medusa. She had threatened to go herself. She'd told him he was moving too slow. Fuck. You were supposed to watch her, he had roared at the maenads he had posted outside his home. They glared back at him, just as angry. We did, snapped Macaria. Then why is she gone? Perhaps she is more skilled than we thought, said Cora. He should have checked on her sooner, but he had wanted to give her privacy and space. Fuck privacy. Fuck space. He whirled toward Hades when he appeared, and gave him no time to ask questions. Ariadne has gone to confront Poseidon, he said. She thinks he has Medusa. Does he? Hades asked. Does it matter? Dionysus snapped. Hades narrowed his eyes. No, he doesn't have Medusa, Dionysus said, frustrated. I would go to her, but I cannot teleport to his realm without being invited. I need your help. Hades was one of the three who had control over all realms. Are you certain she has gone to him? Yes, Dionysus hissed. Hades, he will hurt her. Whatever the god of the dead saw in his eyes, he must have believed. Fucking fates, he said, as he called up his magic. They teleported to the Gulf of Poseidon, where Dionysus had come earlier to wait for the god of the sea. The weather was stormy. The clouds overhead were low and thick. The wind was strong, and the waves were large, crashing against the dock. He shielded his eyes as the rain beat down on him, feeling solid and painful. Poseidon's yacht was some distance from shore, rising and falling with the waves. Do you have a plan? Hades shouted over the storm. No, Dionysus said, as if he'd had time to think any of this through. Hades' mouth hardened, and he sighed, teleporting again. This time they appeared on the yacht, only to find Poseidon already standing, holding Ariadne as a shield. Her wrists were tied in front of her. One of his hands was around her neck, the other pressed into her stomach. She looked furious and afraid, and Dionysus feared what the god had done to her up until this point. This is low, even for you, Poseidon, Hades said. Would you forsake me, divine justice, brother? Poseidon's face was pressed against Ariadne's as he spoke, though she tried to pull away. Divine justice, Dionysus demanded. For what offense? The mortal accused me of abducting a woman. It was a question, she spat, and it wasn't outside the realm of possibility, given your track record. Poseidon squeezed her neck harder, tilting her head back farther. The mouth on this thing, he said. Have you not taught her to hold her tongue? Not everyone abuses women like you, Poseidon, said Hades. And now I am being accused of another crime, Poseidon said. It's not an accusation if it's true. The words slipped through Ariadne's teeth. Poseidon gripped her mouth and turned her head toward him. Dionysus started forward, but Hades stopped him. They glared at one another, but Hades' gaze was also a warning. If they moved too soon against Poseidon in his own realm, Ariadne would be caught in the crossfire. I will teach you to be silent, Poseidon hissed.
"If you wish to dole out justice, then I will too, if you harm her," said Dionysus. Poseidon released her face, his eyes returning to Dionysus. He chuckled. "So eager to be valiant," he said, "and all for pussy you haven't even tasted." The yacht rocked violently. Dionysus struggled to stay on his feet, though Poseidon seemed unaffected by the sudden jolt. "Don't worry. I'll tell you if she's sweet." Ariadne's gaze was locked with Dionysus's. He shook, desperate to go to her. "Don't look so glum," Poseidon told her. "I'll let Dionysus join if it will make you more comfortable." His hand smoothed down her stomach to her hip. "Do not touch her!" Dionysus barked. "What's the matter? Threesome's not really your thing anymore?" Poseidon asked with a chuckle. "You really have changed, and for the worse if you ask me." Hades' magic manifested like tendrils of smoke, one snaking around Poseidon's neck and yanking him back. The sudden move forced him to loosen his hold on Ariadne. She bolted for Dionysus. "No!" Poseidon growled, and suddenly the yacht pitched again. Ariadne fell to her knees and rolled, crashing into the wall. Dionysus rushed for her, but as he did, the windows shattered, glass rained down on them, and water began to pour into the boat as it was tossed about on the sea. "All this for a mortal who called you a name?" Hades' voice carried over the storm. "I could say the same to you," Poseidon said. Dionysus could tell when Hades struck Poseidon with another blow, because the fury of the storm lessened. Still, he stayed focused on Ariadne, and she crawled toward him. When they reached each other, they were on their knees, and he took her face between his hands. "Are you all right?" She nodded, and Dionysus helped her to her feet, though it was almost impossible to stay upright with the way the yacht heaved. They fell again, and as Dionysus hit the floor, he saw Hades looming over Poseidon, his hand on his head. Beneath his touch, Poseidon trembled. His teeth were bared, the veins in his neck strained, and then he managed to summon his trident, breaking whatever hold Hades had. Poseidon rose and swung at Hades, who vanished, reappearing some distance away, but Poseidon followed. When they charged each other, Dionysus reached for Ariadne again, but as he did, her eyes rolled into the back of her head, and she went limp in his arms. Her body convulsed as water poured from her mouth. "No!" he growled. "Hades!" But when he looked to the brothers, Hades had ceased to fight. He seemed to be frozen, stricken by Poseidon somehow. "You are here, fighting for a woman who does not even belong to you, while yours suffers at the hands of my sons!" Poseidon's voice reverberated through the cabin, despite the roar of the storm. Dionysus did not know what the god meant, but he'd clearly gotten to Hades, because his chest heaved and his body trembled. Then he vanished. Dionysus did not know what had happened, but he was now alone and facing Poseidon. He rose to his feet and summoned his thyrsus, a fennel-tipped staff, though he knew he was facing a god in his own realm, one of the three, and that his power was no match. Still, he charged and was thrown back. He crashed through the wall and was nearly swept into the sea, but he managed to grab hold of the rail of the ship. The rain pelted him, and the ship rocked beneath him, but he managed to crawl his way back on deck. When he returned, he found Ariadne within Poseidon's grasp again. He had her bent over a table, her legs spread, his hips pressed into her ass. "I wouldn't have made you watch," he said. "I was satisfied that you would be tortured by merely the thought of my dick inside her. But then you brought Hades into my realm, and for that, you too must be punished." Dionysus's anger burned, and his eyes locked with Ariadne's, which glistened with tears. He had no power here, save one, and the only thing he could think to say before his magic hit her was, "Forgive me." He knew when the madness struck her, because her eyes changed.
They took on a crazed and feral look. She let out a sudden, horrifying shriek and found the strength to rear back suddenly, throwing her head into Poseidon's face. The blow struck home with a loud crack, and the god released her, stumbling back. She whirled on Poseidon and began to claw at his body. Her fingers dug into his skin as if he were nothing but clay, and before he could stop her, she had ripped chunks of his flesh away from each arm. It was horrifying. It was the nature of Dionysus' magic. Despite her frenzy, Ariadne was very much aware of what she was doing, though she had no control. There was no way she could ever forgive him for this, and he did not blame her, but he'd had no other choice. A scream tore from Poseidon's mouth, and Dionysus bolted forward, trapping Ariadne's arms beneath his own as he held her against him, her bloodied hands still holding Poseidon's flesh. She growled unnaturally and lurched as he dragged her back, still overcome with madness. If he let her go, she would try to tear the god limb from limb, and while Dionysus would not mind witnessing that, it was only a matter of time before Poseidon gained the upper hand. Dionysus's only advantage here was that he'd managed to surprise the god, but this was still Poseidon's realm. The god of the sea seethed, eyes flashing with malice. He looked at each of his bleeding, mangled arms. His breath came quickly between clenched teeth. The yacht pitched on the sea. Dionysus struggled to hold Ariadne at bay. Still under his spell, she thirsted for Poseidon's blood, because it was the first she had tasted, and she would not rest until one of them was dead. "If she manages to survive the sea, I will hunt her down and tear her to pieces in front of you," Poseidon said. As he spoke, the flesh on his arms regenerated, and though he was whole, he was still covered in blood. "And you will be forced to eat each one, each slice of skin, each hot organ, and with each bite, you will know that it would have been easier to let me fuck her in front of you." And then Dionysus heard a crack, and the entire ship was taken under. Water filled the room with such force, the only thing he was conscious of was the way it stole his breath before everything went dark. Chapter 27. Dionysus. Dionysus's head hurt. He squeezed his eyes shut against the pain that radiated at his temples, tensing his whole body. His mouth was dry, his tongue swollen, and there was a roaring sound that filled his ears. He did not wish to awaken fully, but the longer he lay there and the more he surfaced to consciousness, the more he remembered about how he had come to be in this state. Poseidon. Ariadne. He realized the roaring in his ears was the sea, and he forced his eyes open, blinking rapidly at the bright blue sky, realizing how the hot sun burned his skin. He turned his head, and for a moment his vision swam, but then everything came into sharp and sudden focus when he saw Ariadne lying some distance from him, half in the water, half on land, and unmoving. "No," he croaked, scrambling to his feet, slipping on the sand as he rushed to her. "Fuck!" He fell to his knees beside her. The water surrounding her was tinged with scarlet. "Ari!" He rolled her into his arms and cupped her face, brushing the sand from her cheek. She was too pale. Even her lips were colorless. He checked for a pulse, pressing 2 fingers against the hollow area beneath her windpipe. A sluggish beat thrummed against his touch. He placed a hand over her chest and closed his eyes, calling the water in her lungs, and after a moment it spilled from her mouth. Yet there was still no movement, no sign of consciousness. "Fuck!" he cursed again, noticing a large gash on her thigh. And while he could heal it, he had no idea how long she had bled, or what kind of infection might have set in while they lay unconscious on shore. He pulled her close, and then looked up to find an old man staring down at them from atop a hill of white rock. He had wild white hair and a matching beard, and his skin was dark and bronzed, as if he had spent his whole life beneath the sun. He wore only a white sash around his hips, and it seemed as wispy as sea foam. He was divine, Dionysus was sure of it, but he did not know who exactly he was. There were numerous sea gods. "Please," Dionysus called to him. "Please help us, I beg of you." Though the old man stared directly at him, he turned and walked out of sight. "No, please!" Dionysus gathered Ariadne into his arms and scaled the rocky hill, squinting against the brightness of the rocks, which reflected the sun's rays. From time to time he was blinded by the light, and he slipped, falling hard to one knee. He knelt there for a moment, his gaze dropping to Ariadne's face. Her lashes were long and fanned across her cheeks, which were turning rosy from the heat. While she was beautiful, he was desperate to look into her eyes once more. He couldn't imagine never feeling her gaze on him again. He wouldn't. He got to his feet. His knee stung, and he could tell there was blood, but it healed quickly. He tried to hold her closer to his chest, attempting to shield her face from the sun. As he came to the top of the white rocks, he saw the old man standing at the base of the hill, as if he were waiting for them. His heart rose a little, though he was not sure he should have hope. "Will you help us?" Dionysus asked. "I have helped you," said the man. "I dragged you from the sea." Dionysus swallowed, but his throat was dry and scratchy. "Then I am in your debt," he said. "Please." The man turned again, his bare back burning red from the heat, glistening with sweat. "Please," Dionysus shouted. "I will remain in your debt if you will help us a little while longer. I need refuge." The man kept walking, disappearing down a sandy path overgrown with bright green flora. "Wait!" Dionysus followed the man, who seemed to move like a ghost. He caught only a glimpse of him as he made his way down the shady path. He was not sure how long he walked, but the terrain shifted as they neared the mountainous center of the island. The air became wetter, the ground mossy and rockier, as it inclined steadily upward until he rounded a corner and found the man standing outside a small cottage that had been built into the side of the earthy wall. Dionysus stared at the man. "You say you are in my debt," said the man. "Whatever you wish," Dionysus said. "There is a Cyclops who resides here and eats my sheep," the man said. "Kill him." "After she is better," Dionysus said, "I will see my debt through." The man gave no demands or acknowledgments, and before Dionysus could say more, or even ask where they were, he vanished. Alone, Dionysus carried Ariadne into the cottage. He was surprised to find that the floor was covered in sheepskin rugs. There was also a cot and a small clay fireplace. A few pots and a kettle were stacked beside it. It would be enough. He lay Ariadne on the cot and covered her with one of the blankets. He smoothed her hair away from her face, letting his hand linger on her forehead, which was warm to the touch. Then he brushed his fingers over her heated cheeks. This was fever. He frowned and pulled the blanket back to look at the wound on her thigh. He would need to clean it before he could heal it. He was still in Poseidon's territory, stranded in the middle of the sea, and while he could not teleport, he could call on his magic. The only danger was that the more he used, the more he faced the risk of drawing the god to them. He spent a few more moments caressing Ariadne's skin, reluctantly pulling away. "I'll be back," he said. He didn't think she heard him at all, but it made him feel better to speak to her as if she could. He left the cottage in search of firewood, herbs, and clean water. Dionysus was familiar with the art of healing. He had been taught by Rhea, the mother goddess, who had cured him of Hera's madness. The only thing that worked against him on this island was that he was not familiar with the environment. He had no idea where to find supplies,
or even if the wild would have what he needed. He gathered wood first, and then set water from the ocean to boil, offsetting the lid so he could collect the desalinated water. He checked on Ariadne before he left again to search for herbs, which was a far more tedious task. There was a variety he could use for fever: elderflowers, yarrow, echinacea, willow bark. The issue was finding one of them on this island wilderness. It took him a while, but he finally located lemon balm and aloe, which he would use to disinfect her wound. By the time he returned to the cottage, anxiety tore at his chest, worsening when he checked on Ariadne, whose fever had spiked. Her skin was on fire. He drew the blankets from her body and set about drying the lemon balm leaves over the fire and boiling the clean water he'd made. He studied the wound on her leg. It was a jagged cut that ran the length of her thigh, and the skin around it was red and angry. He guessed that she must have hit some kind of rock after they'd been swept out to sea. Dionysus was disturbed that he could not recall what happened in the immediate aftermath of Poseidon's yacht capsizing. He remembered holding on to Ariadne while she raged with madness, but at some point he had lost consciousness, and so, it seemed, had she. They were lucky they had managed to stay together. He thought of Poseidon's final words to him and his threat against Ariadne. He would be careful with how he used his magic and hoped they could make it out of Poseidon's realm before he realized either of them was alive. Before he could clean her wound, he stripped her of her clothing, which was dry and stiff from salt water. There was nothing sexual about the process, and he hated having to do it without her knowledge. When she was bare, he used hot water to clean her wound, and then added a layer of aloe, leaving it uncovered. He would wait until tomorrow to heal it, to ensure it was free of infection. When the lemon balm leaves had dried, he crushed and boiled them to make a tea, and when it was cool enough, he propped Ariadne's head into the crook of his elbow and brought the minty drink to her mouth. "Come on, Ari," he coaxed as he poured it into her mouth. He wasn't sure how much actually made it down her throat, but it would have to do. By the time he finished medicating her, night had fallen outside the cottage. He washed her salt-encrusted clothes and lay them by the fire to dry. While he worked, he could hear thunder in the distance. There was another storm raging at sea, and as it hit land, it roared around the cottage, causing it to creak and groan. Though he grew tired, he remained beside Ariadne, too afraid to leave her alone, even if it was to sleep. For a while, he did not speak, just stared at her face as color slowly crept back in. Finally, he spoke. "You make me feel insane," he said, "like I'm struck with madness. I never thought I would feel that way again, but it's different with you." He fell quiet, and then he scrubbed his hand over his face, feeling ridiculous for having said that aloud, but at least she had not heard him. "Dionysus." He turned his head toward the soft sound of his name. Fingers twined into his braids, and lips trailed along his jaw. "Ariadne?" he murmured, though he recognized her scent, the heat of her touch. "Dionysus." She said his name again, and it shivered across his skin. He wanted to capture her lips against his and taste her like he had that night in the pleasure district. "Ari," he whispered, and her hold on him tightened. "Dionysus," she barked, and he opened his eyes to find her staring at him. He blinked, realizing he had fallen asleep with his head on her cot. "You're awake," he said, straightening, rubbing at a sore spot on his neck. "Where are we?" she asked. "I'm not certain," he said, "but if I had to guess, an island somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea." She frowned and then shifted beneath the blankets, drawing in a harsh breath between her teeth. "Careful," he said, as she shoved the blankets aside to look at her leg. "I haven't fully healed you yet." He rose onto his knees and placed one hand on her hip,
the other just below her knee to keep her still. "Why not?" she hissed. "I can't heal an infected wound, Ariadne," he snapped. It took a few more moments for her to relax, and once she did, they both seemed to realize she was naked. He lifted his hands and then quickly covered her again. "I'll get you more medicine," he mumbled, rising from his place on the floor. He crossed to the fireplace and ladled more of the tea into a cup before returning to her and helping her sit up. "It's lemon balm," he explained as he placed the cup to her lips. She held her hand against his as she drank and groaned in disgust as the tea touched her tongue. "I know it isn't the best," he soothed, "but it will take the pain away." When she'd had enough, he helped her lie back down, and an awkward silence filled the cottage. "Do you remember what happened?" he asked after a moment. It took her some time to respond, and when she did, her voice was a whisper. "Mostly." Again they were quiet. "Did he hurt you before we got to you?" He had to ask. He needed to know. "Not really," she answered. It bothered him that her answer wasn't a definitive no. He wanted to ask what Poseidon had done, but he also did not want to press. Last night had been traumatic enough. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Dionysus looked at her, but she was staring at the ceiling, a single tear trailing down the side of her face. Her apology carried the weight of her regret, and it shuddered through him. It wasn't until she spoke the words that he realized he hadn't wanted to hear it because he did not deserve it. She'd had to face a horror that went well beyond simple consequences. "Why are you sorry?" "I should not have left to go to Poseidon on my own," she said. He was quiet. Then he said, "I went to him the day before. I didn't tell you because I thought you were still angry with me, and He let his voice trail off. He hadn't wanted to disturb her, but it didn't matter anymore. What was done was done. Now they had to move forward. Poseidon does not have Medusa. I'm not sure where she is. But the worst part about her situation is that her power is only active after she's dead." Ariadne met his gaze. "What?" He had nothing more to say. "Perhaps it's best if she stays missing," Ariadne said after a moment. Dionysus did not disagree at this point. Neither of them spoke for several minutes, and Ariadne had gone so quiet he thought she had fallen asleep. "I blame myself for what has happened to my sister," she said, her voice soft. She wasn't looking at him anymore. Her gaze had returned to the ceiling. "Why?" Dionysus asked, confused. "Because I introduced them," she said. "Theseus was with me first." Dionysus bristled, surprised by just how hot this jealousy burned. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked, though that felt like a stupid question. She didn't have to. "Because I'm ashamed," she answered, her voice thick with emotion. Her words cut through him, and he shifted closer, hovering over her. "Ari," he whispered, letting his fingers trail along her cheek. "You have nothing to be ashamed of." "I don't care that he never loved me," she said, "but I hate that he does not love my sister, and that she is so devoted to him. She deserves more. She deserves everything." Dionysus studied her, and after a moment he asked, "And what do you deserve?" She was quiet. "Ari?" "Nothing," she said, looking at him. He frowned and started to speak, but Ariadne pressed her fingers to his mouth and shook her head. Tears welled in her eyes, and her mouth quivered. After a moment, she managed to speak in a quiet whisper. "Good night, Dionysus." Chapter 28. Hades. There was a roiling in Hades' stomach, and an ache in the back of his throat. Poseidon had known Persephone's location. He'd taunted him with images of her broken and beaten body. "You are here fighting for a woman who does not even belong to you, while yours suffers at the hands of my sons," he'd said. Hades had left. There was no thought behind what fate he might leave Dionysus and Ariadne to face, because he could not shake his fear, and after what had befallen Adonis and Harmonia, he had to know Persephone was okay. Except that when he appeared in the basement of Club Aphrodisia, he found a bloodbath. Hephaestus was there holding Aphrodite by the shoulders. The goddess of love clutched a human heart in her hands. There were bodies strewn about, limbs misshapen, and chests gaping. Then there was Persephone, who sat on her knees amid the carnage, the center of a circle of bodies. None of them were lucky enough to escape her magic, Persephone included. Her body was torn. It was the only way to describe it. It was the same horror he had witnessed the night she'd mistaken him for Pirithous. She was bent slightly, and as she breathed, her chest rattled. Hades felt panic claw up his throat, and his heart wasn't beating right. When she met his gaze, she opened her mouth, and blood poured from it. She seemed surprised and a little confused. Then she swayed, and Hades caught her, gathered her in his arms, and took her away. Hades' hands shook. They had never shaken before this moment. Perhaps this was the shock of everything settling deep into his bones now that he had gotten Persephone to safety. She lay in bed across the room, motionless but breathing. Though he had managed to heal her, he wasn't sure he could look at her without seeing her the other way. Bloodied, broken, dying. A shadow fell over him, and he recognized Hecate's magic. The goddess folded a towel around each of his hands, cleaning away the blood, though it was long dried. She was saying something, but he could not make out the words because the ringing in his ears was too loud. The goddess knelt in front of him, a blur of color. He frowned, brows furrowed, unable to focus on any part of her. Then he felt her hands on either side of his face and a rush of her magic. "Hades?" His eyes roamed her face until he was able to focus on her gaze. "Hecate?" he said, and she offered him a small smile. "I'm here." He stared at her a moment longer, and then his attention turned to Persephone. "She is well, Hades." He knew she meant to comfort him, but her words only brought anger and guilt. He should never have allowed her to go to Club Aphrodisia. He should never have entrusted her care to anyone save himself. "You would have only encouraged resentment," Hecate said, reading his thoughts. "I'd rather she resent me every day of our life if it meant never having to see her like that again." "Careful of your words, Hades. Resentment is just as fatal a wound." Hades ground his teeth. "Is it any more fatal than what I see when I look at her?" "Magic can heal a wound to the flesh," she said, "but it cannot heal a wound to the soul." "You do not have to remind me. I've had enough blows of my own." "Then you should never want the same for Persephone." Perhaps he would feel differently in a day or two, but right now he was tempted to never let her leave this island. "What you should want is for her to learn to control her power," Hecate said, rising to her feet. "She would have been fine had she channeled it correctly." "Is that not your job?" Hades asked curtly. Hecate narrowed her eyes. "Careful, god of the dead. I have little patience for your hubris." Hades let his head fall into his hands, and he scrubbed his face. "I'm sorry, Hecate." She placed a hand on his head. "I know." They were silent, and then Hades sensed Hermes' magic. Anger roiled inside him, tightening his muscles, curling his fingers into fists. Shadows darkened the room as his hold on his glamour slipped, and when Hecate stepped out of his way, he met Hermes' gaze. The god looked haunted, and angry lines were etched on his face. His white shirt was covered in blood. "Before you begin," Hermes said, knowing what was to come, "you should know that TK is dead." Those words made Hades straighten, and Hecate took an audible breath. It was not news he had expected, but it gave context to the massacre he had stepped into, and explained why Aphrodite had been present, to seek revenge on those who had hurt her sister. "How?" Hecate asked. "We do not know," Hermes said. "I took her to Apollo." "You left her," Hades said, his voice darkening. He took a step toward the god. "Persephone ordered me," Hermes said. "I ordered you to protect her," Hades said. His voice rose, and black spikes shot from the tips of his fingers. "You swore an oath!" "I know," Hermes said, voice quiet, a shamed whisper as his eyes dropped to his feet. "I failed." Hades reached him and placed a hand on his face, tilting his head back so their gazes met. His thumb settled just beneath Hermes' eye, the sharp tip of a spike drawing blood. "I failed," Hades said. Hermes flinched, those words far more painful than any wound Hades might inflict, and yet they were not enough. This type of magic required a physical debt, a daily reminder of the oath that was broken. Hades braced his other hand against Hermes' head. "I will never forget this night," Hades said. "And neither will you." Then he jabbed his thumb into Hermes' face. The god screamed and jerked away, but Hades held him steady, dragging the spike down his cheek and over his lip before shoving him away. Hermes stumbled back, his hand shaking as he held it to his bleeding face. A normal wound to a god would have already healed, but this one would take time, and even then it would scar. It was the price of breaking an oath. "Do not worry," Hades said. "That will be the last oath you ever have to make." Hades would never trust him with one again. Hermes glared, eyes glistening, but he did not say a word as he vanished from sight. Hades sat on the balcony just outside the room where Persephone lay sleeping. He remained awake, knowing his dreams would be no better than his reality. He would still relive what haunted him now. There was a part of him that wanted to acknowledge the sheer terror of Persephone's magic, but he also knew she would not see the lives she took as power, though they had made the choice to attack her, to bargain with their lives, and all for a cause that saw another goddess dead. He certainly had not expected Tyche to become the next victim, though she was as close to one of the fates as any goddess could be, given her control over fortune. Perhaps that was why she was targeted. Triad and their followers, official or otherwise, had an obsession with free will, and powers like Tyche's threatened that, because she could grant prosperity and abundance just as easily as she could take it away. Perhaps they blamed her for Demeter's storm. Though Hades also knew it was futile to assign a reason to Tyche's death. Why she was chosen did not matter. It mattered only that she had died. He knew when Persephone woke, because he could hear the rustling of the sheets and the patter of her feet as she made her way to the balcony. The closer she came, the more he tensed. As much as he wished to look at her, he was also afraid. Even now, all he could picture was her bloodied body. He feared never seeing her the same again. "Hades." Her voice was quiet, her presence warm. He could not help letting her coax his gaze, though even he felt the hardness of it. "Are you well?" She posed the question with a hint of hesitance, likely because she knew the answer. "No," he said, dropping his gaze again. He could not maintain it, staring into her lively eyes, which conveyed a desperation to confront him, though he knew what she would say. It was what they all said when he had faced her loss.
I'm here. I am well. She is here. She is well. Her body screamed it, and he ached for her warmth. His hands tightened, one around the glass he was holding. He had forgotten about it, but was glad for the distraction, and swallowed a mouthful of whiskey, frowning when it tasted like ash. Persephone neared and took the glass from him. "Hades," she said again, and he closed his eyes as her voice shuddered through him. He waited to feel like he had some sort of control over his emotions before finally meeting her gaze. "I love you," she said. He ground his teeth against the feeling clawing up the back of his throat, burning the backs of his eyes. It was the first time he'd let himself think of the possibility of never hearing her voice again. It was the first time he understood her desperation to keep Lexa alive. It did not matter that he was the god of the dead, and that she would come to reside in his realm forever. What mattered was that she was warm and well and whole, that her heart could beat in tandem with his, that she could go between their worlds, because that was what made her happiest. She shifted toward him, and he leaned back as she settled in his lap and took his face between her hands. Her eyes were searching, observing. "Will you tell me how you're feeling?" He gripped the arms of the chair. "I don't know that there is anything to say." She was quiet, her hands still framing his face. "Are you angry with me?" Her question made his chest ache. He hated that the consequences of his behavior left her feeling like she had done something wrong. "I am angry with myself for letting you go, for trusting another to take care of you. I ordered Hermes." He swore an oath. He felt her tense. "Hades, I hurt myself. I failed. I couldn't heal." It did not matter. Hermes had been bound by magic to protect her. If Hades had been there, perhaps he could have helped her heal faster. She leaned closer, tilting his head higher. "I'm okay," she whispered. "I'm here." Barely. Her words were no comfort. She had not been awake to know the struggle. She slid from his lap and backed away. He recognized the look in her eyes because he felt the same pain. "I don't know what to do," she said. "You can stop," he said. "You can decide not to get involved. You can stop trying to change people's minds and save the world. Let people make their decisions and face the consequences. It is how the world worked before you, and it is how the world will continue." She glared. "This is different, Hades, and you know it. This is a group of people who have managed to capture and subdue gods." "I know exactly what it is," he snapped, rising to his feet. "I have lived through it before, and I can protect you from it." "I didn't ask you to protect me from it." "I can't lose you," he said, planting his hands on the balcony behind her, trapping her against him. "I almost did. Do you know that? Because I couldn't fucking get my mind right to heal you. I have held men and women and children to me as they bled like you bled. I have had my face sprayed with their blood. I have had them beg for their life, a life I could not extend or heal or gift because I cannot fight their fate. But you did not beg for life. You were not even desperate for it. You were at peace." "Because I was thinking about you," she seethed, and Hades went cold. "I wasn't thinking about life or death or anything but how much I loved you, and I wanted to say it, but I couldn't." His throat felt full, and his mouth quivered. He drew her against him and buried his head in the crook of her neck, hiding his face as he shook and shed tears. He hated this feeling that racked his body, hated that he had not been able to remain composed for her. But this had been too much, too great a wound. He drew comfort from her, and when he was calm, he straightened, still holding her close. Persephone stared up at him, then pressed a hand to his cheek. "Will you take me to bed?" His stomach twisted,
and he shifted close, leaning into her hips. "I will take you here," he said, and her mouth opened against his tongue taking advantage of her own, her body bowing to his hands, ready and willing. He groaned as he pulled away, grazing her bottom lip with his teeth. "And then I will take you on the bed, and then in the shower, and on the beach. I will take you on every surface of this house and every inch of this island." He dragged her by the hips as he returned to the chair, and she dropped the sheet she'd used to cover herself. As she returned to straddling him, he touched her breasts and sucked her nipples into his mouth. He liked the way her breath shallowed, the way her body rocked against him as he touched her. She sought his skin just as hungrily, parting his robes to sweep her hands along his chest and over his stomach, grinding her slick heat over him. There was a moment when he wondered if he should do this, indulge in her so fully, but she had asked, and feeling her against him, warm and wet, reminded him that she was well. He smoothed his hands over her ass and let his fingers part her flesh. She was hot and swollen, and she rocked against him, keeping a steady pace as she used him for her own pleasure. He knew she was finding release when her muscles tightened and her thighs squeezed around his, and then she pulled free of him suddenly and reached for his cock, sliding down his length until she was fully sheathed. "Fuck, she is brilliant," he thought, as he leaned back to watch her ride him, her breasts bouncing, her body vibrating, her hands reaching behind her to tease his balls. When she grew tired, he took hold of her hips, alternating between helping her grind against him and thrusting into her. Now and then he rose to kiss her, to let his mouth explore her skin, until he felt Persephone's body tense around him, every muscle and every limb. When she came, it shuddered through her so hard it brought him to release. He held her as she sagged against him, though he felt just as spent. "Are you tired?" she asked, sitting back. He wasn't tired, not in the way she meant. "I have never felt more alive," he said. That answer seemed to please her, because she kissed him, and when she stopped, she burrowed against him. "Where are we?" She sounded sleepy, and his hold on her tightened. "We are on the island of Lamprey, our island." "Our?" "I've had it, but I rarely come. After I found you in the club, I did not wish to go to the underworld. I did not wish to be anywhere but alone, so I came here." Bringing up the club again shifted the energy between them. It grew heavy with grief and regret. Then she asked the question he had dreaded. "Do you know if Tyche survived?" "No," he answered. "She did not." She asked about Sybil, Luce, and Zophie. "They are safe." "And Hermes?" she asked. Hades' response was to carry her to the shower. Later she asked, "How many people did I kill?" He'd hoped she would wait longer to ask. "What do you remember?" "Hades." Will it help to know? It would haunt her, but if she insisted, he would tell her. Think on it. I say this as a god who knows the answer. He took her down to the beach, where they walked along the shore. He watched her run from the waves and laugh when the water rushed over her feet. Her ease made him happy. Hadn't she wished for a vacation? A weekend spent away from the underworld with him? He supposed he'd granted her wish, even if it had been out of his own need for distance, a need to regain some kind of control. He thought coming here would give him a sense of peace, but he had yet to feel it. The reality was, outside this isolated island, a bitter snowstorm still raged, the Ophiutorus was still unaccounted for, and Tyche was dead. The world was in shambles, and it felt as though he and Persephone were at the very center, each on different sides of a chasm that would tear them apart. "How long has it been since you have visited the ocean?" "For fun?"
He felt the need to clarify because there had been plenty of visits for very unsavory reasons, no thanks to his brother. I hardly know. Then we will make this memorable. He wanted to say that this was already memorable, but she wrapped her arms around his neck and jumped to secure her legs around his waist. I love you, she said, and Hades kissed her until all thoughts of the outside world were gone, and the only thing he could focus on was the way she felt against him and how badly he wanted to be inside her again. I want to show you something, he said as he pulled away. Is it your cock? Her directness made him chuckle. Don't worry, my darling. I'll give you what you want, but not here. He set her on her feet and took her hand, guiding her into the surrounding flora to a grotto where the water gleamed beneath a stream of sunlight. He watched Persephone to gauge her reaction. Do you like it? It is beautiful. He grinned and undressed, diving into the pool. When he surfaced, Persephone still stood on the bank, watching him. Will you join me? She didn't hesitate, which made him think she'd waited so he could watch her undress, and he did so gladly. As she entered the water, he pulled her to him and kissed her again. I will build temples in honor of our love, he said, lips brushing along her jaw, down her neck, along her shoulder. I will worship you until the end of the world. There is nothing I wouldn't sacrifice for you. Do you understand that? Yes, she answered, holding his gaze. But there was a part of him that knew she could not even guess the lengths he would go to for her, and yet she made her own promise. I will give you everything you ever wanted, even things you thought you would live without. She was the only thing he'd ever thought he would live without, and yet she was here. He claimed her lips in a deep kiss, holding her tightly to him until he was ready to pull her from the water, and when he did, he backed her into the wall roughly. Her eyes did not waver from his, did not communicate a hint of fear or unease. He took pride in maintaining balance within their relationship, never wishing to be too domineering, but right now, he wanted that. He wanted to command her and watch her obey. There is something dark that lives inside me. You have seen it. You recognize it now, don't you? She held her gaze as she nodded. It wants you in ways that would scare you. He wanted so many things. To blindfold her, to bind her. He wanted her submission. Tell me. That part of me wants you praying for my cock, writhing beneath me as I pound into you, begging for my cum to fill you. Her eyes were so dark they were ringed only with a thin circle of green. How do you prefer to receive prayer, my lord? His head rushed, and he almost forgot to answer, so distracted by the way she looked and the words she'd spoken, so willing to please. On your knees. She lowered to one, then the other slowly, and when her face was level with his cock, he gathered her hair into his hands. Suck me, he said. Her breath was already warm on his cock, filling him with a heightened sense of anticipation. Even though he was expecting it, he still took a steady breath when she licked him. She was careful as she worked, her kisses numerous, her tongue teasing. When her mouth closed over the tip, she sucked him gently, and he groaned as his cock spasmed against her tongue. She was warm and wet, and now and then she looked up at him, as if to gauge how he was receiving her. Fuck. It was the most relaxed he'd ever felt, even though his body was completely on edge, his muscles continuing to tighten, building toward release. She took him deeper and faster, and his grip on her hair tightened. Then she opened her mouth wider and took him to the back of her throat, and if he hadn't been balls deep in her, it would have brought him to his knees. She was all over him, the crown of his cock in her throat, his shaft in her mouth, the root in her hand. It was everything. It was exquisite. He wanted to come, but he also wanted to fuck her. He took her face into his hands and pulled her from his cock, hauling her to her feet. He took her mouth in a possessive kiss while she jerked him in her hand and guided him to between her legs. Hades. He lifted her, slamming against the wall far more roughly than he intended. She didn't seem to care or even notice as his flesh parted hers, and a strangled cry left her open mouth. He groaned, his chest feeling tight, the tension in his body climbing with each thrust. I want to feel your release, Persephone said, her fingers biting into his shoulders, her hips grinding into his. I want your cum inside me. Perspiration broke out across his skin the faster and harder he moved, spurred by her words. I want to feel it drip down my thighs, she moaned, her legs tightening around him as she neared release. I want to be so full of you, I only taste you for days. She grew rigid, and her muscles clamped down around him as she came. It seemed to last forever, her body unable to stop shuddering. He plowed through, pumping into her hard, chasing her orgasm with his own. His balls tightened, and the pressure in the base of his cock surged to the tip, and when he came, it felt just as explosive as her own. His legs shook as he held her supple body, but he peeled them away from the wall and teleported, returning to the bedroom, where he knelt between her legs and took her against his mouth. She was swollen, still hot, and completely drenched with their mixed cum, but he knew he could bring her release again. And when he found that sweet spot, the one where her fingers dug into his scalp, where her legs squeezed him, where her hips arched harder into his face, he held on and took her over the edge. After, he lay beside her, and it was the first time in a long while that he fell asleep. When he woke, Persephone was gone. He rose from bed and found her on the balcony, looking out over the dark sea. As he watched her profile, he knew she was troubled, and he could guess why. They had left New Athens to find refuge on an island in the middle of chaos, and Persephone felt guilty. Why do you frown? She jumped and turned to face him. She looked warm and rosy, her lips still swollen from his kiss, and she gazed at him possessively. You know we cannot stay here, she said, not with what we left behind. He wished her possessiveness would override her guilt. One more night, he bargained. What if that's too late? It was a little childish to indulge in his desires when there were so many threats, but he had never run before. He had been present for every challenge, even those that did not belong to him. At least here he could protect the person he valued most. He crossed to her and held her face between his hands. Can I not convince you to stay here? You would be safe, and I would return to you every free moment. Hades, you know I won't. What kind of queen would I be if I abandoned my people? You are queen of the dead, not queen of the living. Though he could not deny that this was what he loved about her. She cared about everyone, even when they did not deserve it. No one deserved her, not even him. The living eventually become ours, Hades. What good are we if we desert them in life? He took a breath and then rested his forehead against hers, almost mournfully. I wish that you were as selfish as me. You are not selfish. You would leave me here to help them, remember? To please her. He would do anything to please her. He pulled back enough to hold her gaze, and then kissed her. He would take advantage of every spare moment until they returned. His hand slid between her robe, over her soft skin, to the space between her thighs, where her curls were damp with need. Hades. He could not discern her tone, if she was warning him or inviting him, but she did not pull away. If not another night, then at least another hour. She sealed their agreement as his arms slid around his neck, and he lifted her to the edge of the balcony, wedged between her thighs, pushing them wider.
Her flesh felt swollen from their earlier coupling, but she was still wet, still needy. "You are wrong," he said, as he pulled out of her heat, her arousal thick on his finger. He took it into his mouth to taste her. "I am selfish." "Only an hour," she said, eyes darkening as she widened for him. He wasn't sure if she was reminding him or herself. Hades smirked, his hand on her arousal. He pumped his fist up and down, preparing to enter her again. But the excitement that had engorged his flesh and made him pulse with need was doused the instant he felt Hermes' magic. Fuck. He pulled Persephone off the edge of the balcony, just as the god appeared, only a couple of steps away. He did not even give them the courtesy of distance. "Hermes," Hades growled. "I'd love to join you," Hermes said. "Another time, perhaps." Hades hoped his glare communicated the violence he was imagining inflicting on the god, which went beyond the pain of the scar he now bore as a sign of their broken oath. "Hermes, what happened to your face?" Persephone asked. Hades' mouth tightened. He hadn't expected to feel anything when Persephone finally bore witness to the fallout, but the concern in her voice made him feel guilty. To Hermes' credit, he didn't joke. He just smiled softly and said, "I broke an oath." "What do you want, Hermes?" Hades asked, growing impatient. "We were about to return." "How long is about to?" "Hermes," Hades warned. "Zeus has summoned both of you to Olympus," Hermes explained. "He has called council. They wish to discuss your separation." "Our separation?" Persephone asked, surprised. She looked from Hades to Hermes. "Are there not more pressing issues, like Triad murdering a goddess and attacking another?" There were certainly more important things, but Zeus was of the mindset that Triad was not a threat to Olympians. Demeter's storm, on the other hand, was. The longer it continued, and the more fatalities, the more mortals began to question whether they should worship the Olympians. Less worship meant a change in strength, in power. "I only gave you one reason Zeus called council," Hermes said. "That does not mean we will not discuss other concerns." "I will be along shortly, Hermes." Hermes nodded, his gaze hard, softening as it slid to Persephone. "See you later, Sephi," he said, and vanished. It didn't take long for Persephone to turn on Hades. "Did you do that to Hermes' face?" "You ask and yet you know," he replied, frustrated. "You didn't have—" "I did." He did not mean to snap, but this was not something to argue about. He and Hermes had entered into a divine agreement that had divine consequences. His punishment could have been worse. Some of our laws are sacred, Persephone, and before you feel guilt for what happened to Hermes' face, remember that he knew the consequences even if you did not. She sagged beneath the weight of his reprimand, and that felt worse than her anger over Hermes' face. "I didn't know." Gods, he never got this right. He pulled her close, holding her tightly. They should not be arguing or hurting each other right now. Zeus had just summoned him to council to discuss their future, something he'd feared for a long time. If anything, they should be enjoying these final few moments before all hell broke loose. "I'm sorry. I meant to comfort you." "I know. It must be trying to constantly have to teach me." "I never tire of teaching," he said. "My frustration comes from another place." "Perhaps I can help. If you told me more," she said. Telling her more meant he would have to handle his fear of being too much for her, too angry, too vengeful, too cruel. "I worry my words will come out wrong, and that you will find my motives barbaric." "I'm sorry," she said. "I think I gave you this fear when we met." "No, it was there before you, but it only mattered when I met you." She studied him quietly, and then offered, I understand Hermes' punishment. I am comforted.
He appreciated her words, even if he was hesitant to accept them. He kissed her forehead, wishing they'd had the hour they promised. More so now, given what they would face. He pulled back. Would you like to accompany me to council?
You are serious?
She asked, surprised and a little suspicious. I have conditions, he said, and she arched a brow as if to say, of course. But if the Olympians are to discuss us, it is only fair you are present. She looked so grateful he felt guilty for ever having excluded her before. But she needed to hear this, because it would make her angry, and he needed her fury. Come, we must prepare, he said, and they left the island for the underworld. Chapter 29. Dionysus. Dionysus had left the cottage to retrieve more water from the ocean and find something that would suit for breakfast. When he returned, Ariadne was sitting up with her legs hanging over the edge of the cot. How are you feeling? He asked.
Better,
she said, holding his gaze. Her eyes were warm, and they made his blood stir. He cleared his throat and held up the basket he carried. I hope you like figs, he said, because that's all there is to eat.
Figs are fine, she said, as he set the basket by her feet and knelt before her. The move felt intimate, more so because she held his gaze the entire time.
Let me see your leg, Dionysus said.
He expected her to resist, but she drew the blanket back and let him see her wound, which was far less angry today. He drew his hand beneath her thigh and let the other hover over it, using his magic to heal and mend the cut until no sign of it existed. If you are able to use your magic to heal me, she said, as he dropped his hands from her, are we not able to teleport off this island?
I am not able to teleport within Poseidon's realm, he said.
Only the three could teleport to and from realms without permission. The only exception was Hermes.
Even if I could get us off this island, he said, rising to his feet, I must fulfill a debt before we leave.
A debt?
An old man pulled us from the sea and led me to this cottage. In exchange, I agreed to kill a Cyclops.
He was pretty sure the old man was a god, but who exactly he did not know. Ariadne's eyes widened. Why?
He answered honestly, because I was willing to do anything to keep you alive.
A heavy silence stretched between them as he crossed to the hearth where he had laid her clothes to dry. They weren't in the best condition, but they were better than nothing. He gathered them and brought them to her.
Get dressed, he said.
Why?
You're more than welcome to stay naked, he said. I will surely enjoy watching you traipse across this island.
She glared, and he was relieved that the tension that had been building between them suddenly felt familiar again. What if I don't want to watch you kill a Cyclops?
Then you can close your eyes, he said. But you aren't staying here.
I can...
Don't tell me you can take care of yourself, he snapped. We're on an island we know nothing about, in the middle of Poseidon's territory. He was willing to rape you in front of me. He threatened to tear you to pieces and feed you to me. I'm not letting you out of my sight.
She did not argue, and to his surprise, she did not wait for him to turn away. She pushed the blankets away and stood, completely naked, and changed. He watched, transfixed, eyes scouring her perfect body. She was beautiful, and his mouth watered at the thought of tasting her. She didn't even seem to notice he was staring. He was certain if she had, she would have snapped at him or turned away. As it happened, he managed to tear his gaze away and focus instead on deflating his growing erection while he packed food and water. His efforts were in vain, however, and he only became more aware of his thickening arousal as they left the old man's cottage and began their search for sheep. "Where are we going?" Ariadne asked. They had been walking at a steady incline for about an hour, and she was lagging.
Up, he replied. Her silence worried him, and he paused to look behind him in time to see a fig flying toward his face. Dionysus caught it and narrowed his eyes. It's not nice to throw things. I wasn't trying to be nice, she hissed. He sighed and then descended to her. He drew the water skin from around his neck and handed it to her. We need the height so we can see where we're at, he said, as she took a drink from the bottle. You want to go all the way up this mountain just to see where we're at? Do you have a better idea? Yes. How about we just stay on flat land? Dionysus stared. Are you afraid of heights? No, she snapped. He smiled. You are. I am not. Are too. Shut up! Dionysus laughed, and she pushed him. He wasn't prepared for the shove, and it sent him to the ground. Ariadne must not have expected him to actually fall either, because she lost her footing and landed on top of him. She leaned over him, her lips inches from his, her hands planted on his chest. Stop laughing, she said, but he already had. He was solely focused on where their bodies met, where his cock swelled between her thighs. Their gazes held, and then her eyes dropped to his lips, and she said his name, a quiet and fervent whisper. He wasn't sure who moved first, but their lips slammed together, and he groaned as their tongues clashed again. Fuck, he was starved for this. For her. He had never had enough. She was in his blood, filling his veins, an addiction so keen he craved it. He rolled, pinning her beneath him, grinding his hips into hers. Yes, she gasped into his mouth, and his body felt alive and electric. He could not believe this was happening. And then, all of a sudden, a terrible wail tore them apart. Dionysus rolled off Ariadne, his gaze going to the sky, where something white and round soared through the air. At first, Dionysus thought it was a rock, but it was screaming. Is that a fucking sheep? Ariadne asked. They exchanged a look, and then a booming sound filled the air, and the ground began to shake. Far above the canopy, they saw the Cyclops, who seemed to be running after the sheep. Guess he likes to play with his food, said Dionysus, looking at Ariadne, who rolled her eyes. What? She didn't say anything, but started down the mountainside. Where are you going? Well, we don't need to go up anymore, do we? He vehemently disagreed, but that was mostly because he was still hard, and his only source of relief was practically running away from him. Stupid fucking sheep. You don't even know where you're going, Dionysus called to Ariadne, who walked several paces ahead. He got the impression that she was running from more than just the height of the mountain. She was running from what had happened between them, from how quickly things had escalated. She was running from him. I'm taking you to your Cyclops, she said. He smirked. He had let her lead for the last hour. Once she'd come to the bottom of the mountainous terrain, she'd started in the direction of the Cyclops and the sheep. The issue was that the Cyclops was huge, and his strides were miles, not feet. You think the Cyclops will still be there when we make it out of this forest? I'm not sure that's my problem, given you're the one with the debt. Considering you're the reason I have a debt, I think it is your problem. He didn't really mean those words, and he could tell they hurt her because her steps faltered for the first time since they'd left the mountain. That isn't what I meant, Dionysus said. He did not want Ariadne thinking that what had happened to her on Poseidon's yacht was her fault. She shouldn't have had to worry that Poseidon would assault her, but now, because the world valued his power and had for so long, she would never be safe from him. I think we both know what you meant, she said. I didn't. He paused, frustrated. Why do I always fuck up? She hesitated a step. What do you mean? She asked. Look at where we are, he said, gesturing to his surroundings. All because I promised you we would find Medusa, and it turns out it's probably best if we don't find her at all. I should have just continued helping Hades look for the Ophiutorus. It would have been another way to Theseus." Ariadne paused and turned to face him, a line of trees just behind her. "That what?" "The Ophiutorus," he explained. "It's a half-bull, half-snake creature that will likely be our downfall. So everything I have done will be in vain anyway."
"Has it been found?" she asked. "The Ophiutorus?"
"Not yet," he said. That he knew of, at least.
"Then nothing has been in vain," she said.
They stared at one another for a moment, and his chest felt funny, eased by her words. She turned from him and stepped through the trees, and screamed, "Eri!" Dionysus scrambled after her, and was surprised when the ground gave way beneath his feet. He fell forward and rolled down the side of a shallow ravine. He came to a stop and groaned as he hit a large rock. Nearby, Ariadne sat up, holding her arm to her chest. When the pain in Dionysus's side had subsided, he met her gaze. "Are you all right?"
"I think I hurt my arm."
Dionysus paled and crossed to her, kneeling in front of her. He took her hand in his and felt along her wrist and forearm. Though she winced, it didn't seem broken. He let his power radiate through her, knowing she'd fallen just as hard as he had and would likely be sore. "You know what might have prevented this," he said, glancing at her as he worked.
"Fuck off, Dionysus,"
she said, rolling her eyes. He chuckled and helped her to her feet. He took in their surroundings, realizing that they were in fact standing on the edge of a cliff that dropped down into a massive canyon. In the valley below, amid green rolling hills, several sheep grazed.
"Well," Ariadne said, "I found you sheep."
Chapter 30. Hades. Hades left the island of Lamprey with Persephone in his arms and took her to his armory, which was located far below his palace. It was full of ancient and modern weapons, shields, and armor. It was also where he kept the Helm of Darkness, one of 3 great weapons made by the Cyclops, Brontes, and his 2 brothers, Steropes and Arges. Unlike Zeus's lightning bolt and Poseidon's trident, which could wound, Hades' helm of magic was far more subtle, but no less powerful.
"Is this?"
"An arsenal," Hades said. He watched Persephone as she scanned the room, eyes fixating on the very center where his armor was on display. She approached it, letting her fingers drift across the helm, which sat at the base.
"How long has it been since you wore this?"
"A while. Since the Titanomachy and the Gigantomachy, the battles against the Titans and the Giants. I do not need it unless I am fighting gods," he explained, knowing she had likely thought of the most recent battle that involved the Olympians, the Great War.
"Or against a weapon that can kill you,"
Persephone said pointedly. He reached around her and picked up his helmet. "This is the Helm of Darkness. It grants its wearer the ability to become invisible," he said, and though it granted other abilities, only one power was relevant at the moment. It was made for me by the Cyclops during the Titanomachy.
"Why do you need this helm? One of your powers is invisibility."
Invisibility is a power I gained over time as I became stronger, as he had gained more and more worshippers. Then he smirked. Outside of that, I prefer to protect my head during battle. She was not amused as she took the helm into her hands, studying it closely. He knew she was focused on the marks that scored its surface, one for every blow he'd taken. "I want you to wear this while at council." She looked at him surprised. "Why?" "Council is for Olympians, and I am not eager to introduce you to either of my brothers, especially under these circumstances. You will not like everything that is said." And the helm would ensure she remained undetected while she listened.
"Are you worried my mouth will sabotage our engagement?"
He smiled at her arched comment. Oh, darling, I have faith your mouth will only improve it. They stared at each other, and then her gaze dropped to his cock. She raised a brow. Are you going to the council naked, my lord? If so, I insist on watching. If you keep staring at me like that, we will not go to council at all, he said, though he knew this visit was necessary, as much as he hated it. He summoned his glamour and dressed them both. Ready? He asked. She did not speak, but she took his hand, and they left the underworld for Olympus, appearing in the shadows, which vibrated with raised voices. This storm must end, Zeus, Hestia said. My cult begs for relief. I am not eager to see the storm go, said Zeus. The mortals have grown too bold and need to be taught a lesson. Perhaps freezing to death will remind them who rules their world. Persephone's head snapped toward Hades. Her eyes narrowed in frustration. He recognized the problematic nature of Zeus's words. They were the root of every mortal's frustration with the gods. He pressed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet, as he took the helm from her and secured it over her head. It was too large and did not fit properly, but the magic would work, and that was all that mattered. He kissed her fingers, and then left her in the shadows. He teleported. You will be reminding them of nothing save their hatred for you. For all of us, Hades said as he appeared in the middle of the arc of Olympian thrones and strolled toward his own beside Zeus. Hades! Zeus's voice rumbled like thunder. It did not seem like his mood had improved since their visit, and considering this meeting had been called to discuss Hades' relationship with Persephone, that was not a good sign. From what I understand, Hades, said Ares, who lounged on his own throne, the storm is your fault. Couldn't keep your dick out of Demeter's daughter. Shut up, Ares, Hermes snapped. Why should he? Artemis asked. He speaks the truth. You could have fucked 1,000,000 other women, but you chose to stay with one, said Ares, a slant amusement in his voice. And the daughter of a goddess who hates you more than she loves humanity. That pussy must be gold, Poseidon said. Spikes shot out of the tips of Hades' fingers, and he dug them into the arms of his throne. He spoke, his voice low and threatening. I will personally cut the thread of any god who dares to speak another word about Persephone. You wouldn't dare, Hera said, as if she thought his threat were empty. The consequences of killing a god outside of the fate's will are dire. You could lose your dear goddess. Hades tapped the ends of his clawed fingers against his iron throne, leveling his gaze at the goddess of marriage. He did not speak, but his challenge was clear. Try it, and I will end this world. The silence that followed was tense, and only eased when Athena spoke. The fact remains that the snowstorm is causing great harm. Then we must discuss solutions to ending Demeter's rage, said Hades. Nothing will convince her to end her assault except the separation of you from her daughter, said Hera. That is out of the question. Does the girl even wish to be with you? Is it not true you trapped her in a contract to force her to spend time with you? He wanted to incinerate the goddess with his gaze. His sister-in-law had grown bold. Perhaps she needed to be reminded that he knew of her alliance with Theseus. But before he could speak, Hermes interrupted. She is a woman, and she loves Hades. I have seen it. So we should sacrifice the lives of thousands for the true love of two gods? Artemis's voice dripped with disdain. Ridiculous. The goddess shared a lot with her twin Apollo, including the tragic loss of a great love. For Artemis, it was the Princess Iphigenia, who had been sacrificed in her name during the Trojan War. I did not come here so that council could discuss my love life, Hades said. No, but unfortunately for you, your love life is wreaking havoc upon the world. So is your dick, Hades countered, though that was likely a sore subject, given that he had no balls. And no one's ever called counsel about that. Speaking of dicks and the problems they cause, Hermes jumped in. Is no one going to speak about the trouble your offspring are causing? Tyche is dead. Someone is attacking us, succeeding in killing us, and you want to bicker about Hades' love life? We'll have nothing to worry about if Demeter's storm continues, Artemis snapped. Mortals will be frozen to the ground. It will be Pompeii all over again. You think Demeter's wrath is the worst that could happen? Hades asked, his voice shaking the very air in the room. You do not know mine. He recognized that declaring war on his fellow Olympians was not the smartest move, given that they needed to be united against Triad. But if they insisted on tearing him away from Persephone, he would handle the consequences as they came. Then he felt Persephone's magic, like a hint of sun streaming from the spring sky. Fuck, he thought, as she stepped into view from the shadows surrounding their thrones. She had dropped her glamour and stood in her true form, radiating beauty like wildflowers in a field. She said his name and held his gaze, offering a small apologetic smile. It was likely she could feel his magic. It surrounded hers, waiting in the wings to whisk her away if anything went wrong. Well, 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 Zeus said, leaning forward on his throne. Hades bit down on the inside of his cheek, a hot wave of anger curling in his stomach. Demeter's daughter. I am, she said, casting her gaze to the right and then to the left. You have caused a lot of problems, Zeus said. Her eyes flashed, and Hades found her obvious frustration amusing. I think you mean my mother has caused a lot of problems, she said, and yet you seem intent upon punishing Hades. Zeus sat back and shrugged. I merely seek to solve a problem in the simplest way possible. That might be true if Demeter were only responsible for a storm, but I have reason to believe she is working with the demigods. What reasons? I was there the night Tyche died. My mother was there. I felt her magic. Perhaps she was there to retrieve you, Hera said, waving her hand in the air as if to dismiss her accusation. Hades imagined that was what she'd hoped for too, given that she had every reason to want Triad to succeed. As is her right by divine law. She is your mother. Since we are basing our decisions on archaic laws, then I must disagree, Persephone said. Hades' lips curled. On what grounds? Hera countered. Hades and I fuck, Persephone said flatly. By divine law, we are married. Hermes choked on a laugh. Hades eyed him before returning his attention to Persephone, whose eyes were trained on Zeus. He didn't like it, knowing his brother enjoyed her attention, and the fact that she had to appeal to him. It was my mother's magic that kept Tyche restrained, she said again. Is that true, Hermes? Zeus asked. Persephone would never lie, the god replied. Triad is a true enemy, Persephone said quickly. You have reason to fear them. Hades was not surprised when a few Olympians laughed. Did you not just hear what I said? Persephone asked, exasperated. Harmonia and Tyche are goddesses, yes, but they are not Olympians, said Poseidon. I'm sure the Titans thought the same of you. Besides, Demeter is an Olympian. She would not be the first who attempted, and failed, to overthrow me, said Zeus, who glanced toward Hera. This is different, Persephone said. You have a world ready to shift their alliance to a group of people they believe are more mortal than God, and my mother's storm will force the decision. So we return to the real issue, Hera said. You. If you return me to my mother, I will become a real issue, Persephone said,
I will be the reason for your misery, for your despair, for your ruination. I promise you will taste my venom." Hades sat rigid and ready. His magic caressed Persephone's, a darkness ready to consume her light. After a moment, Zeus spoke. "You speak on what we will not do. But what would you have us do, when the world suffers beneath a storm of your mother's creation?" "Were you not ready to watch the world suffer minutes ago?" Persephone asked, and Hades cringed, though he loved her more for calling his brother out. The challenge was maintaining his favor, though he hated that they even needed it. "Are you suggesting we allow it to continue?" Hestia asked. "I'm suggesting you punish the source of the storm," Persephone said. "You forget, no one has been able to locate Demeter. Is there no god here who is all-seeing?" There was laughter. "You speak of Helios," said Artemis. "He will not help us. He will not help you because you love Hades, and Hades stole his cattle." He had yet to regret that choice, even if it would help them now. Persephone's gaze did not waver from Zeus. "Are you not king of the gods? Is Helios not here by your grace?" "Helios is the god of the sun," Hera said. "His role is important, more important than a minor goddess's obsessive love." "If he were so great, could he not melt the snowstorm that ravages the earth?" "Enough!" Zeus snapped. Hades' magic inched closer. "You have given us much to consider, goddess. We will search for Demeter, all of us. If she is in league with Triad, let her admit it and face punishment. Until that point, however, I will defer judgment on your wedding to Hades a little while longer." Hades' eyes shifted to Hera, who glared back at him. In reality, Hades had no hope that this meant Zeus would allow their marriage. He had merely offered this concession to impress Persephone. "Thank you, Lord Zeus," she said. Hades hated those words on her tongue. Then Zeus stood and cast his gaze around the room. "On this night, we will say goodbye to Tyche." Then he vanished. Hera followed, but not before casting her murderous gaze on Persephone. "See you later, Sephi," Hermes said. When they were alone, Hades left his throne and approached Persephone, who had already begun to explain herself. "I'm sorry. I know you asked that I stay hidden, but I couldn't. Not when they wished—" He kissed her hard before pulling away. "You were wonderful," he said. "Truly." "I thought they would take me from you," she said quietly. "Never," he whispered, speaking it against her skin like an affirmation. And perhaps if he said it enough, it would come true. Hades' arms tightened around Persephone as soon as Hephaestus lit the pyre upon which Tyche lay. Her energy was dark, almost chaotic. He was not certain what she was thinking, but if he had to guess, she blamed herself for Tyche's end. It was not fair, given she had no control over her mother's actions, but that was the nature of a narcissist. Demeter had taught Persephone that she was at fault for her mother's poor decisions. "Tyche's death was not your fault," he said. He felt the need to say it aloud. Persephone did not speak, and he knew it was because she did not believe him. In the quiet, the fire popped and sizzled, and the smell of lavender and burning flesh filled the air. "Where do gods go when they die?" Persephone asked. "They come to me, powerless," he said, "and I give them a role in the underworld." "What kind of role?" "It depends on what challenged them in their life as a god. Tyche, though, she always wanted to be a mother, so I will gift her with the children's garden." "Will we be able to speak with her about the way she died?" "Not immediately," he answered, "but within the week. Though Hades worried by then, it might be too late." Chapter 31
Dionysus. Dionysus and Ariadne found a path down the side of the cliff, but their progress was slow because Ariadne was afraid of heights, though she still refused to admit it. "I'll carry you," Dionysus said. "No! What if you fall?" "I'm not going to fall. I'm a fucking god," he said, annoyed.
"As if that's somehow impressive," she snapped.
"I fucking healed you!"
"And yet we're still stranded on an island in the middle of the ocean because you can't compete with Poseidon's power."
He ground his teeth, wishing her words didn't sting. He knew his abilities did not compare to the god of the sea, and he had thought often over the last 2 days that none of this would have happened had he had more power, had he been better. Her words seemed to bother her just as much as they had him, because her shoulders fell and she let her hands drop from the wall, shuffling toward him. He watched her approach, feeling heat creep into his body the closer she came.
"I'm sorry," she said.
He wanted to say something sarcastic, to draw her anger to the surface again, because that was more comfortable. But instead, he touched her cheek, brushing his fingers across her skin. She didn't pull away. "I think you're hungry," he said. She nodded and then let her head fall against his chest. She didn't fight when he swept her into his arms. He carried her until he found an opening in the rocky wall, a shallow cave where they could rest for the night. He left to gather wood for a fire. When he returned, they sat beside one another on a large log he'd dragged from the back of the cave and ate figs. Dionysus did not hate the fruit, but they reminded him of sex, and given that he sat in close proximity to the woman he desperately desired over the last month, eating them was torture. Their pulp was sweet like honey, their juice a fine syrup. He glanced at Ariadne, who was sucking her fingers clean, and thought about how she probably tasted just like this. But then she spoke, and his thoughts came crashing down under the weight of his past.
"How long did you live with madness?" she asked.
Dionysus looked down at his half-eaten fig. "A long time," he said, which was not a very good answer, but in truth he did not know. "Long enough to wander the world, long enough to do horrible things." Hera had known what she was doing when she had inflicted such a punishment. He'd been completely aware of the horror he caused, but unable to stop it. He had wandered from country to country, body high and mind euphoric, dancing and drinking, dragging along followers who were just as crazed. Anyone who stood in his way or questioned his divinity faced his bitter wrath. He'd sentenced men to be torn to pieces by their daughters, punished them by killing their sons. He had driven people mad to the point of death.
"It was awful," she said.
Her words twisted in his gut, and suddenly he had no appetite. He set the fruit aside. "I did not want to do it," he said, but he had not known what else to do. It seemed like the better alternative, given the threat Poseidon posed.
"I don't blame you,"
she said, though he wasn't sure he believed that, or if it would remain true.
"I'm sorry you had to live like that for so long."
He said nothing, preferring not to indulge in this line of conversation. It took his mind to places he preferred to keep buried. They were quiet, and the only sound was the fire crackling as it burned before them, casting shadows on the wall. "Why did you become a detective?" he asked.
"I wanted to help people," she said.
"And now?"
He glanced at her, but she was staring into the fire. "I guess I just found out how hard it is." It was strange to hear her say that, to acknowledge that it was hard to help people who did not want it, especially given that she felt responsible for her sister and was determined to rescue her from Theseus.
"It isn't fair," Dionysus said at length.
"What isn't fair?"
"That Theseus had you," he said, and while he spoke honestly, he couldn't look at her. "He didn't deserve you. He still doesn't, and yet he takes up so much space in your head."
He would give anything to replace him.
to fill her mind every minute of every day. "I'm sorry," he muttered, and hesitated. "You should rest. I will watch over you while you sleep." "I do not wish to sleep," she said, and there was a heat to her voice that drew his attention. They stared at each other, and the air between them felt thick and heavy. It always did, but this was somehow different, sharper. He could taste her desire. He swallowed hard. "Then what do you wish to do?" He knew what he wanted, had wanted since the moment he met her, but that yearning did not prepare him for what she did next. She leaned in and kissed him once, her lips barely brushing his. It was a chaste kiss, and he knew she was capable of more. He had experienced it before. When she went to pull back, he followed, anchoring his hand behind her head as his mouth collided with hers. She did not pull away, and he kissed her hard, channeling every ounce of frustration she'd built within him since the beginning. "This," he thought, "is how badly I want you." When he broke away from her, it was because he knew he would take this too far, but it was somehow harder to face her now, her eyes dark and her lips gleaming. "I want you," she said. Dionysus started to speak, but no words came out. He tried again. "Are you sure you didn't hit your head when you fell earlier?" "I'm of sound mind, Dionysus," she said, her voice taking on a frustrated edge. "I'm asking you to have sex with me. Are you saying you don't want me?" "No," he said quickly. "That is not what I am saying at all. Fuck, Ari. I just want you to be sure." She held his gaze. "I asked for it. I want it." He swallowed hard. He wasn't sure why he was having such a hard time with this. It was everything he had dreamed about since he'd met her. "Why me?" She seemed to think the answer was obvious, because she frowned and shook her head a little. "Because you take care of me. Because you have taken care of me." Dionysus did not know what to say. There was a part of him that could not believe this was happening, no matter how much he desired it, no matter how many times he'd fantasized about it, no matter how often she'd aroused him just by being her. She rose to her feet and pulled her shirt over her head, baring her beautiful, full breasts. Her pants followed, and for a few glorious moments she stood completely naked before him, the firelight and shadow dancing over her skin. His cock thickened and throbbed. She placed her hands on his shoulders as she lowered into his lap. "Touch me," she whispered, guiding his hands to her breasts. He obeyed her, squeezing her soft flesh, letting his fingers trace lightly over her nipples until they peaked. Then he drew them into his mouth. All the while she ground against his length, careful and slow. Each thrust made his head rush, and when he lifted his mouth to hers, he timed the thrust of his tongue with her body's movement. "You are glorious," he said, tearing away from her mouth. "Up." He was so used to her arguing that he expected resistance, but in this she obeyed, and as she rose, his face was level with her center. Her curls were dark, and he could smell her sex. It made his mouth water. He let his hand slide down over her ass and met her gaze as he kissed along one thigh and then the other, before guiding her to brace one of her feet on the log where he still sat. He rubbed his fingers along her opening, her skin like silk, hot and warm, and when he buried his head between her thighs and gathered her moisture against his tongue, she tasted just like the fucking fig, honeyed and sweet. She breathed in tandem with his strokes, her fingers tightening in his hair as he directed most of his attention to a single point inside her while Ariadne rubbed her clit. He pulled his head back to watch her expression as they both worked together, moving at an equal pace to chase her release. She clenched around his fingers hard, and her hands clamped down on his shoulders as her whole body shuddered.
Dionysus released her and rose to his feet, capturing her mouth against his, pulling her hard against him, ready to feel her heat on his cock. He lifted her into his arms and carried her to the wall, unwilling to take her on the hard ground of the cave. It wasn't how he'd ever imagined this, but he would never miss the chance to know her in this way. He pressed her back into the smoothest part of the wall as he kissed her, and when he pulled back, her eyes smoldered like embers. He could feel the impact of her gaze like a blow to the chest. He wanted her to look at him like this every fucking day. "Undress," she said, pulling at his shirt. He let her slide down his body and obeyed, and as he removed his shirt, she went for the button of his pants, kneeling before him as she pushed them down his legs. She didn't wait for him to step out of them before her hand closed over his cock and her mouth was on him. He took a breath and then groaned, bracing one hand against the wall, twining the other in her hair. She concentrated on the tip of his cock while she fisted his length, gently squeezing until he thought he would explode. He pulled her to her feet, slamming his mouth against hers as he took her into his arms again. He shifted her so that her shoulder blades met the wall. His cock was between her thighs, nestled against her heat. It made the bottom of his stomach knot with anticipation. "Where do you want me to come?" It wasn't the most romantic question, but it was important all the same, and he'd rather know now before he was too lost in her to think. Her lips hovered near his as she answered, "Inside me." The only way to describe how he felt was giddy, like he'd never fucking done this before. But he hadn't, not with her, and this mattered in ways he couldn't explain. He managed to lift her enough to settle the head of his arousal against her opening, and then he gripped her ass, spreading her as she slid down his length. They both groaned, and Ariadne's head rolled back against the wall as he moved her and his hips. "Gods, you are perfect," he said, leaning forward to press a kiss to her mouth, then her jaw, then her chest. She felt so good, and her muscles clenched around him like a hand jerking him off. He could not ask for more. He could not ask for better. She was all there was, the center of his universe, and the more she responded to his body, the more powerful he felt. "Fuck," Ariadne moaned, her voice vibrating with his thrusts. "You feel so good." "Is it what you imagined?" he asked. "Yes," she breathed, one of her hands moving to her breasts, and he marveled at how she touched herself. "Gods, yes, yes, yes!" Her voice went higher, and her body tightened around him, and then she released all at once, suddenly heavier in his hands. But he did not care as he held her, driving his hips forward toward his own release, and when he came, he let his head fall into the crook of her neck, his legs shaking. He couldn't move for a long moment, fearful he might fall and take her with him. And when he finally set her on her feet, he felt cold, the heat they'd shared suddenly gone. As he stared down at her, he realized he didn't know what to do now that they were finished. Did he kiss her? "Are you okay?" he asked instead. "Yes," she said, her voice quiet. He hesitated. "Fuck, why was this so hard?" "Let me get you your clothes," he mumbled, and shuffled away to retrieve her shirt and her pants. "Thank you," she whispered as he handed them to her. They dressed in silence, and then sat beside each other in front of the fire, just as they had before they'd fucked. He could still feel her on his skin, smell her sex in the air. He was hyper-aware of how she felt beside him, both close but also so distant. "Do you regret it?" he asked suddenly. Her eyes widened, and she met his gaze. "No. Do you?" "No," he said. "I never will." Dionysus woke with one arm hooked around Ariadne's stomach. The other was under her head and numb.
After they'd had sex, they sat in a strained and awkward quiet. He had meant it when he'd told her he would never regret what happened between them, and while she'd said no in the aftermath, today was a new day, and it was possible she might see everything that had transpired between them in a different light. Even with these doubts, he marveled at her beauty, hardly able to comprehend that he had woken up to her. When she stirred, dread crept into his chest, roiling in his stomach, as he tried to prepare himself for her rejection. But when she opened her eyes, she didn't roll from his grasp, but turned to face him. He found he was just as confused as he was last night after they'd had sex. He no longer knew what to do with his hands, though he was highly aware of where they lay, splayed across her lower stomach. "Good morning," he said. She smirked, her eyes dropping to his lips. "Good morning." He felt like that was enough of an invitation, and kissed her, his lips brushing hers softly. He had every intention of letting that be enough, but he had not accounted for her enthusiasm, which was like a hot claw curling into his stomach. Her mouth widened, and he took her deeper, tongues clashing. She pulled on his shirt, luring him on top of her, and he gladly obliged, his hips settling against hers. And as they descended further into this mad passion, his thoughts went wild. They were going to fuck again. This was more than he'd ever imagined. A sudden, sharp bleating tore them apart. Dionysus wasn't sure what it was about the sound, but it had sent his heart into a complete panic, and when he looked up from Ariadne, he saw a sheep at the entrance of the cave, its narrow pupils unnervingly focused on them. Ariadne giggled. "Go away," Dionysus said, throwing a small pebble in its direction. The sheep offered another wavering cry. "Don't hurt him," Ariadne said, pushing against Dionysus's chest as she sat up. He wanted to groan, knowing there was no reclaiming what might have been now that they had been interrupted. "He's lucky it's just a pebble," Dionysus said. That was twice now he had been cock-blocked by a fucking sheep. He hated this island. He fell onto his back and stared up at the cavernous ceiling, while Ariadne inched closer to the animal. It was lucky Ariadne was nice, because if Dionysus had gotten near it first, he would have tossed it across the island like the Cyclops had done yesterday. As he worked through his frustration, the cave, which was full of morning light, darkened. He turned his head in time to see a large eye blocking the opening, and then a giant hand shoved its way into the mountain side. "Ariadne!" Dionysus shouted as she screamed, enveloped by the Cyclops' fingers. As the monster tore her away, parts of the cave came with it, and the ground shook beneath his feet. Dionysus summoned his thyrsus and dodged falling rock, racing toward the edge of the cave, catapulting through the air to rescue Ariadne, but the Cyclops' other hand closed around him. Trapped beneath his fingers, Dionysus thrust the sharp end of his thyrsus into the Cyclops' palm. The monster screamed and then slung him away. He flew through the air and hit the earth, moving through each layer as if it wasn't a solid thing beneath his body. When he finally came to a stop and managed to climb out of the hole his body had made, Ariadne and the Cyclops were gone. Chapter 32. Hades. Okeanos sat in a chair opposite a mirror. He was still and restrained, head leaning back, chest gaping from where Aphrodite had stolen his heart. From what Hades knew, she still had it in her possession, though he had not seen her or Hephaestus since that night at Club Aphrodisia. "What's the mirror for?" Hermes asked. Hades met Hermes' gaze in the reflection. "So Okeanos can watch his torture." "Kinky," Hermes said, and then turned to look at the demigod. "I hope you tear him to pieces." Hades glanced at the god and raised a brow. "And you said I was a psychopath." "He ripped Tyche's horns from her head," Hermes said.
Hades narrowed his eyes. "Wake," he commanded, and the man took a gasping breath, though his chest rattled where his heart should be. He looked around, confused, until his eyes settled on his reflection in the mirror, as Hades expected it would. Then his gaze moved to Hermes, then to Hades. "Release me," Okeanos demanded. Hermes chuckled. "Listen to him. He thinks he can command you." "How dare you?" Okeanos seethed. "I am the son of Zeus." "So am I," said Hermes. "It's nothing to brag about, trust me." "You wish to overthrow my brother, and yet you use his name as if that will protect you," Hades said. "The hypocrisy." "You are one to speak, god of death," Okeanos seethed. Hades dealt a blow to the demigod's pristine face, the bones giving way beneath the punch. His head snapped back, and blood poured from his ruined nose. "That," Hades said, shaking the blood off his hand, "is not my title. You would do well to remember, given that you are in my realm." Okeanos smiled despite the blood, despite his ruined face. "Is that all you've got?" he asked. "A measly punch to the face?" Hermes cast Hades an annoyed look. Hades knew what he was thinking. "I told you to tear him limb from limb." Hades was not so certain he wouldn't by the end of this. "Go ahead," said the demigod. "Do your worst." "The audacity," said Hermes. "I believe the word you are looking for is hubris," said Okeanos. "Isn't that what you Olympians like to punish? The so-called fatal flaw of humanity?" Gods rarely needed to punish hubris. The consequences came about on their own, as they clearly had with Okeanos. Yet he seemed oblivious to that fact. "Why Tyche?" Hades asked. Okeanos shrugged. "It seemed like the thing to do." "You ritualized the death of a goddess who caused you no harm," Hades said, his voice shaking. "There are always casualties in war, Hades." "As you well know," Hades said pointedly. For all his arrogance, Okeanos seemed to forget that he too was dead. "Well, perhaps neither of us would have been here had you not fucked the wrong woman." Hades punched Okeanos again. This time his teeth bit into Hades' skin. The cuts healed as quickly as they were formed. "He's fucking with you, Hades," Hermes said. "You don't even know how much you are to blame," the demigod laughed, though it sounded more like a wheeze. Hades lifted his fist again, but before he could strike Okeanos, Hermes caught his arm and met his gaze. "Allow me," he said, and turned toward the demigod. "It seems you have forgotten our strength. Let me remind you." Okeanos smirked. "Give me your best, trickster." "I'll do more than that, brother," said Hermes, and with a wave of his hand, the chair disappeared from beneath Okeanos, and before he could fall to the floor, Hermes caught his arm and twisted it behind his back until the bone cracked, sending him to his knees. The demigod screamed, huffing through his teeth, but still he managed to speak. "You may have strength," he said, "but we have weapons." "So we have heard," Hades replied. "Why don't you tell us more?" Okeanos shook his head, breathing raggedly. "Oh, don't stop talking now," Hermes said, jerking his broken arm back farther. "You were just getting to the good part." Okeanos' roar of pain echoed throughout the room, making Hades' ears ring. It was a while before it dissolved into sobs. "Nothing to say?" Hermes asked, and just as he was about to wrench the demigod's arm again, he spoke. "No, no, wait!" Okeanos shouted into the floor. "Please, please, please!" "Since you said please," Hermes said. "There's a warehouse in the Lake District. The weapons are made there. The attacks, they were tests to see if they would work." "Are you saying they were Practice? Hermes spoke deliberately, his anger barely restrained.
The goal was always to lure an Olympian, Okeanos admitted.
Which Olympian?
At first, Aphrodite,
Okeanos choked out. Hermes and Hades exchanged a glance. Why?
Because Demeter ordered it. It was her price in exchange for the use of her magic.
Hades had suspected Demeter was helping supply weapons to Triad, but he had not expected her to have ordered the attacks on Adonis and Harmonia. Now that he considered it, though, it was not all that surprising. Aphrodite was the only reason Hades had approached Persephone that evening at Nevernight. Her challenge, make someone fall in love with you, was why he'd drawn the goddess of spring into a bargain that saw her visiting the underworld nearly every day. Hades frowned. What Okeanos said was true. He really was to blame. Then why Tyche? Hermes asked, holding his arm tighter.
I don't know,
Okeanos moaned.
But Demeter's war is with the Fates.
Well, that was easy, said Hermes. Then he jerked on Okeanos' arm, tearing it from his body as if it were nothing but paper. While the demigod writhed, Hermes tossed the limb aside, and it landed with a wet thud on the floor in front of Hades. He met Hermes' gaze, whose face was spattered with blood, and spoke over the demigod's guttural cries. Do what you wish with him, Hades said, but I want that warehouse destroyed, and while you're at it, burn that club to the ground. You got it, said Hermes, as he took Okeanos' other arm in hand. But before he could tear it from his body, Hades left. Hades disrobed and climbed into bed beside Persephone. He lay on his side, watching her sleep, thinking about what Okeanos had said. The news that Demeter had been behind the attacks on Adonis, Harmonia, and Tyche would likely devastate Persephone. It was one thing to suspect her mother's involvement, another to have it confirmed. There were times when Hades wondered how someone could possess this kind of hatred for anyone, but Demeter continued to maintain it for him, and all because the Fates had woven his destiny with Persephone's. Something he considered a gift was Demeter's greatest curse. Persephone stirred, and Hades' heart raced as she faced him. He recognized how often he had taken this for granted, and he never would again. There was a part of him that was angry he could not simply live in the knowledge that she would be beside him forever. You're awake, he said, his voice quiet. She smiled, as if she were amused. Yes. Have you slept? I have been awake for a while, he said, though he had not slept at all. He reached between them and brushed her lips with the tips of his fingers. It is a blessing to watch you sleep. She shifted closer, and he wrapped his arms around her as she laid her head on his chest. Did Tyche make it across the river? She asked. Yes. Hecate was there to greet her. They are very good friends. They were silent for a moment, resting in each other's warmth. He would have liked to stay like this forever, buried beneath Persephone's weight, but he knew they were running out of time. The attacks on the divine were escalating, and Persephone was still not able to control her power. He thought of what Hecate had said in the aftermath of the club. She would have been fine had she channeled it correctly. I would like to train with you today, he said. I would like that. Hades frowned, doubtful. I don't think you will. He had no intention of making this fun. When she faced him, it would be as if they were enemies on the battlefield. She would not even know him. Persephone pulled away to look at him. Why do you say that? He studied her for a moment, then his eyes fell to her lips. Just remember that I love you. She shifted on top of him, sliding down his length until she had consumed him. There were no words as they moved together, nothing spoken beyond their quickening breaths. He lost himself in her,
knowing that when he surfaced, things might not be the same again. Persephone's gaze touched every part of him. Hades could feel it tracing over his body, burning his soul. It would make this harder for her, worse for him. He could already see uncertainty moving behind her eyes. She did not know what to make of his flat affect. He had never been indifferent to her, but they had entered a space where teaching her meant showing her a harsher power, the terrible truth of the gods. She was afraid to hurt people. She could not be afraid to hurt the divine. "I will not watch you bleed again," he said. It was an oath to her, a promise to himself. "Teach me." She thought she knew what she was asking, just as she had the night they'd met in his club. "I haven't taught you how to play," he'd said. "Then teach me," she'd replied. Those words had sealed their fate. They were responsible for every high and every low he had experienced in his life. But not even Hades could have guessed that it would lead to this very moment, when he stood opposite his lover, his future wife and queen, with the intention of becoming her enemy. He hated it, how it made him feel wrong, and lent a darkness to his magic he might not use otherwise. But that was what Persephone needed to experience. Whatever Persephone saw in his expression made her frown. "You love me," she said, though he could not tell if she was asking or reminding herself. "I do," he said, his guilt as heavy as his magic, which blanketed the air, silencing the underworld. Persephone looked around warily, her anxiety spiking her own power. Yet it was not enough, and he mourned that she had not put up enough of a barrier to withstand the wraiths he had summoned. They formed from shadow, starved for souls, and hunted anything with one, even goddesses. They barreled toward Persephone, nearly imperceptible until they hit, jolting her. It was hard to watch her take the blow, her body moving unnaturally as the wraiths passed through. She fell to the ground, gasping for air. "Shadow wraiths are death and shadow magic," he said. "They are attempting to reap your soul." Persephone met his gaze. "Are you trying to kill me?" He gave a hollow laugh. There was a part of him that could not believe he was doing this, and that she was asking him to. "Shadow wraiths cannot claim your soul unless your thread has been cut, but they can make you violently ill." Slowly she rose to her feet. "If you were fighting any other Olympian, any enemy, they would have never let you up." "How do I fight when I do not know what power you will use against me?" "You will never know," he said. It was how they would have to fight the demigods, blindly. The point was to be prepared for anything. The hand of a corpse burst from the ground beneath her. Persephone screamed as it took hold of her ankle, yanking her to the ground, dragging her down into its pit, intent on burying her alive. "Hades!" He hated how she screamed, hated more how she cried for him, how he had to watch her fingers dig into the dirt as she tried to escape his magic. He was also frustrated. She relied on him because he was present when she needed to rely on herself. She was intelligent and capable. She had power raging inside her, power that had turned his own magic against him, and yet she acted like a mortal caught in a spiderweb. Finally, she did something. She twisted onto her back and tried to claw at the hand, but Hades' magic was defensive, and as soon as she touched it, spikes shot from the shadowy skin. A cry tore from her mouth, but she swallowed it, and he felt her anger rising. "Yes, darling, that's it." Her magic flared, and a thorn burst from her palm. She shoved it into the hand, and it released her. Though she was free of one challenge, he sent another her way. Another wraith flew toward her. Her body bent back as it passed through her, and Hades felt like her screams were stealing his soul piece by piece. He swallowed the bile that had risen in the back of his throat as he approached her, chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. better," he said, "but you gave me your back." He stood over, wanting so badly to take her into his arms, to tell her he would protect her from all this. But the truth was, he couldn't. He had already proven that, so she had to learn. Her hands shook, and she curled them both into fists. He vanished as her magic roared to life and brambles sprouted from the earth around her. It was her attempt at fighting him back, and it had failed. She got to her hands and knees, glaring at him, her cheeks tear-stained. "Your hand gave away your intentions. Summon your magic with your mind, without movement." "I thought you said you would teach me," she seethed, and it almost felt like she was saying, "I thought you loved me." Hades took a painful breath. "I am teaching you. This is what will become of you if you face a god in battle. You must be prepared for anything, for everything." She looked miserable, and he felt responsible as she stared down at her hands. "Up, Persephone. No other god would have waited." Her eyes met his, different this time. Different even from the night she'd nearly destroyed his realm. That look was the pain of betrayal. This was fury. As she got to her feet, the ground began to shake, and the earth rose. Hades dispatched his shadows, and he watched both shocked and amazed as they bent to her will, slowing and sliding up her arm, seeping into her skin. She shuddered for only a moment before her palm uncurled and her fingers were tipped with black claws. "Good," he said. Persephone's eyes shifted to him, and she smiled. But it was short-lived before her knees hit the ground. She threw back her head, convulsing as Hades fed her illusions he had crafted from her greatest fears. This was torture. He knew that, but it was also warfare, and he was not the only god capable of it. She would have to learn how to perceive the difference. But as he watched her fears unfold, he knew she was already lost. She believed this was reality. Perhaps he should not have started with Demeter, whose harsh expression filled even him with dread. "Mother," Persephone choked, her panic so real Hades could feel it gripping his lungs, stealing his own breath. "Kore," Demeter said, the name Persephone hated most, coming out like a curse. She tried to rise, but Demeter was on her, yanking her from the ground. "I knew this day would come. You will be mine, forever. But the fates have unraveled your destiny." Hades' stomach twisted. It was one of his greatest fears, too. Demeter teleported with Persephone, which only added legitimacy to the illusion, because the scent of her magic permeated the air. Hades watched as Persephone found herself back in the glass greenhouse, her first prison. She raged inside, kicking and screaming, spewing hatred at her mother, who only regarded her in mocking amusement. She went silent when everything went dark, as she was forced to watch the lives of her friends play out in her absence. The worst of the visions was when Luce returned to him as a lover. He could barely watch as Persephone's expression turned to horror. Her fingers curled into fists, her chest heaved, her eyes watered, and then she screamed. She screamed so loud she shook. "Persephone," he said. But her reality had already shifted, and when Hades witnessed it, he could taste something metallic in the back of his throat. They were on a burning battlefield, and he lay at Persephone's feet, speared by her magic. It reminded him of Katerina's vision, the one that would come true if the Ophiutorus was slain. "Hades," Persephone said, her voice shaking. She fell to her knees beside him, as if she had been struck. I thought I'd never see you again," he whispered, and she lifted a trembling hand to her face. She pressed his palm flat against her cheek. "I'm here," she whispered, and closed her eyes against his touch, until his hand fell away. "Hades!" Stay with me,"
she begged through her tears, taking his face between her hands. "I cannot," he said. "What do you mean you can't? You can heal yourself. Heal!" "Persephone," he whispered, "it's over." "No," she said, her mouth quivering. "Persephone, look at me," he said, desperate for her to see, to hear his final words. "You were my only love, my heart and my soul. My world began and ended with you, my sun, stars, and sky. I will never forget you, but I will forgive you." "Forgive me?" It was then she realized what Hades already knew, that she had raged against him and destroyed the underworld. She had destroyed him. Was this why she refused to harness her magic? Because she feared this potential? This reality? Hades had to be honest. He feared this too. And it only got worse as Persephone tried to undo her magic, as she begged Hades to stay. "No, please, Hades, I didn't mean—" "I know," he said slowly. "I love you." "Don't," she begged. "You said you wouldn't leave. You promised." Persephone's screams rang in his ears as her visions went dark. Her body went still, and then she fell. Hades hurried to catch her and held her close. She was not out long when her eyes blinked open and met his, glistening as they filled with tears. "You did well." She covered her mouth, and then her eyes as she sobbed, her body shaking in his arms. "It's okay," he soothed. "I'm here." But she only seemed to cry harder. He hated that he could not calm her, and he felt worse when she pulled away and got to her feet. "Persephone." "That was cruel," she said, standing over him. "Whatever that was, it was cruel. It was necessary. You must learn. You could have warned me. Do you even know what I saw?" She acted as if it was easy for him to witness, too. "What if the roles had been reversed?" "They have been reversed," he snapped. They'd been real for him. She blanched, looking horrified. "Was that some kind of punishment?" "Persephone." That had not been his intention. Fuck. He reached for her, but she took a step away. "Don't!" She put her hands up. "I need time. Alone." "I don't want you to go," he said. "I don't think it's your choice," she said. She took a deep, shaky breath, as if she were gathering the courage to go. And when she did, Hades let out his own frustrated cry. Chapter 33. Dionysus. Dionysus found himself walking up the fucking mountain again, and though he was faster without Ariadne, he'd have much rather had her slowing him down. God's fucking damn it. He was angry, but worst of all, he was worried. Dionysus did not know much about Cyclops beyond their role in ancient times. Then they'd been great craftsmen, and had helped the Olympians in the battle against the Titans. While he knew some remained in their employ, they did not all appear to have evolved the same, as evident by this one, which roamed this island eating sheep. And if it ate sheep, it surely ate humans. As Dionysus came to the top of the mountain, he looked out on the island, which was far vaster than he expected. The terrain varied from deep canyons to rolling hills. Despite how huge the Cyclops was, Dionysus caught no sight or sound of the monster. It was as if it had disappeared. That only served to make his anxiety worse, and he felt a familiar and dreadful shuddering deep in his bones. He ground his teeth and fisted his hands against it, unwilling to let the madness take root. If it did, he would be useless, and it was likely that more than just the Cyclops would die in his quest to rescue Ariadne. He took deep breaths until the feeling subsided, though the fact that it had come about so quickly unnerved him. But for now, at least he was in control. He tore down the mountain, retracing his steps to the cottage where he'd healed Ariadne, then to the shore where he'd met the old man. "Hello!" he bellowed. "I need you, old man! The Cyclops has taken her!" He paced the shore, catching a glimpse of something in his periphery. He startled and turned to find the strange god standing on the rocks, the same as he had been before. "Where the fuck do you come from?" Dionysus demanded.
"I saved your life once," the old man said. "What more could you want from me?"
"The Cyclops has taken my—" Dionysus hesitated, uncertain of what he intended to say. "The Cyclops has taken Ariadne, and I do not know where. I have climbed that god's-forsaken mountain. I have looked across this fucking island. Where has he taken her?"
"To his lair, I imagine."
Dionysus took a step, his hands shaking. "Where?" he asked through gritted teeth.
"Across the way," replied the man, "on the other side of the strait."
Dionysus turned to where the old man had nodded, and far in the distance, with an ocean between, was something that resembled a set of islands, but they were barely visible on the horizon. Dionysus whirled. "Did you not think this information valuable enough to share when you asked me to kill him to begin with?"
"Nothing is as valuable as your life," replied the man.
Dionysus took another seething step. "And I am this close to taking yours." He turned toward the shore and started toward the sea.
"I would not do that if I were you," the old man warned.
Dionysus glared. "How else am I supposed to get to the fucking island?"
"It would be better if you waited for the Cyclops to return."
"Did you miss the part where he has her?" The old man stared, and then he looked off toward the island again.
"There are only two ways to the island, through the wandering rocks between which the sea is violent, or through the strait where Charybdis and Scylla reside. Take either, and you will surely die."
Dionysus was more than familiar with the two sea monsters the old man had mentioned, given that he was in the habit of collecting them. Charybdis was a deadly whirlpool that could destroy ships in an instant. Scylla was a six-headed monster with 3 rows of deadly, sharp teeth. They lived opposite one another so that any who passed through their realm and attempted to avoid one hit the other. "Thanks for the vote of confidence," Dionysus muttered as he waded into the ocean. He tried in vain to run against the current until he could propel himself forward with his arms and legs. At first, he moved along at a steady pace, but the water felt heavy and his arms burned. It became harder to keep his head above water, and the salt stung his nose and the back of his throat. The more his arms and legs burned, the less certain he was that he was actually moving forward, though nothing was fast enough while Ariadne's fate was unknown. He gave a frustrated cry and rolled onto his back, floating atop the surface. And though the sun reddened every inch of his exposed skin, he remained there until he felt like he could move again. As he neared the strait, he could feel the current of the ocean change, and knew that Charybdis was active, churning the sea with all her might. He made a wider arc, hoping to avoid the pull, aware that doing so would bring him closer to Scylla, though if he was going to take on the two monsters, he'd prefer the one he could stab over the one that might drown him. As he entered the strait, he remained close to the cliff wall, grasping the rocks to keep from slipping away into Charybdis's whirling depth, which was visible on the surface, a stormy vortex of foaming water and ocean sand. As the water raged, it pulled roughly at his skin. If Charybdis did not take him, she might surely skin him alive. He was so focused on avoiding the pull of the current, he forgot to look up until a pebble struck his face, and as he turned his gaze skyward, he came face to face with 6 heads racing toward him. "Fuck!" He moved at the last second, narrowly missing the teeth of one of the 6 heads. The heads plunged into the ocean below, and as they pulled back, 5 of them roared in a high-pitched wail, while one of them clutched a dolphin between its horrible teeth. Jealous, the 2 heads on either side hissed and nipped, and soon they were fighting. Pieces of dolphin flesh rained down on him as they engaged in combat, while the other 3 heads were trained on him. Dionysus summoned his thyrsus just as the heads descended on him again. This time, he shoved the sharp tip of his staff through one head as its mouth came down around him. It reared back, screaming, and then fell into the water, limp. The other 5 heads shrieked and came for Dionysus at once.
Fuck!
He climbed onto the neck of the head that had gone limp and raced across it, chased by the others, teeth bared. He turned quickly, jumping atop the slippery head of another before quickly scrambling onto another when its whole head was bitten by its partner. This thing is stupid, Dionysus thought, as he shoved the end of his thyrsus into it, ducking when 2 other heads raced toward him and crashed into each other. The impact jarred him, and he slipped, falling into the ocean below, where he was swept into Charybdis's current, and though he paddled fiercely against it, it drew him under. Water filled his nose and mouth, and he grasped desperately at anything within reach, which was nothing save the solid weight of the water on him. But as Charybdis churned, he was brought closer to the other side of the strait, so close that his body rammed into the rocks, breaking skin. Before he could try to dig his fingers into the rocks, he was whisked away again. The water fought him, taking him under. But he managed to position his arm so the next time he came closer to the wall, he rammed his thyrsus into it. With it lodged in place, he held on as the water raged around him. Opposite him, the remaining heads of Scylla screamed, though while Charybdis churned, he was safe. Scylla retreated up the rock to her cave, dragging 2 of her limp heads behind. Dionysus was not certain how long he clung to the end of his thyrsus, but he could sense when the current around him slowed, and soon Charybdis ceased her assault. When it was done, he felt weak, and swimming out of the strait felt impossible, though he made it. And when he saw the Cyclops Island ahead, he felt a sense of relief. He propelled himself forward, thinking only of Ariadne, of the way she tasted and how she kissed, of the feel of her body, inside and out. He had not had her long enough to lose her forever. The thought kept him moving, and when he could touch the seafloor, he dug his feet in and tried to run. Staggering to the shore, he fell to his knees, landed face down on the beach, and lost consciousness. A strangled cry startled him awake. He rolled over and back onto his ass, summoning his thyrsus, only to come face to face with a sheep.
Where did you come from?
He snapped. The sheep bleated loudly, and Dionysus cringed at the sound. His head hurt, and the sun was making it worse. He squinted against it, and then took in his surroundings. The Cyclops' island was vast and wooded, rising into high mountainous slopes. If the Cyclops was among them, he wouldn't even be able to tell. Bah! The sheep's sudden cry made him jump.
Gods, will you stop doing that?
He glared at the sheep, but it continued to scream at him.
What do you want?
He snapped, rising to his feet. The sheep backed away and started to turn, bleating as it did.
I'm not following you,
Dionysus said. The sheep seemed to glare at him, which left him feeling uneasy. It reminded him of Ariadne's frustration. Fuck. What if she was turned into a sheep? What if this sheep was Ariadne? You're a fucking idiot, he scolded himself. But he found himself taking a step toward the sheep, which offered another wavering cry and started toward the dense green forest ahead. Dionysus followed, feeling ridiculous, but also hoping the animal might lead him to others, and eventually the Cyclops. The terrain was thick and varied, the ground covered in vines that tangled around his feet. After tripping once, he was over it, and used his magic to untangle a clear path as he followed the sheep. It was not long before they came to a quiet river, which the sheep seemed to follow up and into the more mountainous part of the island. At some point, the sheep stopped and turned to look at him. "Ma!" it yelled. Gods, he hated that sound. But the creature was looking up at a towering cave where several sheep had been herded. His heart raced. This had to be where the Cyclops lived. Dionysus scrambled across the river and scaled the steep incline to the cave where the Cyclops' flock was gathered. The ground was littered with bones, and his stomach churned as he fought the urge to call out to Ariadne, not knowing what lingered in the cave. Most of it seemed to be well lit, given that part of its roof had fallen away, allowing sunlight inside. The entrance sloped down, and at the base there was a lake, green in color. The sheep gathered near it, their bleating cries echoing inside the cave, making him cringe, though he hoped it was enough to drown out his footsteps as he crept through the shadowy parts of the cave, scanning the mossy rocks for any sign of Ariadne. Suddenly, he spotted a hand sticking out from the darkness. "Ari!" Her name slipped from his mouth, a cry he could not contain. He raced to her, and his hand had barely touched hers when she was yanked away. Dionysus's eyes widened, and he looked up into a pair of red-tinged eyes. "What the fuck?" he said, and summoned his Thyrsus. The weapon seemed to trigger the creature in the shadows, because its eyes flashed, and then it bellowed, lurching toward him and out of the shadows. Dionysus was face to face with the Ophiuchorus. Its shoulders were hunched, neck curved, hoofs pawing at the ground. He took a step back, and it lurched forward, farther into the light. He noticed the rest of its body, which went from that of a bull to a serpent tail, curled protectively around Ariadne, who was not conscious. "Ari!" Dionysus said again, and started toward her, but the Ophiuchorus roared, and he froze. "Easy," Dionysus said, holding up his hands. "I came to rescue her." The Ophiuchorus stared, still rigid. "Were you protecting her?" The creature huffed a few times, and Dionysus took the opportunity to inch toward her. The Ophiuchorus kept its spotted and striped tail around her. He didn't take his eyes off the creature until he had knelt beside Ariadne. He wanted to take her into his arms, to make sure she was okay, but he knew if he moved too fast, the Ophiuchorus would react. Instead, he stroked her face and muttered her name, and her eyes fluttered open. For a moment she looked confused, but when she recognized him, relief flashed in her eyes, and she smiled, though it vanished quickly, and the Ophiuchorus emitted a low, hollow sound as a shadow passed over him. Something was wrong. He stilled and turned in time to see the Cyclops' hand barreling toward him. "Stranger," said the Cyclops. His voice was loud and made Dionysus's ears ring. The Cyclops' fingers closed around him tightly, stealing his breath as he lifted him to his narrowed eye. "Have you come to steal my sheep?" "No," said Dionysus, struggling in his grasp. His hands were trapped too close to his body to summon his Thyrsus. Even if he could, he'd have no room to use it. "I have not come to steal your sheep." "Then you have come to kill me," the Cyclops said, voice rising in rage. "Are those your only visitors?" Dionysus asked. "Those who wish to steal your sheep, and those who wish to kill you?" "Visitor?" the Cyclops asked. "I do not know that word. I know thief. I know murderer." "Then allow me to teach you a new one," said Dionysus. "I also know trick, stranger," said the Cyclops. "Is this one?" "No," said Dionysus. "But if it would please you, I will make an offering of good faith." "What sort of offering, stranger?" "My very best wine," he said. "I do not know wine," said the Cyclops. "Then you shall know today," said Dionysus. "Let me down, and I shall share my drink with you."
"No tricks?"
said the Cyclops, wary but curious. "None," Dionysus promised. The Cyclops glared at him for a few moments, long enough to make Dionysus think he might choose to crush him instead, but then he set him on his feet. Dionysus took the opportunity to glance in the direction of Ariadne and the Ophiutorus, but he could not see them, thoroughly hidden in the darkness of the cave. He took a few careful steps toward the pool in the cave. "Do you drink this water?"
"Drink, wash, bathe," said the Cyclops.
Dionysus tried not to look disgusted as he summoned his magic and turned the still water into a deep red wine. He turned toward the Cyclops. "Drink, friend." The Cyclops looked at him warily, but eventually dipped his cupped hand into the wine and brought it to his lips. He paused a moment, as if testing the flavor on his tongue, and then he seemed to purr, pleased.
"It is good,"
he said, and then he shoved his face into the wine and drained the whole lake. The Cyclops sat amid his sheep as Dionysus waited for the wine to take root, trying his best not to glance too often at the darkness where Ariadne and the Ophiutorus still hid.
"What is your name, stranger?"
"Oh, I am no one," said Dionysus, unwilling to offer up his name, though he was a god.
"No one?"
the Cyclops said.
"I am Polyphemus."
"A pleasure," Dionysus said.
"How did you come to my island?"
the Cyclops asked. "I was stranded here," said Dionysus. "I am afraid I do not know where I am."
"This is Thrinacia," Polyphemus said. "You will have to know if you are ever to visit again."
Dionysus smiled. At least he had some idea of where they were now. "Would you like more wine?" Dionysus asked.
"But there is not water for you to turn into wine,"
said Polyphemus. "I do not need water to make wine," said Dionysus. And suddenly the lake was full again, and Polyphemus downed another batch. This time, when it was gone, Dionysus refilled it without question.
"That is quite a trick,"
said Polyphemus, blinking slow and swaying. "I suppose it was a trick," said Dionysus.
I think I have been poisoned,"
said the Cyclops, slurring, and then he swooned and crashed to the ground, unconscious. As soon as he was down, Dionysus scrambled to his feet, and Ariadne darted from the shadows, throwing her arms around him. "Dionysus," she whispered, and his name had never sounded so good. He kissed her, holding her face between his hands. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she said, holding his gaze. "You came for me." "Of course," he said. The Ophiutorus huffed, drawing their attention. Ariadne pulled Dionysus closer to the creature. "This is Bully," she said. "He's a friend." "Bully?" Dionysus asked. "A friend?" "That's his name," she said. "You named the Ophiutorus?" "Well, I had to call him something," she said. "He kept me safe." He smiled at her and shook his head a little. "Fuck, Ari. I didn't know what to think. It's all right, Dionysus," she said, her eyes searching his, and then he kissed her again. He was too relieved to think twice about it, too grateful she was okay to feel awkward or uncertain. "How sweet," said a voice, and then the Ophiutorus roared. They whirled to find Theseus, standing a few paces from them with two men, who had restrained the Ophiutorus. Bully was pushed onto his back, so his soft belly was exposed. Before Ariadne could scream, Theseus plunged his knife into the creature's stomach to the hilt, and then dragged it down. "No!" Ariadne shrieked, jerking in his arms as Dionysus held her, unwilling to let her go.
The Ophiutorus's bellow turned into a low and keen cry before it was silent. With the creature slain, Theseus turned to them, blood spattered across his front, while the two men who accompanied him fished inside the Ophiutorus for its intestines.
"Fuck you!"
Ariadne spat, tears tracking down her face. Dionysus held her against him, his arms crossed over her chest. "Now this I never expected," Theseus said, "bonding with a monster other than Dionysus."
"You're the monster!"
she seethed. Theseus placed a hand over his heart. "Oh, how you wound me, Ariadne, and after I have taken such care of your sister."
"Don't let him provoke you, Ari."
"Is it Ari now?" Theseus asked, his eyes shifting to Dionysus. "Did you call her that before or after you fucked?" Dionysus glared. He did not know if the demigod was only assuming, but his fixation on Ariadne was evident. This was more than jealousy. It was obsession. Theseus's men finished with the Ophiutorus, and they each approached and flanked him with handfuls of intestines. "It is too bad, Ari, that you cannot see my potential, even as I hold it in my hands." "You aren't holding anything," she said. Dionysus chuckled, but Theseus glared, and his lip curled into a snarl. Then he held up his bloodied knife. "Oh, look, you were wrong." Theseus appeared in front of them and drove his knife toward Ariadne. Dionysus blocked the blow with his arm, though the blade lodged in his flesh. At the same time, he summoned his thyrsus and shoved it into the demigod's stomach. Theseus's eyes widened. Dionysus wrenched free from Theseus, who stumbled back, holding his hand to his stomach where he bled.
"If you hurt her, I will kill you," said Dionysus.
"Get in line," Theseus replied, and when he smiled, his teeth were bloody. It seemed that Theseus was slow to heal. What a grave weakness. He was clearly very much aware of that fact, too, because he decided against attacking again, and instead, he and his two men vanished, taking the Ophiutorus's intestines with him. When they were alone, Dionysus released Ariadne, who raced to the creature, lowering to her knees. A horrible cry tore from her throat as she extended a shaking hand to pet the creature, and the only thing Dionysus knew to do was hold her too.
"I hate him,"
Ariadne said on a shuddering breath.
"I know."
He wasn't sure how long they sat there, but the sudden flare of Hermes' magic straightened his spine. He knew it because it had haunted his dreams a time or two, and as it surrounded them, they were pulled from the cave and deposited on the hard and pristine floor of Hades' office at Nevernight. "I never thought I would see the day you knelt at my feet," said Hades. Dionysus ignored Hades' comment while he stood and helped Ariadne up. She wiped at her face with her hands, trying to recover from the horror they'd experienced in the cave. When he did look at the god, Hades' expression was a strange mix of confused frustration.
"Perhaps you should try kneeling too," Dionysus said. "You'll have to get used to the pose. Theseus has slain the Ophiutorus."
Chapter 34. Hades. Hades sat on the couch, staring into the fire, and while he should be thinking about what he would do now that the Ophiutorus had been slain, he could only think about Persephone. It wasn't even the way they'd parted that weighed heavily on his mind. It was their future, which would likely not exist once Zeus discovered everything he'd been hiding. How long until his brother discovered not only that the Ophiutorus had been killed, but that Hades was also responsible for its resurrection, because he'd killed one of Zeus's closest friends and servants, Briareus? How long until Zeus not only forbade his marriage, but wed Persephone to someone else? He recognized his concerns were selfish, and if it were Persephone, she would worry over humanity. But humanity rebuilt itself, even in the aftermath of the most destructive battles. There would be nothing to rebuild if he lost her. There was a knock at his door. He looked up to see Ilias enter his office. "I thought you might want to see today's headline," he said, handing Hades a copy of the New Athens News. A bold black banner ran across the top of the page, a screaming insult. "Meet Theseus, the demigod leader of Triad." It seemed Helen had made good on her threat against Persephone. Hades scanned the article, his jaw slowly tightening the more he read her biased words. The issue was that mortals would not see her favoritism. They would see a man who was half human, someone who could understand and fight for them. They would see their reality reflected in Theseus's words. Why not let the gods speak for themselves? I knew it wouldn't take long for one, or many, to execute their wrath upon the world. Perhaps that was what made this so damning, the fact that he wasn't wrong. If anything was going to turn mortals away from the gods, it would be their own actions, and right now the greatest threat was Demeter's storm. "His timing is commendable," Hades said, tossing the paper into the fire. "I imagine he's feeling pretty powerful right about now," said Ilias. Hades imagined he did, so what could they do to remind him of his insignificance? After a moment, he rose to his feet and turned toward the satyr. Usually he would give him some kind of direction or order, but given the circumstances, he had no idea how to proceed. He truly felt like he had no control. Hades manifested in Hecate's meadow. He was there for only a moment when he felt the goddess's magic blast toward him. While it took him by surprise, he managed to teleport before the blow struck, except that she was one step ahead, and as soon as he appeared, her power hit him square in the chest. The force sent him flying backward. He felt the ground give way at his feet as he dug his heels in to stop himself from crashing into the mountainous walls of the underworld. Even as he came to a halt, he sensed Hecate's approach. The problem was, he could not see her, but her magic crackled in the air, raising the hair on his arms. "I'm not sure what I did," Hades growled, "but you could try talking to me before going to battle." "Perhaps you should have considered doing the same before you put Persephone through such torture," she said. Her voice came from all around, as if there were hundreds of Hecates surrounding him. "I know," he said, frustrated. "I am an idiot." "You are more than that," she replied, appearing before him, arms crossed. "Are you done?" he asked. "Maybe," she said, sounding uncertain. Hades glared. "You know, I was feeling horrible about it before I came to you. Now I somehow feel worse." "As you should." "What were you thinking?" she demanded. "What do you mean, what was I thinking? I was training her. And don't critique my methods. You're the one who stabbed her just so you could teach her to heal." "I prepared her," said the goddess. "Was it kind? No. But you may have undone all the progress we have made." "What progress?" he seethed. She nearly tore herself apart. "She is afraid she will destroy the world with her magic, and you brought that to life for her." Hades averted his eyes, frustrated with himself. "I don't know what else to do, Hecate. We are headed for darker times, and she is not learning fast enough." "You cannot force this, Hades, just because you are afraid." He ground his teeth. "The best thing you can be for her is a safe space. You are where she heals from trauma, not where it seethes." "Do you really think that's still true?" "Yes," Hecate said. "So go apologize to your queen." Hades had promised never to use invisibility to spy on Persephone, but this did not feel so much like spying as it was waiting. He hadn't intended to hide at all, but Ivy had warned him she wasn't in a great mood, and then she'd thrown her tablet against the wall. Now Luce was here, chatting about nothing when he had things to do. Gods, he was so frustrated. Finally, the nymph left, and he made a move before anyone else could interrupt. But for some reason, when he stood opposite her, he suddenly did not know what to say. His mouth was dry, his words gone. Maybe it was because of the way she looked at him, hesitant and haunted. Or maybe it was the way the room felt, awkward and thick with an unfamiliar tension. "Do you need something?" she asked. Need something? As if he had come to ask for a cup of sugar. He reached behind him and turned the lock into place. "We need to talk." Persephone stared at him for a moment, and then pushed away from her desk, folding her arms over her chest. "Talk." He held her gaze as he approached, and lowered to his knees before her. He watched her chest rise sharply as he placed his hands on her knees. "I am sorry. I went too far." It was almost like she could not handle the impact of his apology, because she lowered her gaze from his, staring at her fingers, which she twisted nervously. "You never told me you had the power to summon fears," she said. Was there ever a time to speak of it? She said nothing, though he still felt like he had failed her in some way. It wasn't the first time she had asked him to share more of himself, but some things just seemed to come with time. Perhaps they were both impatient for forever. "If you will let me, I'd like to train you differently. I'll leave the magic to Hecate, and, instead, I will help you study the powers of the gods." He would begin with himself, though the thought was uncomfortable, but he felt like it was the only way he could atone, given that he had used powers against her she did not know he had. "You would do that?" "I would do anything if it meant protecting you," he said. "And since you will not agree to being locked away in the underworld, this is the alternative." She gave him a small smile, and he wanted more. "I'm sorry I left," she said. "I do not blame you," he said, even if he hadn't liked it. "It is not very different from what I did when I took you to Lamprey. Sometimes it's very hard to exist in the place where you experience terror." She let her gaze fall, licking her lips. "Are you angry with me?" he asked, leaning closer. "No," she said, looking at him. "I know what you were trying to do." His chest felt tight. "I would like to tell you that I will protect you from everyone and everything, and I would. I would keep you safe forever within the walls of my realm. But I know what you wish is to protect yourself." "Thank you." This time he smiled. He wanted to kiss her, but she did not lean into him. Instead, her gaze shifted to her desk. "I assume you have already read this," she said. "Ilias sent it this morning," Hades said. "Theseus is playing with fire, and he knows it." "Do you think Zeus will act?" "I do not know," he said, frowning. There was a part of him that hoped he wouldn't, given that Theseus had killed the Ophiutorus. "I do not think my brother sees Triad as a threat. He does, however, see your mother's association as dangerous, which is why he shifted his focus to her." "What will become of her if Zeus can find her?" "If she ceases her attack upon the upper world, probably nothing." "You mean she will get away with the murder of Tyche?" Given that Zeus seemed to believe in survival of the fittest, he likely believed Tyche just wasn't powerful enough. "She must be punished, Hades." "She will be, eventually." "Not only in Tartarus, Hades," she insisted, leaning forward in her chair. "In time, Persephone," he said, covering her hands with his own. "No one, not the gods, certainly not me, will keep you from retribution." That was a promise he could keep. They stared at one another for a moment, and then he rose to his feet. "Come," he said, bringing her with him. She hesitated. "Where are we going?" "I just wanted to kiss you," he said, claiming her lips with his. He felt relief pour over him now that she was in his arms again. He called on his magic and teleported them to the site where Halcyon was being built. She had only seen models and sketches of the future rehabilitation center, but he had never brought her here in person.
There had been a lot of progress on the project, even with the snow, and as she pulled away from him, he heard her breath catch. "Oh!" "I cannot wait for you to see it in the spring," Hades said. "You will love the gardens." They were only plans now, but they would be extensive. "I love it all. I love it now." Then she looked at him. "I love you." He smiled at her and kissed her again, then led her inside. It was far easier to visualize what it would look like when it was finished, because most of the walls were up, though there was still so much work to do. He took her into each section of the facility. "My hope is it feels less like a hospital, and more like a place where people can really heal," he said. He frowned at himself because he wasn't sure if those were exactly the right words, but it was important to him that when they were ready to receive patients, it wasn't a place that felt sterile and inflexible. He associated those things with judgment, not acceptance or even hope. "It will be everything it needs to be, Hades," Persephone said, and her assurance eased the anxiety he'd started to feel over the whole thing. He felt a little ridiculous, but he was personally invested in the success of this project. It had been inspired by her, and for some reason, if it was not everything he intended, he would feel like he failed. He was getting used to that feeling, and he didn't like it. He took her upstairs, which were just hollow wood that creaked beneath their feet, bringing her into a large room that had floor-to-ceiling windows, making up most of the walls, just like his office in Alexandria Tower. The purpose was to give her a view of the gardens, specifically Lexa's garden, but it also overlooked the woods surrounding the property and New Athens' dreary and misty skyline. He hung back near the entrance and watched her cross the room to stare out at the landscape. She took a breath, as if it brought her peace. "What room is this?" "Your office," he said. She whirled to face him. "Mine? But I have an office at every business I own. Why shouldn't you?" he said, his lips curling. "Even if you do not work here often, we'll put it to use." She laughed, and her eyes were so bright they burned in this muted weather. She looked beautiful, and for a moment all he could think about was how he was grateful she could continue to look at him like this, like she loved him no matter what would come. And more would come. In some ways this felt silly, the planning, knowing that Theseus had killed the Ophiutorus, knowing that Zeus had yet to approve their marriage, that Demeter's storm still raged. And yet he still hoped. She shivered and brought her arms over her chest to try and contain it. He hadn't noticed the cold. "We should return," he said. Except she didn't move, and he didn't call his magic. Persephone licked her lips, and his eyes fell there as she whispered his name. He was on her the next second, and as he kissed her, he pressed her into the unfinished wall, his hips grinding into hers. He was highly aware that he was insatiable, his desire for her never-ending. His need for sex went beyond anything that was normal, and he used it for everything, to avoid, to process, to heal. But Persephone was no different. "I need you," he groaned as his mouth left hers to trail down the column of her neck, his hands smoothing down her back to her ass. Persephone was already fumbling with the buttons on his shirt, and for a moment he considered stripping them both with his magic, but there was something alluring about being undressed by her, and he wanted that today. Hades had a second of warning before he smelled laurel, and then Apollo appeared and snapped at them. "Stop that!" "Go away, Apollo," Hades barked. He was not in the mood to be interrupted or to have Persephone pulled away from him because of their ridiculous bargain. "Hades," Persephone said, a note of reprimand in her voice. She was far more modest than him, and was never inclined to continue what they'd started with an audience. Hades, while possessive, had no shame. He could fuck her in a crowded room. That was what illusion was for. "No can do, Lord of the Underworld," Apollo said, We have an event." Hades pulled away with a frustrated sigh.
"What do you mean we have an event?"
Persephone asked. Hades wanted to know the same. "Today's the first of the Pan-Hellenic Games," Apollo said. Hades had definitely forgotten that, though to be fair he had been very distracted, and not at all with anything pleasant.
"That isn't until tonight," she said.
"So, I need you now."
"For what?"
Persephone countered. Hades watched the exchange, looking between the two. He felt like he was moderating an argument between two siblings. "Does it matter?" Apollo asked. "We have a—" "Don't," Hades said. "She asked you a question, Apollo. Answer it." Apollo's mouth tightened, and he crossed his arms as if he were pouting. "I fucked up. I need your help," he said, glaring at Hades as if to ask if he was happy now. The answer was no. "You needed help, and yet you wish to command it from her," Hades said.
"Hades,"
Persephone tried, but he wasn't interested in her defense. "He demands your attention, Persephone, has your friendship only because of a bargain, and when you needed him before all those Olympians, he was silent." It was probably the last thing that frustrated him the most. The one person who had defended them the most was Hermes, and that was even in the aftermath of his broken oath. Where had Apollo been?
"That's enough, Hades," Persephone said. "Apollo is my friend, bargain or not. I will speak to him about what bothers me."
He stared at her, wishing she would do it right now, because he'd really like to witness her reprimanding Apollo, but he knew she wouldn't. He swallowed his frustration, and then kissed her, his tongue pushing past her lips and into her mouth. He gripped her face, her jaw widening to accommodate the deep thrusts of his tongue, and when he pulled away, her face was flushed. She swallowed, holding his gaze, and he hoped all she thought about while she was with Apollo was what he'd interrupted. "I will join you at the games later." Then he vanished. Chapter 35. Dionysus. Dionysus sat in his usual place in his darkened suite at Bacchaia. It was crowded with people who were drinking and dancing and fucking. He usually watched the revelry, or at least was far more present for it. It was essentially how he received worship. But today he was distracted. He could not think of anything beyond what had happened over the last few days. His confrontation with Poseidon, and everything that had occurred on that island, from fucking Ariadne to the death of the Ophiutorus. He was also very much aware that he had left the Cyclops he'd promised to murder alive, albeit with a severe hangover. He wondered what consequences would come from not fulfilling that debt.
"Are you ever going to tell me what happened on that island?"
Silenus asked. "There's nothing to tell," Dionysus replied. Nothing he wanted to tell.
"It changed you," his foster father said. "You're different, and I'm not sure how."
"I'm not sure how either," Dionysus said, which was true. He had never wanted to face off with Poseidon, but doing so had left him feeling incapable of protecting Ariadne, and very aware of the inferiority of his powers.
"Dionysus,"
said a sensual voice, and his attention was brought to the present as a woman with dark hair and eyes knelt before him, hands on his knees.
"You seem on edge. Can I not ease you?"
Normally he would indulge her, but as her palms slid up his thighs, he stopped her and leaned forward. Just as he did, the door to his suite opened, and Ariadne stepped inside. Her eyes went right to him and the woman at his feet. His throat tightened. He could just imagine how this looked. "Ari," he said as she approached.
"Don't get up,"
she said, and he wondered which of them she was talking to.
"I need to talk to you."
"Of course," he said, his eyes falling to the woman. "Go." When he looked at Ariadne, her gaze was hard. "It wasn't what you think," he said.
"Do you know what I think?" she countered.
Dionysus started to respond, but Silenus interrupted.
"You must be Ariadne,"
he said, leaning over the arm of his chair into Dionysus as he extended his hand.
"I am Silenus, Dionysus's father."
Adopted father. Dionysus felt the need to clarify. Ariadne took his hand, though she didn't seem completely comfortable.
"Aye, I can see why my son is smitten," Silenus said.
Dionysus shoved him back into his own chair.
"Shut up,"
he seethed, and then looked at Ariadne again.
"I want to go back to the island," she said.
"What?"
That was not what he expected to hear.
"I want to bury Bully," she said.
"Ari, it isn't safe."
"It's not right to just leave him there to rot," she said. "He deserved better than that."
"Did you ignore the part where he is in a cave with a fucking monster?"
"A monster you were supposed to kill," she pointed out.
Dionysus shook his head.
"I am not going to have this conversation with you. We aren't going back to that island just so you can fulfill your misguided sense of duty to this creature."
"If you won't take me, I'll ask Hades."
Dionysus ground his teeth.
"Out!"
he commanded, and suddenly everyone gathered in his suite stopped drinking and dancing and fucking. As if they were under some spell, they filed out of the room, except for Silenus.
"What about me?"
he asked. Dionysus glared, and his father sighed.
"Fine."
Once they were alone, Dionysus rose to his feet. To Ariadne's credit, she didn't back down.
"Do you think Hades will bend to your childish will?" he asked.
"It isn't childish to want to give someone a proper burial," she said.
"It is when you wish to go back to an island that nearly took both of our lives," he said. "Why go back? Are you hoping to see Theseus?"
She slapped him, and it stung.
"How dare you?"
she seethed, her voice trembling. They glared at each other, the silence strained. And then Dionysus broke, taking her mouth against his in a hot kiss. One of his hands cupped the back of her head, the other pressing into the small of her back. Gods, she felt so good. He had feared returning from the island would mean pretending nothing had happened between them. He had tried, but repressing his desire felt like trying not to breathe. Ariadne responded to his touch just as enthusiastically, hands sliding up his chest and around his neck. She pressed into him, her breasts soft against his chest. He groaned at the contact.
"I want to be inside you again,"
he said. And then someone cleared their throat. They tore away from each other to find Hermes. "Well, that was entertaining," the god said. Dionysus pressed his fingers into the bridge of his nose.
"Oh, fuck me."
"We've had this discussion, Dionysus."
"What do you want, Hermes?" he demanded.
"Hades has summoned you," Hermes said. "He wants to discuss the Ophiutorus."
Dionysus exchanged a look with Ariadne.
"I can give you a few moments," said the god. "You know, to recover." "We're fine," Ariadne said.
"I think you're speaking for yourself," said Hermes, and then his eyes slid to Dionysus and down to his raging erection.
"Fuck off, Hermes,"
Dionysus said.
"Let's go."
"Oh, I'm not taking you," Hermes said. "I have an event, but there's a car waiting for you downstairs. Say hello to Antony for me."
Antony took them to Iniquity, where they found Hades sitting at a table in the private, members-only bar. He sat with a glass of whiskey, 2 fingers full. In one hand, something gold gleamed, a coin, an obol, the currency of the dead. Ilias sat nearby and nodded at their approach. Hades did not look up until they were seated. He seemed distracted. "I need you to tell me everything that happened on the island."
"Everything?"
Ariadne asked. Hades looked at her and then at Dionysus. "When Theseus arrived," he clarified, "though it sounds like you both had quite a time."
"There's nothing to tell you," said Dionysus. "Theseus found us on Thrinacia. He slayed the Ophiutorus,
and he has the intestines. I imagine he has already burned them."
Theseus was not one to hesitate. He'd demonstrated as much with how quickly he'd stabbed the Ophiutorus. "What happens when he burns them?" Ariadne asked. They all exchanged a look. "We don't exactly know," said Hades. "That's the problem."
"What does the prophecy say?"
Dionysus asked. The last thing he remembered about this was that Hades was going to verify that the creature had still reincarnated with a prophecy. "If a person slays the creature and burns its entrails, then victory is assured against the gods." Hades repeated the words carefully, as if he was trying to deduce the meaning as he spoke.
"That's a terrible prophecy," said Dionysus.
"I liked Hermes' version better," said Ilias.
"I'm not sure what you expected," said Hades. "Prophecies are rarely straightforward, and when they are, the stakes are far higher." Dionysus understood what Hades was saying. At least there was ambiguity here. There were instances in the past when prophecy had been so specific there was no avoiding the inevitable fate, no matter how mortals tried.
"Something with a little more context would have been nice," Ilias said. "Which gods does the prophecy refer to?"
"Perhaps all of us," said Dionysus. "Or maybe just a few. I think we should be relieved the prophecy isn't specific. There is power in knowing what to expect. We can work with that against Theseus."
Dionysus glanced at Ariadne.
"Theseus is arrogant enough to believe that the prophecy means he will conquer the gods. It will make him feel invincible when he is not."
Hades' brows lowered. "What do you mean?"
"At the island, I stabbed him with my thyrsus. He did not heal quickly, not like you or I. It is a weakness."
"You mean this whole time we could have just stabbed him?" asked Ilias.
"It's more complicated than that, and you know it," said Hades. "He's endeared himself to the public. If he dies by our hands, we risk losing worship."
"Okay, so we can't assassinate him publicly," said Ilias. "Where do we start?"
Everyone's eyes turned to Ariadne, who paled. She did not need them to speak to know what they were asking. They needed to know everything about Theseus. "No," she said, her voice even. "You cannot ask that of me. He will kill my sister."
"I told you we will rescue her," said Dionysus.
"With what?" she countered. "You said that's why we needed Medusa. Or did you just say that so you could add another weapon to your collection?" Dionysus flinched at her anger and her accusation. "Trust us when we say rescuing Phaedra will be our first priority," said Hades. "But we cannot do anything without information, even plan her escape." She shook her head. "He will know I told you." "In the end, does it matter if Phaedra is safe?" "It matters because she will go back." There was a long and stark silence. Dionysus wanted to say the most unhelpful thing, which was that perhaps then she did not need rescuing. They had put Ariadne in a difficult situation, but she was fighting her own losing battle.
"Are you saying you will not help us?" Dionysus asked.
"Aren't you all gods?" she asked. "Can you not figure it out?" Dionysus didn't look at her. He couldn't pretend to understand her reasoning, just as he couldn't pretend to understand the trauma that kept her from helping. He took a breath.
"I'll assign the Maenads to spy," he said. "They can gather intel on those who are involved, their weapons, their hideouts."
They were going to need to know as much as possible to formulate their plans. Hades nodded. "The battle's already begun," he said. "Now we must prepare for war." Chapter 36. Hades. Hades was not surprised that Ariadne would not help them actively plan against Theseus. She had been under his spell for a long time, and knew what he was capable of. Clearly, she had come to see one too many of his threats realized. After she left with Dionysus, he sat with Ilias.
"Those two fucked,"
the satyr said.
"Finally,"
said Hades, downing his whiskey in one swallow. Did Hermes give you an update on the warehouse and the club?
Yes, Ilias said. It went up in flames last night.
It was good to know, considering Hades' expected retaliation from Theseus.
I don't know if I made the right decision, he said.
He knew that the warehouse in the Lake District wasn't the only place Theseus was storing weapons. He wasn't that stupid, though he hoped it had made a dent in his arsenal all the same.
I don't know that there are right or wrong decisions where we are headed, said Ilias. There are just decisions and their consequences.
Hades supposed that was right. Then he noticed how the satyr's eyes shifted from him and widened. He sat up in his chair.
Hades, the news!
But he had already turned to see the headline flash across the screen. Explosion and shots fired at Talaria Stadium. Here was Theseus's retribution. Hades appeared in the middle of the chaos of Talaria Stadium. The magic of the gods hung heavy in the air as they fought amid the sounds of horrified screams, clashing metal, and gunshots. "Persephone!" Apollo screamed as a bullet struck her shoulder. She staggered, and as she fell, Hades caught her, sweeping her up into his arms as she gave a guttural cry. "I've got you," he said, and immediately took her to the underworld, leaving the mayhem at the stadium to the other Olympians. Fucking fates. How many times was this going to happen? He set her on the bed, only having enough patience to help her out of her jacket. Once it was off, he tore her dress to reach and inspect her wound. What are you doing?" she said, the words slipping between her gritted teeth. "I need to see if the bullet left your body," Hades said. When he looked at her back, there was an exit wound. "Let me heal it," she said. "Persephone." "I have to try," she argued. "Hades—" He forced himself to step back, though he wanted to do it himself. He was faster, and it would make him feel better. Of all the times she wanted practice, why now? "Do it, Persephone," he barked. He had not intended to sound so hostile. This couldn't be any easier for her. She was the one who was hurt, but he couldn't help panicking. She took deep breaths and then closed her eyes. He watched her wound for any signs that her magic was working, growing frustrated the longer she just lay there bleeding. "Now," he said, impatient, but he saw her magic at work as the wound began to close. "I did it," she said with a smile when she opened her eyes. "You did," he said, though he wanted to double-check just in case. And then he wanted to return and help his fellow Olympians kill those who had attacked the stadium. He would leave their bodies a mangled mess for all to see as a warning to anyone who might think to participate or continue these horrible assaults. "What are you thinking?" Persephone asked, drawing his attention. "Nothing you wish to know," he said softly. "Let's clean you up." He took her into the bathroom, carrying her, though he knew she could walk perfectly well. When they had undressed, he kissed her and touched her shoulder to ensure it was fully healed. She pulled away, looking at the now smooth skin. "Was I not good enough?" she asked. "Of course you are good enough, Persephone," he said. He had not intended to make her feel any less. "I am overprotective and fearful for you, and perhaps selfishly, I wish to remove anything that reminds me of my failure to protect you." "Hades, you did not fail," she said. "We will agree to disagree," he said. "If I am enough, then you are enough," she insisted. He hoped one day he would believe that. Her hands moved over his chest and around his neck. "I am sorry," she said. "I never wanted to see you suffer again. Not like you did in the days following Tyche's death." "You have nothing to be sorry for," he said, and kissed her. They showered together, hands smoothing over soapy skin, until both of them felt flushed and wanting. But Hades could not bring himself to act on his desires. Too much had occurred tonight. Instead, he relied on words, and told her he loved her. "I love you," she said, voice quiet.
More than anything.
Tears welled in her eyes, and as they trailed down her face, he whispered her name and gathered her into his arms. He carried her from the shower to the fire, sitting with her nestled against his chest.
All those people, gone,
she whispered. Mass death was never easy, and they'd had a lot of it in a short amount of time. You will not be able to console everyone who makes their way to the gates unexpectedly, Persephone. Those deaths are far too numerous. Take comfort. The souls of Asphodel are there, and they will represent you well.
They represent you too, Hades,
she reminded him, and grew quiet for a moment, before asking,
What about the attackers who died tonight?
They await punishment in Tartarus. He paused, holding her gaze. Do you wish to go? She offered him a small smile. It wasn't humorous, more an acknowledgement that he had changed.
Yes, she said. I wish to go.
Hades took Persephone to Tartarus, to his den of monsters. Some of the creatures here were dead, while others were living and merely prisoners, but that did not change their usefulness when it came to torture. Persephone looked around, rubbing her hands up and down her arms. The magic was heavy here, different, and it hung in the air like a winter chill, suppressing the power of the monsters within. Now and then, the faint echo of a growl, shriek, or scream echoed outside the dungeon. There are monsters here, Hades explained.
What kind of monsters?
She asked. Many, he said, raising his brows a little. Some are here because they were slain. Some are here because they were captured. Come. He led her through the gates and into the dungeon, down the darkened walkway, past shadowed cells. All the while, the animal-like sounds of the monsters grew louder, cut through with a horrible wail. The harpies, Hades said. They were half-human, half-bird creatures who were often insatiable in their hunger for food and were used in punishments to starve mortals. Ailo, Okypeti, and Keleno. They get restless, especially when the world is chaos.
Why?
Because they sense evil and wish to punish. They continued, passing cells occupied by chimeras, griffins, sirens, and the Sphinx. Persephone did not pause long before any of the bays, and remained close to Hades as they made their way to the very end of the cell, which was barred by a massive gate.
What is this?
Persephone asked. That is a hydra, Hades said. Its blood, venom, and breath are poisonous. He had been responsible for its death when Hera had forced him to fight the creature during her notorious fight night. It had not been easy. It had 7 heads that grew back even after they were cut off. He'd only managed to defeat it with fire, and in the end, it had become a resident of the underworld.
And the mortals in the pool, she asked. What did they do?
Hades' eyes dropped to the men and women at the Hydra's feet. They were all sitting in a pool of black venom that dripped from the creature's fangs, their bodies covered in horrible sores and burns as it ate away at their bodies slowly. They are the terrorists who attacked the stadium.
Is this their punishment?
No. Think of this as their holding cell. She was quiet and then looked up at him.
And how will you punish them?
She asked. Perhaps you would like to decide? He was a little hesitant to hand over the task, uncertain of how she might feel about torture. She'd been hesitant when it came to Pirithous. She'd asked him if it helped. He still wasn't sure, but it was fair to say that in the moment, vengeance felt good. Her gaze returned to the souls.
I wish for them to exist in a constant state of fear and panic, to experience what they inflicted upon others. They will exist for eternity in the forest of despair.
So you shall have it, he said, and then he offered his hand. As her fingers settled into his, the souls beneath the hydra vanished. Let me show you something, he said. taking her to the library, which contained a basin that acted as both an accurate map of the underworld and a portal. "Show the forest of despair," he said, and the water changed to show the souls that had sat in the Hydra's venom and their punishment in the forest. The reality of the forest was that it became whatever one feared. When Persephone had entered it, she had found Hades in Luce's embrace. When Hades entered it, he saw nothing. Persephone watched for a while and then turned away, stepping down from the basin. "I have seen enough." Hades followed and reached for her hand, worried that he had gone too far in showing her the horrors of the forest, even if she knew them. "Are you well?" he asked. "I am satisfied," she said. "Let's go to bed." He did not argue, and they made their way back to their bedchamber. But he couldn't help noticing the shift in her energy. It was dark and sensual, and he wanted to taste it on her tongue. Hades hung back as they entered their room, and he watched as Persephone walked ahead. She slid out of her robes and faced him. His eyes roamed her body, from her full breasts, over her stomach, to the curls at the apex of her thighs. When he met her gaze, her stare was dark and carnal. She wanted to fuck. "Persephone." "Hades," she said. "You've been through a lot. Are you sure you want this tonight?" He never thought those words would come out of his mouth. It wasn't as if this wasn't their usual way, but he wanted her to be sure. Today had been harrowing, full of emotions and experiences neither of them had processed. "It's all I want." He didn't argue further, and closed the distance between them, bringing his lips to hers. She opened for him, and it was easy to become lost in everything that she was, soft and warm and eager. He thought that perhaps this was what he loved most, her obvious desire. He felt it so often for her, and he loved when she could not be contained. Her hands dipped beneath his robes, and he helped her remove them so he could feel her skin against his, liking the way his rigid cock felt against her coarse curls. He couldn't wait to bury himself inside her, to feel her clench around him as she came. It was that feeling he was addicted to, that release he was chasing. She kissed down his chest and stomach until she knelt before him. Taking the base of his erection into her hand, she let her lips close over the tip where his cum beaded. "Is this okay?" she asked, looking up at him from the floor. It was almost comical to him that she would ask, given that he wanted nothing more than to watch her take him into her mouth. "More than," he said, and was rewarded with the touch of her tongue again. She took her time, kissing along his shaft, drawing her tongue over every ridge she could find, and then she took him to the back of her throat, swallowing around the crown of his cock. He threw his head back, gritting his teeth, muscles tensing, his body on the very edge of release, but he wasn't ready for this to be over. As he came down from that first intense high, he looked at her, her lips still wrapped around his cock. "You don't know the things I wish to do to you." The thing about her mouth, about her magic, about her, was that it made him want everything with her, things that went beyond anything he'd considered doing with anyone before. She rose to her feet, holding his gaze. "Show me," she whispered. He wanted to groan. Fuck. She was perfect. His hand slid behind her neck, and he gripped her there. As he kissed her hard on the mouth, he guided her back to the bed and lay her at its center. He hovered over her body trapped between his thighs as he continued to kiss her, his tongue lapping at hers. The longer he kissed her, the more she writhed beneath him, arching against him just to feel the friction between their hips. She was making this harder, and he was trying to make this last longer. His fingers clamped down on her wrists, and he drew them over her head before she could reach for him, before she undid every reason he'd had for bringing her to this bed in the first place, and called on his magic to restrain her. When she felt the brush of his magic, She pulled away and looked up at his bindings.
"Is this okay?"
he asked, his voice quiet. He couldn't tell by her expression, and that made him uneasy. But one word from her and he would take them away immediately. It was only something he wished to explore with her, not something he needed. She nodded, and he took that chance to appreciate the way she looked. She was art, and he wanted to make her feel like that beneath his hands. This was a type of embrace, a way for her to truly feel how he saw her, as the center of the universe. "I will make you writhe," he said, stretching out over her body. "I will make you scream. I will make you come so hard you will feel it for days." He kissed her mouth and then down her body, starting with her breasts. He took each hard peek into his mouth, teasing with his tongue and grazing with his teeth. Beneath him she squirmed, and he wondered how wet she would be when he finally reached her center. He could feel her heat, and as her hips ground against him, her slick center moved over his knee. It made him far more eager for the descent. But even as he hovered between her thighs, he still took his time, holding her gaze as he kissed every part of her. Her body was flushed from frustration, likely because if her arms weren't pinned over her head, her fingers would be tangled in his hair, and she would pull him against her heat. He spread her thighs until her legs were flat against the bed, and dragged his tongue along her wet heat. Her body arched against the bed, her hands fisting in the restraints.
"Hades,"
she moaned, and he pressed into her deeper, tongue caught between the walls of her silken flesh, his fingers teasing her erect clit. He held her harder as she began to move against him, chasing her release. She was on the edge. He could feel it in the way her body strained, the way her muscles tightened. It made his blood rush to the head of his cock, which lay heavy and rigid against his own stomach.
"Hades!"
It was the way she said his name this time that alerted him that something was wrong. He drew back as her heels dug into the bed and she yanked against the bindings. Her eyes were open and wide, but it was like she wasn't seeing anything. Not in this present moment, anyway. Fuck. He wished he'd never had this idea. He banished the bindings quickly, wishing he'd done it sooner. Fuck. Persephone. He tried to reach for her, but she lashed out, and her hand came down on his cheek, full of thorns. The pain was biting, and blood dripped between them onto her skin. She seemed to be awake now, her face pale and her horror evident. She started to reach for him, but realized her hands were still full of thorns. She burst into tears, holding her hands away from her body. For a few brief seconds, he was too stunned to move, too confused by what had happened. He was trying to remember exactly when things had gone wrong. How had they gone so wrong? He'd thought she was enjoying this. Was it possible she never had? Finally, he moved and pulled her to him, though he wasn't sure he was what she needed or wanted. He'd been too self-centered to even realize that she was suffering. "I did not know," Hades said. "I did not know. I'm sorry. I love you." But there came a point when even he couldn't speak. Chapter 37. Hades. "I don't see why I need to be here," said Apollo. Hades had summoned him to the island of Lemnos. He had come to discuss weapons with Hephaestus, and he needed to know what Apollo had found during his examination of Tyche. This was necessary given their eventual movement against Theseus, but he also did not think he could face Persephone so soon. He was still reeling from how quickly everything had escalated, from something so erotic and right to an utter nightmare. He felt embarrassed, but mostly completely horrified that he'd managed to trigger her so badly, and at a time when they'd been most intimate. Perhaps worst of all, he didn't know how to handle what had happened. An apology did not seem like enough, and the thought of pushing her too far again was agonizing. In some ways, he'd prided himself on knowing how her body responded to his, and yet last night he'd been wrong. "You are quiet," said Aphrodite, as she walked them to Hephaestus's workshop. He wasn't sure why she felt the need to play escort, but he thought it might be so she could catch a glimpse of Hephaestus. "He's always quiet," said Apollo, "unless he's reprimanding you for taking his lover away to fulfill a bargain." "Shut up, Apollo," Hades said. "I didn't sleep."
"Are you worried Zeus will deny you your marriage?" she asked.
"I was," he said, "but now I am more worried Persephone won't make it to the altar." He didn't look at Aphrodite or Apollo as he spoke. They'd both borne witness to her attacks. Aphrodite had been there that night at the club, so lost in her own need for vengeance, she hadn't helped Persephone either.
"Are you angry with me?"
Aphrodite asked after a long pause. "Hermes swore an oath to protect her," Hades replied.
"That is not what I asked,"
she said. He didn't answer. There was no need. Would he have been indebted to Aphrodite had she saved Persephone? Yes, but perhaps it was better that he wasn't. To Hades' surprise, Aphrodite did not leave once they were at the doors of Hephaestus's workshop. Instead, she followed them inside. The god of fire was at his forge. He stood before the fire, his hair knotted on top of his head, bare-chested and sweaty, as he removed a piece of metal from the fire. He turned to lay it on the anvil, intent on hammering, but he caught sight of Aphrodite, who had walked ahead into the shop. Hephaestus's eyes locked on her and darkened, and his whole body went rigid. Hades wondered if Aphrodite would interpret his reaction as anger or frustration at her intrusion, though he saw it as something else, obvious desire. "Are you in need?" Hephaestus asked her. "Whoa," said Apollo under his breath. "It's hot in here."
"No,"
she answered. She had her arms behind her back as she leaned against one of his tables.
"Hades and Apollo are here to see you."
Hephaestus's gaze shifted. He hadn't even realized anyone else had accompanied his goddess into his workshop. He was so consumed by her. "Hades, Apollo," Hephaestus said, tossing the piece of metal he'd been working on into the quench tank nearby. "What can I do for you?" "We must discuss weapons," Hades said. "My first concern is the net." He hesitated to bring it up because he knew Aphrodite had accused Hephaestus of being responsible for Harmonia's attack, believing that only his magic was strong enough to capture a god. The problem was, she wasn't wrong. He had built an unbreakable net, and all the gods knew it existed, including Demeter. "I think we can agree that the net used to restrain Harmonia and Tyche was likely modeled after your own." Hephaestus did not speak, and the tension in his forge grew heavy. "So how does one escape it?" Apollo asked, and then looked pointedly at the goddess of love. "Aphrodite?" Hephaestus's posture was rigid, and Aphrodite narrowed her eyes.
"You don't,"
she said, and then looked at her husband.
"You must be set free."
"Is there no weapon you can forge to cut it?" "Nothing is impossible," Hephaestus replied, "but I would need to know how they forged their net." Hades exchanged a look with Apollo. He wasn't so certain that information would be easy to come by. He wished Ariadne had been willing to help with Theseus. He was certain she knew his operations, and if not how things were being created, she knew who was doing it. "Then that leaves the weapon used to kill Tyche," he said, and looked toward Apollo. "At first, I thought she had been stabbed by Kronos' scythe, but her wounds had a different shape, more like an arrow, but a simple arrow would not have killed a god."
"What makes Kronos' scythe dangerous?"
Aphrodite asked. "It's made of adamant," said Hephaestus. "But adamant only wounds. It will not kill us. Whatever Tyche was stabbed with had to be laced with something. A poison. Or venom," Hades thought. "Hercules had arrows poisoned with Hydra blood," said Hades. Before the Hydra had come to reside in the underworld, it had been in Hera's possession. He wondered how much of its venom Theseus had sourced before Hades killed it. "Well," said Hephaestus. "It seems you did not need me at all." "That isn't true," said Hades. "I need armor." "You have armor," Hephaestus said. "Not for me," Hades said. "For Persephone." Hades returned to the underworld, though he felt anxious facing Persephone. He wasn't exactly sure what he would say when he saw her. Would either of them be ready to talk about what happened? He didn't think he could verbalize anything beyond an apology, which seemed useless here. He couldn't even promise it would never happen again, because he had no fucking clue how to prevent it. Maybe the only thing to say was that he would do better, but that did not feel like enough either. His heart beat strangely in his chest. It was not hard or fast, but irregular, and it only grew worse when he found Persephone in the library, sitting in her usual place, a book in hand. She seemed to sense him almost instantly, and looked up when he entered the room. Beneath her gaze, he felt trapped, unable to retreat or even move forward. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that she looked haunted, and he knew he was responsible. They sat in the strained silence for a moment, and he scrambled for words, but none of them seemed right. Finally, Persephone spoke. "I spoke to Tyche today," she said. "She thinks that the reason she could not heal herself was because the fates cut her thread." "The fates did not cut her thread," he said simply. The fates had never cut a god's thread, save Pan. Even those trapped in Tartarus were not dead, just imprisoned. "What are you saying?" "That Triad has managed to find a weapon that can kill the gods," he said. "You know what it is, don't you?" "Not for certain," he said, hesitant to say until they had an actual arrow in hand, but it was a good lead. "Tell me." "You met the Hydra," he said. "It has been in many battles in the past, lost many heads, though it just regenerates. The heads are priceless because their venom is used as a poison. I think Tyche was taken down by a new version of Hephaestus's net and stabbed with a Hydra-poisoned arrow, a relic to be specific." "A poisoned arrow?" "It was the biological warfare of ancient Greece. I have worked for years to pull relics like them out of circulation, but there are many and whole networks dedicated to the practice of sourcing and selling them. I would not be surprised if Triad has managed to get their hands on a few." "I thought you said gods couldn't die unless they were thrown into Tartarus and torn apart by the Titans." "Usually. But the venom of the Hydra is potent, even to gods. It slows our healing, and likely, if a god is stabbed too many times, they die." Hades nodded. "I believe Adonis was also killed with a relic." He was hesitant to admit this information, given that he had it for so long, but he added, "With my father's scythe." "What makes you so certain?" He should tell her that they'd found a piece of the blade inside Adonis's body, but Hades was not eager for anyone to know that he'd handed it over to Hephaestus so he could forge a new blade. It wasn't that he thought Persephone would tell. It was that he didn't trust anyone not to pry the information from her mind. Because his soul was shattered. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I suppose I had to get to a place where I could tell you. Seeing a shattered soul is not easy. Carrying it to Elysium is even harder." His eyes dropped to her book, uncomfortable with this conversation, though it was better than the alternative. "What were you reading?" She looked down at the book as if she'd forgotten it was there. "Oh, I was looking up information on the Titanomachy." "Why?" "Because I think my mother has bigger goals than separating us." Hades already knew that, but even he had to admit he couldn't quite understand her motive. It seemed to have moved beyond her initial wish of separating him from Persephone, and it appeared she preferred to end the world. Chapter 38. Hades. Hades split his day between Iniquity and Nevernight. It had been a long while since he had time to focus on day-to-day matters. There were bargains to strike and deals to be made. After all these years in this role, Hades knew there was one constant in the world,
and it was the predictable desires of gods and mortals. No matter the threat of war, they would always seek love, wealth, and power. He was no different. He had spent his life yearning for love, aware of its absence like a sharp thorn in his side. He used to think it was a selfish desire, but it was the only thing that made any of this tolerable. It was the only thing that would carry him through his war. While he planned for it daily, and had done so for a long time, he had not had the time to sit long and dwell on what it would mean to return to the fold. Perhaps that was best, because when he did think too long on it, he remembered the heaviness of his armor, the way it trapped heat and burned him alive. He remembered the wet sound of bodies being speared and smashed, and the smell of fire and festering death. He remembered blood, the color and consistency as it pooled and dried, and he remembered the day he no longer noticed its scent, so used to how it permeated the air. War was inevitable when great power was at stake. It was inevitable when great love was at stake, too. In the end, he would face it, and he would fight for Persephone while she fought for the world.
"You look terrible." Hades turned to see Hecate standing in the doorway of his Nevernight office.
"I feel terrible," he said. He hadn't gone to bed, even after Persephone had asked. He'd upset her, and she'd gone to the Queen's suite to sleep, which meant he hadn't seen her when she'd risen for work either, and her absence weighed on him. He should have conceded. He should have gone to her. He had essentially punished her for his own failures. He wasn't sure why he thought space and distance were best. Only a few days ago, he had hated those words.
"Good," Hecate said. "I need you."
Hades' brows rose. "For what?"
"I've made a suit," she said. "I need to see you in it so I can decide if I like it."
"Is it black?" he asked.
"No, it's yellow," she replied.
Hades sneered.
"Of course it's black," she said. "Why would I ever attempt to dress your dark soul in anything else?"
"If it's black, why do I have to try it on? You know how it will look."
"On second thought, I'm certain I will like the suit. It's you I take issue with."
Hades smirked and rose to his feet. "Fine, Hecate. Work your magic."
"Stop fidgeting,"
Hecate commanded, speaking around the pins in her mouth. She was on her knees messing with the hem of his jacket.
Hades couldn't help it. He had expected this suit to look like all the others he wore daily, but once it was on, he realized it did not even resemble his usual wardrobe. That wasn't why he was fidgeting, though. It was because trying it on made him realize that he was really getting married. "Is this silk?" he asked.
"It's wool," Hecate hissed. "If you do not stop moving, I will freeze you in place."
"Wool?" he asked. "Why is it shiny?"
"Because it's soft."
He chuckled. "Why are you so frustrated?"
"I do not know if you are aware, Hades, but your very presence is frustrating."
"Can't you use your magic to tailor this? It would be easier."
"Easier, yes," she said, "but this project is special to me, and I prefer to hand-stitch."
Hades swallowed hard. As much as he joked, he was very grateful for Hecate.
"There," she said, rising to her feet and stepping back to observe her work.
"It's perfect, Hecate," Hades said as he stared in the mirror. "I don't know how I could ever thank you enough."
"You can thank me by actually getting married," she said. "I have written a speech."
"You know it isn't a matter of wanting."
"You're going to do whatever you want," she said. "You always have, no matter the consequences. The important part is that Persephone will need your magic for what is to come."
That was the real reason Zeus wanted a say in their marriage, and why he would consult the oracle about their marriage. What would come from the union of life and death? They were the beginning and the end, the dawn and the night. They were never ending, and their magic would be too. "What is to come, Hecate?" Hades asked, arching a brow. She was the triple goddess, able to view the past, present, and future. But even with that great power, Hades never inquired.
He just trusted that Hecate would guide him, and she did. But now that she had acknowledged the threat and the unknown, he had to ask. "You know what is coming," she said, and met his gaze. "You feel it in your bones. It is why, as much as you wish to fight for Persephone, you keep pushing her away." He considered her words. It was true there was a part of him that he was trying to keep buried, a part of him that felt too deeply. "It will not serve you to be cold in this war, Hades," she said. "This is a battle best waged with passion." The goddess stared a moment longer, and then dropped her gaze to his suit. "I like it, but it's missing something. A boutonniere on the breast. What flower, Hades?" She stepped aside so he could look in the mirror, but he didn't need to. He knew which to choose, and he touched the pocket, where a red, star-shaped polyanthus unfurled. It was the flower he'd worn when he first met Persephone, the one she'd let wither beneath her touch. "Perfect," said Hecate. After Hecate's interruption, Hades finished a few more mundane tasks before heading into the gardens. He wandered until he came to the asphodel fields, where he was met by Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus. The three had been busy, given so many souls had made their entrance to the underworld, and they seemed to vibrate with pent-up energy. "Eager to play, boys?" he asked. Hades did not order Cerberus to drop his red ball, and when he went to reach for it, the Doberman dug his teeth in and yanked against Hades' grasp. Since he was locked in a game of tug-of-war with one, Typhon and Orthrus began to grow restless, barking at them as they fought over the ball. Hades waited until Cerberus had put enough tension on the ball and let go. Unprepared, Cerberus dropped the ball. Typhon and Orthrus pounced, but as they did, they kicked the ball away, and it rolled to Hades' feet. The three charged, ramming into him. He stumbled back and fell into the grass, and still none of them had managed to obtain the ball. "Sit!" Hades commanded, and the three instantly listened. He got to his feet and picked up the ball, their eyes following his every move, muscles tensing as they prepared to launch themselves across the underworld for the sake of this red toy. He didn't blame them. It was their one reprieve from their duties. "Stay," he said, and tossed the ball, which went soaring through the sky and disappeared somewhere in Persephone's meadow. None of them moved, except Orthrus, who had the least control over his excitement when it was time to play. "Go!" The word was barely out of his mouth before the three bolted for the grove. Hades chuckled, watching them practically fly through the grass, leaving a flattened trail as they went. Sometimes it was hard to remember that these three were in fact scary monsters. As he watched them race for the grove, he noticed something different about it. The trees, which were usually full and a muted silvery green, were skeletal and sparse, as if his magic had been drained from that part of the underworld. Strange. He teleported, and it was like he'd arrived at a battleground. Stretches of land were disturbed by deep fissures and chasms. Clusters of thorns shot from the ground, tangling into trees so thickly it was hard to tell where one began and the other ended, though most of them were gone, just piles of ash that swirled and blew in the wind. He could feel Hecate's magic, but he could also feel Persephone's. It seemed they had quite the training session. As he stood there, he watched as Typhon pounced on the red ball, bright against the gray backdrop that Persephone's grove had become. Hades took his time restoring it, calling up his glamour to make the trees grow taller, their foliage thicker, covering the ashy ground with a carpet of periwinkle and white phlox, the same flowers he'd helped Persephone grow here when he'd taught her how to channel energy for her magic. Those memories gave way to far more passionate ones, the ones where she'd taken him into her body beneath these trees and on this ground. He wanted more of that. When he was finished, he left the grove, returning to the fields. Typhon still had the ball and refused to relinquish it, and the dogs ran in circles around his feet. Their excitement made him laugh, and he followed their movements, even as Cerberus tore away, followed by Typhon, then Orthrus, to greet Persephone. She stole his breath as she approached, wreathed in an aura of moonlight. She looked wild, and her energy was raw. It scraped against him, not uncomfortable, but inflaming. She seemed to hesitate as she held his gaze and stopped a few paces away. It felt like a chasm had opened up between them. He wanted her closer. "I haven't seen you all day," she said. "It was a busy day, as was yours. I saw the grove." "You do not sound impressed." "I am, but to say I am surprised would be a lie. I know your capabilities." Hades watched as Persephone drew her bottom lip between her teeth in the silence that followed. He wanted her mouth against his, on every part of him. "Did you come to say good night?" he asked. She took a breath. "Will you not come to bed with me?" It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that they still had so much left unacknowledged. He swallowed hard. "I will join you shortly." He wasn't sure what he expected, but she didn't leave, and instead seemed to grow frustrated. "I want to talk about the other night." Hades' chest tightened as he considered whether he was ready to face this. "I did not mean to hurt you," he said, unable to meet her gaze. He cleared his throat when the words came out in a rasp. "I know," she whispered. "I was so lost in my desire, in what I wished to do with you, I didn't see what was happening. I pushed you too far. It will never happen again." There was a beat of silence. "What if that's what I want?" Hades' eyes snapped to hers, and she continued. "I want to try so many things with you, but I am afraid you will not want me." He was taken aback by those words. "Persephone." "I know it isn't true, but I cannot help how I think, and I thought it was better to say what was on my mind than keep it to myself. I don't want to stop learning with you." He closed the distance between them and cradled her face, tilting her head back so he could look at her. She seemed so fragile within his grasp, and yet so fierce. "I will always want you," he said, his voice quiet. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. She braced her hands on his forearms as if she wanted to hold him in place. "I know you hurt for me, but I need you. I am here." Her hands slid down to his, and she guided them to her breasts. "Touch me," she said. "We can go slow." He swallowed thickly. A rush of dizzying heat went straight to his head, and his cock grew thick and heavy between them. He touched her, letting his head rest against hers as her nipples grew harder beneath his touch. "What else?" "Kiss me," she said, breathless. He tried to go slow, to kiss her sweetly, their mouths locked in a delicate exchange. But fuck, it was hard. She was so soft and receptive, and each sweep of her tongue made him harder and more aware of the fact that he wanted her warmth fisting his cock. He shifted closer, one hand anchoring against the back of her head. He bent her back, kissed her harder, faster, losing himself to the desperate tangle in the pit of his stomach, until he froze and pulled away. "I'm sorry. I did not ask if that was okay." "It's okay," she said, her eyes bright and present. "I'm okay." She led this time, and her mouth was hot and demanding. He liked when she took control, and in this instance it made him feel less like he would fuck this up. Her hands tangled in his hair as she pulled him closer, then skimmed down his body until they rested on his cock. He pressed against her, grinding his teeth against the friction of her body. "Touch me," he said. She spent a few moments rubbing him through his clothes before unbuttoning his pants and taking his flesh into her hand. Gods, it felt good. He kissed her harder, consumed by the feel of his cock in her hand. It was like all sensation in his body came from this one place, and she had all the control. She could bend him and break him, and he would let her. "Kneel," she said, and the breathless order sent both of them to their knees. Persephone urged him onto his back, and crawled up his body, her slick heat settling over his arousal as she straddled him. His hands splayed across her thighs, digging into her skin as she lifted herself and guided him inside her. He could barely contain himself, and as she slid down, he thrust his hips upward. Their bodies slammed together, moving the same or at different times. It didn't matter, so long as they were inside each other, so long as they were drowning in this ecstasy that moved through their bodies like blood. Yes, he hissed. Fuck. He sat up, gripping her with one hand, while the other moved between them so he could stroke her clit. Her body wound so tight that when she came, she shuddered around him, and it was enough to coax him to release. He groaned and fell back, bringing her with him as he continued to thrust deeply into her. After, they lay there for a while, quiet and content, until Persephone rose to her feet, legs shaking. "Are you well?" he asked, holding on to her as she steadied herself.
"Yes,"
she said with a smile, laughing a little.
"Very."
He stood and dressed, and then took her hand. "Are you ready for bed, my darling?"
"As long as you are coming too,"
she said, arching a brow. He smiled. "Of course." They cut through the garden, and he was pleased with the easy silence between them, though as they continued toward the palace, he thought more on what she'd said in the field, about wanting more and fearing he would not want her.
"What is it?"
she asked as his steps slowed. "When you said you wanted to try things with me, what things exactly?" He liked that she still blushed.
"What are you willing to teach?"
"Anything," he breathed. "Everything." She studied him, tilting her head as if considering what to do next.
"Perhaps we should begin where we failed, with bondage."
There was something about this that felt completely unreal, like every fucking fantasy he'd ever had was coming true in this tempting form. He'd never had any doubt that she was made for him, but she proved it every day. "Are you sure?" he asked, brushing a stray piece of hair from her face.
"I will tell you when I feel afraid."
He was glad they could begin again, even if it meant standing on the ruins of trauma. He drew her closer, his hand on the back of her neck, his forehead against hers. "You hold my heart in your hands, Persephone." "And your cock too, apparently," said Hermes, amused. Hades tore away from Persephone, growling Hermes' name, but his frustration quickly turned to dread when he saw what the god was wearing. Gold robes. "I thought interrupting now was probably better than a few minutes ago," Hermes explained.
"You were watching?"
Persephone asked, cringing noticeably. "To be fair," said Hermes, "you were having sex in the middle of the underworld." "And I have thrown you just as far," Hades said. "Need a reminder?" No. If you are going to be angry with anyone, be angry at Zeus. He sent me."
"Why?"
Persephone asked, apprehension already seeping into her voice. "He's called for a feast," Hermes said.
"A feast?"
She looked at Hades, and he ground his teeth.
"Tonight?"
"Yes, in exactly an hour," Hermes said, looking at his wrist, which conveniently bore no watch.
"And we must be in attendance?"
"Well, I didn't just watch you have sex for nothing," Hermes replied. Hades was already thinking through how he would punish the god for that.
"Why must we attend? And why at such short notice?"
she asked. Hades knew why, because this was meant to be their engagement feast. A misnomer if there ever was one, given that at the end of the event, Zeus would decide whether they could wed. He did not say, but perhaps he has finally decided to bless your union. Hermes chuckled. I mean, why would he call for a banquet if he was going to say no? "Have you met my brother?" Hades asked. "Unfortunately, yes. He's my father," Hermes said. And then he clapped his hands, rubbing them together, eager for drama, no doubt. "Well, I'll see you two soon." Hermes left, and Persephone turned to Hades.
Do you think it is true, that he is summoning us to bless our marriage?"
Bless was a generous word. I will not venture to guess, he said. She frowned and paused a moment before asking, "What do I wear?" He almost laughed, but considering they were about to present together at an Olympian feast for the first time, the way they dressed needed to make a statement, to convey they were already united, even if Zeus said no. "Let me dress you." She narrowed her eyes, suspicious. "Do you really think that is wise?" "Yes." He hooked an arm around her waist, bringing her flush against him. "For one, it will not take long, which means we have approximately 59 minutes for anything you may desire." "Anything?" she asked, rising higher on the tips of her toes. "Yes," he whispered, his blood roaring to life beneath her stare. "Then I desire," she said, voice quiet and breathy, "a bath." Hades laughed, grinning wide, and it felt good to laugh, given the evening they were about to have. "Coming up, my queen." Chapter 39. Hades. Hades took his time admiring Persephone. When it came to dressing himself, he preferred simplicity, and while he'd applied the same concept to the gown he'd manifested for Persephone, on her it was magnificent. There was something regal about the way it draped over her body. She wore it like a queen. "Drop your glamour," he said, the words a low command. She did not hesitate, and he felt a rush as her magic slipped away. He liked watching her transform, as he imagined she did him. They so rarely existed in this state together, it felt sinful and almost erotic. "Just one more thing," he said, and as he lifted his hands, a crown of iron grew between them. "Are you making a statement, my lord?" she asked as he placed it on her head. "I thought that was obvious," he said. "That I belong to you?" she asked with a pointed stare. "No," he said, tilting her head back. "That we belong to each other." He pressed his lips to hers in a tame kiss, conveying nothing of the desire raging beneath his skin. Seeing her like this was a dream. "You are beautiful, my darling," he said, his voice quiet, admiring. She was quiet too, studying his face, and he grew worried when he couldn't quite place her expression. He touched her cheek softly. "Are you well?" "Yes, perfect," she said, and offered him a smile, though he knew it wasn't completely genuine. She likely dreaded facing the Olympians, and he could not blame her. It took a lot to interact with them, to keep up with their mind games. Tonight would be trying for him, worse for her. "Are you ready?" "I am never ready for Olympus," he said. "Do not leave my side." Hades took her to the courtyard of Olympus, where Tyche's funeral had been held. Far above them, atop the mountain, was the Temple of the Sun, where music and a cacophony of chatter already proved to be both lively and exhausting. He wondered if Helios would join the festivities, given that the temple was usually where he resided during the night after he returned from his journey through the sky. Hades dreaded the thought, but knew the god of the sun would likely be there. It did not matter that he hated Hades. Gods would congregate anywhere there was sure to be wine, ambrosia, and drama. "I am assuming that is our destination?" Persephone asked. "Unfortunately," Hades replied. He would have teleported, but he was in no hurry to reach their destination. Besides, if they walked, Persephone could see more of Olympus rather than Olympians, and that would benefit them both. They made their ascent, and while he had no particular interest in the home of the gods, he enjoyed watching Persephone appreciate its beauty. It wasn't as though he didn't recognize its splendor. It just wasn't something he valued, a kingdom at the height of the world that only served to remind mortals of what they could not have. At least within his realm, there was always one truth. Everything came to an end. They arrived at the Temple of the Sun. He had tried to prepare himself for this, but he hadn't had enough time, and it was far worse than he imagined. There were too many people, and they were all crowded on the porch of the temple, talking all at once. He hated it. Until it was silent, and every pair of eyes turned to them. He hated that more. Beside him, Persephone squeezed his hand, and when he looked down at her, she was smiling. She looked enchanting. "It seems I am not the only one who can't help staring at you, my love," she said quietly. "I think the whole room is enthralled." He grinned. "Oh, my darling, they are staring at you." He could sense the fear rising in the room as they made their way onto the floor, the crowd splitting to accommodate their presence. Those gathered here were minor gods, the favored, nymphs, satyrs, and other servants of the Olympians. Like mortals, they all had their own opinions of him. Some were indifferent, most were afraid. "Sephi!" Persephone released Hades' hand as she turned to see Hermes barreling through the crowd. He was wearing a bright yellow suit. It was embroidered with flowers. It was probably the ugliest thing Hades had ever seen. "You look stunning," Hermes told her. He held her hands aloft, inspecting her gown. "Thank you, Hermes, but I should warn you, you are complimenting Hades' handiwork. He made the dress." There were a few gasps from the crowd and a wave of murmurs. No one had stopped watching or listening to them since their arrival. "Of course he did, and in his favorite color," Hermes mused. "Actually, Hermes," Hades said, "black is not my favorite color." Another round of whispers. He felt like he was having a conversation with a crowd. "Then what is it?" someone shouted. Hades smirked as he answered, "Red." "Red?" another demanded. "Why red?" He looked down at Persephone, his hand splayed across her waist. "I think I began to favor the color when Persephone wore it at the Olympian Gala." There were a few sighs, but one voice carried over the crowd. "Who would have thought my brother to be so sentimental?" Poseidon said with a humorless laugh. Hades had not seen his brother since he'd taken Dionysus to his yacht to rescue Ariadne. He stood across the room with Amphitrite on his arm, and Hades wondered if Poseidon's wife knew about that encounter and the horrible things he'd threatened. "Ignore him," Hermes said. "He's had too much ambrosia." "Do not make excuses for him," Hades said. "Poseidon is always an ass." "Brother!" Zeus boomed, and Hades took a deep breath as he prepared to face him. Zeus pushed through the crowd until he reached them, slapping Hades on the back. He seemed jolly and exaggerated. He was either drunk or his balls had started to grow back. "And gorgeous Persephone! So glad you could make it!" "I was under the impression we did not have a choice," she said. Zeus's laughter burst from deep in his throat. "You're rubbing off on her, brother," he said, and elbowed Hades in the side. There was an angry glint in his eye, as if he did not like Persephone's tone, but Hades did not care, because he loved it. "Why wouldn't you come?" Zeus continued. "This is your engagement feast, after all." "Then that must mean we have your blessing," Persephone said, and then added pointedly, "to marry." Zeus's laugh was dull, though he tried to hide it behind a boisterous tone. "That is not for me to decide, dear. It is my oracle who will decide." "Don't call me dear," Persephone said. "It is only a word," he replied, tone devoid of any humor. "I mean no offense." "I don't care what you intended," Persephone said. "The word offends me." The silence around them was deafening. As much as Hades was enjoying this exchange, he also shifted closer to Persephone. He knew Zeus's anger well, and nothing triggered it more than defiance. But his brother only burst into peals of annoying laughter. "Hades, your plaything is far too sensitive." Hades wasn't sure which word triggered him more, plaything, or sensitive, but it didn't really matter. This was his queen, and Zeus had disrespected her. Hades' hand shot out, and he gripped Zeus by the neck. "What did you call my fiancé?" Hades spoke between his teeth. Zeus's eyes were as dark as stormy skies, flashing with the threat of his power. This was likely not the best move, given that Hades wished for his brother's blessing, but he would not let this slight pass. "Careful, Hades. I still rule your fate." Zeus determined whether he would marry, and even that was up for debate. Hades was not above defying Zeus, even if it meant the possibility of facing divine retribution. "Wrong, brother," Hades said, his voice quiet and harsh. "Apologize." He squeezed enough to feel the god swallow against his palm. "Persephone," Zeus said, his voice rough and low. "Forgive me." She said nothing, but Hades released him. His brother's eyes remained trained on him, but Zeus smiled and laughed, throwing his arms into the air as he exclaimed, "Let us feast!" They filed into the banquet hall with the crowd, where several round tables were spread across the large room. Hades would have liked to believe that making it to this part of the night meant they were closer to the end, and Zeus would make his decision soon. But he knew this was just the beginning. They would have to make it through this tedious dinner and the festivities that followed. It was possible, given Hades' earlier behavior, that Zeus would delay his decision another day, but Zeus had deserved the very public shaming. "It appears we will not be sitting together," Persephone said, glancing at him. "How so?" She nodded toward the front of the room, where one long table was elevated above the rest. "I am not an Olympian." "Being one is overrated," he replied. "I shall sit with you, wherever you'd like." "Won't that make Zeus angry?" "Yes." "Do you want to marry me?" Persephone asked, looking up at him. "Darling, I will marry you despite what Zeus says." She was quiet for a moment as they navigated around the tables. "What does he do when he does not bless a marriage?" "He arranges a marriage for the woman," he said, but that would not happen here. Hades steered Persephone to a table on the other side of the room against the wall. He preferred something as far away from people as possible and with a view of the entrance. He pulled out her chair, and as she sat, he pushed it in before seating himself. Persephone smiled at the man and woman sitting across from them, who did not even try to hide their terror. "Hi," she greeted. "I'm Persephone," the man said. "We know who you are." "Yes." She hesitated, and Hades admired her for trying to make polite conversation. "What are your names?" "That is Thales, and that is Callista," Hades said. "They are children of Apeliotes." "Apeliotes?" "The god of the southeast wind," Hades explained. "There was a god for every type of wind." You know us?" Callista asked. Maybe I chose the wrong table, he thought. "Of course." "Hades, what are you doing?" Aphrodite asked, halting at their table. Hephaestus stood in her shadow. "Sitting," Hades said. "But you are at the wrong table," she pointed out, as if he did not know. "As long as I am with Persephone, I am right," he said. Aphrodite frowned, and Hades wondered why she cared at all about where he sat. "How is Harmonia, Aphrodite?" Persephone asked. "Fine, I suppose," Aphrodite answered. "She has been spending much of her time with your friend Sybil. I think they have become very good friends." Aphrodite smirked, eyes glinting. "Friends? Have you forgotten I am the goddess of love?" Persephone said nothing, and Aphrodite turned to Hephaestus, who took her offered hand and led her to the Olympians' table. "Do you think Aphrodite is opposed to Harmonia's choice of partner?" "Do you mean is she opposed because Sybil is a woman? No. Aphrodite believes love is love. If Aphrodite is upset, it is because Harmonia's relationship means she has less time for her." She was quiet for a moment, and he noticed that her gaze wandered back to the goddess. Do you think Aphrodite and Hephaestus will ever reconcile?
We can all only hope. They are both completely unbearable.
Persephone elbowed him, but Hades felt like he had been dealing with the saga of their marriage since its inception. He wasn't at all sure what exactly went wrong, but whatever had occurred had happened the night of their wedding, and neither of them had ever been the same. Dinner finally appeared, once Zeus decided to join them. It was usual of the god to make them wait. He liked to remind everyone of his importance any time he had the opportunity. Hades reached for a silver pitcher on the table.
Ambrosia,
he offered. Straight? Persephone asked, sounding surprised. Just a little, he said, as he poured her a small amount and then filled his glass. Like any alcohol, it required developing a certain level of tolerance. His was high. What? He asked, noticing Persephone's stare. You are an alcoholic, she said. She wasn't technically wrong, but it wasn't as if alcohol had any effect on him. Functioning, he replied, watching as Persephone took a sip from her glass as she licked her lips. Do you like it? He leaned closer, thinking about kissing her so he could taste it on her tongue, but he didn't. She met his gaze, and her answer came out on a breath. Yes. Callista cleared her throat. The interruption irritated him, and Hades would have ignored it, but Persephone was far more courteous than him. So how did you two meet? A snort drew Hades' attention, and he looked to see Hermes approaching with his plate and silverware. You sit before gods, and that is the question you choose to ask? Hermes said. Hermes, what are you doing? Persephone asked. I missed you, he said, as he sat beside her. More movement from the Olympian table caught Hades' attention as he watched Apollo leave to sit by a man he could only assume was Ajax, the one he'd agonized over when he'd come to inquire about Adonis's autopsy. Artemis looked both confused and irritated, her mouth set tight, while Zeus glowered. Neither of them liked watching Olympians abandoning their places above the crowd. I think you started a movement, Hades, said Persephone. He met her gaze, smiling at her expression, which seemed to be a mix of amusement and soft admiration. I have a question, Thales said, interrupting, and Hades cast his gaze on the minor god. How will I die? Horribly, Hades replied without pause. He would not normally be so direct, but the response felt deserved given the question. Hades, Persephone scolded. He felt her elbow nudge him again. This time he caught it and slid his hand down her arm, threading his fingers with hers. Is that true? Thales stuttered. He is just kidding, Persephone assured Thales, giving Hades a pointed look. Aren't you, Hades? No, he said. Hermes choked on a laugh, but a silly question deserved the right answer, though he considered adding that perhaps it would change. It was possible the Fates would not like that he had told Thales of their plans. It wasn't as if he knew the details, just that it would not be pleasant. A few minutes of blissful silence followed, until Zeus pushed back his chair, letting it scrape on the floor loudly to draw attention, and then clanking his glass until Hades wanted to break his teeth. As Zeus watched, all eyes were now on him. We are gathered to celebrate my brother Hades, Zeus exclaimed, who has found a beautiful maiden he wishes to marry, Persephone, goddess of spring, daughter of dread Demeter. Tonight we celebrate love and those who have found it. May we all be so lucky. And, Hades, Zeus lifted his glass, and all eyes turned to their table. May the oracle bless your union. Zeus's statement served as both a reminder to Hades and Persephone that he was in control, but also communicated to those gathered that if he denied their marriage, it was the fault of the oracle and not his. Reluctantly, Hades lifted his glass to his brother. It was more of a way to emphasize his promise of vengeance than an acknowledgement of what Zeus had said. As Hades brought his drink to his lips, Persephone turned to him, and the smile on her face drew his attention, tightening his chest. He set the drink aside in favor of her mouth and kissed her. The mild applause that started at the end of Zeus's toast turned voracious and cheerful. Hermes whistled. When Hades pulled back, Persephone gave a breathless laugh.
"Careful, Lord Hades," she said quietly, "or you'll lose your vicious reputation."
He wasn't certain about that, but he smiled anyway. The rest of the dinner passed in relative quiet, and they retired to the porch, where Apollo specifically had taken it upon himself to play his lyre. It was likely he desired praise for his skill, while also impressing his newest conquest. "Shall we dance?" Hades asked, turning to Persephone.
"I would like nothing more," she answered.
Hades led her to an open spot at the center of the crowded floor, drawing her close with no intention of trying to conceal his erection, which had roared to life when he'd kissed her at dinner.
"Aroused, my love?"
Persephone asked, her voice husky, her eyes heavy-lidded. Perhaps it was the ambrosia that made her so bold. "Always, my darling," he replied lightly. When she reached between them to grip him, he knew she was definitely under the influence of ambrosia. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice a hum in his chest.
"I don't think I need to explain myself,"
she said. "Are you trying to provoke me in front of these Olympians?"
"Provoke you?"
she questioned on a breathless laugh.
"I would never."
He drew her closer and considered how long he would be able to take this teasing, but Persephone was making it very hard.
"I am just trying to please you,"
Persephone said quietly, her gaze unwavering. "You please me," he said, and claimed her mouth in a hard kiss that only grew more demanding as she continued to move her hand against his rigid cock, and there came a point where he had no desire to hold back. "Enough," he hissed, as he tore from her mouth, and though he'd caught the attention of the whole room, he cloaked them in glamour as he gripped her ass and drew her up his body.
"Hades,"
she gasped,
"everyone can see."
"Smoke and mirrors," he said, and teleported. He chose not to leave Olympus, given that Zeus may still summon them to consult the oracle, and teleported to his own estate on the mountain, which typically remained abandoned.
"Not so interested in exhibitionism?"
Persephone asked. "I cannot focus on you the way I wish and maintain the illusion," he said, which was partly true. The other reason was because his brothers could see through it, but he did not want to talk about them. He leveraged her against the wall and shifted his fingers so they could drift along her opening, where she was hot and wet, a temptation that made his cock twitch. Persephone's cry caught in her throat. She held him tighter, her breasts pressing into his chest. "So wet," he said between his teeth. "I could drink from you, but for now I'll settle with tasting." He freed his fingers from her sex and sucked them into his mouth before kissing her again. First her mouth, and then her jaw, even her breasts, though he had to tease them through the fabric of her dress. She was lively beneath his touch, bending and arching every part of her body, all while her hands sought his skin.
"Hades, I want you inside me,"
she said, her skin flushed, her eyes bright.
"You once told me to dress for sex. Why can't you?"
He laughed. "Perhaps if you were not so eager, darling, finding my flesh would be much easier." He reached between them, unclasping his robes, and they slipped from his body like shadows. When he managed to slide inside her, they both groaned. Hades' mouth was open against hers, and his tongue darted out to taste hers, his fingers biting into her skin as he held her. His head was so full of dizzying pleasure he could barely think beyond the feel of it. "I love you," he said, a little breathless.
"I love you too,"
she said, her smile genuine. He thrust his hips, grinding into her, groaning as his balls tightened. "You feel so good," he said, letting his head fall into the crook of her neck, a thin layer of sweat breaking out over his whole body. "Come for me," he said. so that I may bathe in your warmth." Usually he would try to draw this out, to bring her to the edge and retreat, building up her desire until she demanded to come. But this time, he felt an urgency in his own body that seemed to demand a quick release. He reached between them, rubbing Persephone's engorged clit. Her legs tightened around him, pulling him closer, even as she arched away, body pressing into the wall as she shook with her orgasm. "Yes, my darling," Hades growled, pumping harder into her spasming muscles until he came to. Slowly, he lowered Persephone to her feet, smoothing her wild hair. "Are you well?" he asked, still breathless. "Yes, of course," she said with a small laugh. "And you?" "I am well," he said. "More than well." He kissed her forehead and dressed, while Persephone looked around the room. "Where are we?" she asked. "These are my accommodations," he said. "You have a house on Olympus." "Yes, though I rarely come here." Which was why he couldn't really call this a home. "How many houses do you have?" He thought for a moment, listing them in his mind. His palace in the underworld, his home on the island of Lamprey, the one here on Olympus, and another in Olympia. He had another in Thesprotia, and one in Elis. 6, I think. "You think?" "I don't use them all." Persephone crossed her arms over her chest, raising her brows. "Anything else you want to tell me?" "At this very moment?" he asked, the corners of his lips lifting. "No." "Who manages your estate?" she asked. "Ilias. Ilias did everything." "Perhaps I should ask him about your empire." "You could, but he would tell you nothing." "I am certain I could persuade him." "Careful, darling. I'm not opposed to castrating anyone you decide to tease." "Jealous?" "Yes," he said, unashamed. "Very." There was a knock at the door. Since Hades was near, he opened it, though he already knew it was Hermes. "Dinner wasn't satisfying enough?" Hermes asked. "Shut up, Hermes," Hades said. The god grinned, but it soon disappeared as he spoke. "I was sent to retrieve you." Hades had not considered how he would feel when the time finally came to hear the oracle. But suddenly, he was filled with dread. "We were just on our way," Hades said. "Sure, and I am a law-abiding citizen." Hades rolled his eyes. They left his estate, walking back to the temple, which was so close he could still hear the music and merrymaking. The irony of this feast was that it had nothing to do with celebrating them, not like the celebration the souls in Asphodel had organized for them. This one was about tradition and control. "Why do I get the feeling Zeus does not want Hades and I to wed?" Persephone asked Hermes. And Hades thought perhaps she was seeking some kind of reassurance. "Probably because he's a creep and would rather have you himself," said Hermes. "I am not opposed to murdering a god," Hades said. "Fuck the fates." "Calm down, Hades," Hermes said. "I'm just pointing out the obvious. Don't worry, Sephi. Let's just see what the oracle says." Hades' stomach twisted sharply, but he had to admit he was glad this was almost over. At least then he could decide on his next move. Either way, he would marry Persephone. What mattered was what would come after. Hades took Persephone's hand as they returned, meeting Zeus just outside the temple. He stood in a slice of golden light that streamed from the arched opening behind him. "Now that you have decided to rejoin us, perhaps you are ready to hear what the oracle will say about your marriage." "I am very eager," said Persephone sweetly, though her gaze was hard. "Then follow me, Lady Persephone," Zeus rumbled. They left the temple area and made their way through a courtyard of statues, down a narrow path to Zeus's temple. It was a round structure with oak doors, and inside was a basin of oil that he would use to summon Pyrrha, his oracle. Hades had been through this before, but as a member of what Zeus liked to call his council, though whether he actually listened was debatable. Tonight his council included Hera and Poseidon, neither of whom were favorable choices, though this was where Hera's word mattered most. Would she support Hades as she had agreed? Persephone hesitated, and Zeus swept his hand before him. "My council," he said as a way of introducing them. "I thought the oracle was your council," she said. "The oracle speaks of the future, yes," he said. "But I have lived a long life, and I am aware that the threads of that future are ever changing. My wife and brother know that too." Hades swallowed thickly. He only hoped Zeus applied the same thoughtful consideration to his own situation. Zeus took a torch from the wall, and as he turned toward the basin, he spoke. "A drop of your blood, if you will." Hades still held Persephone's hand, and together they approached. He went first as a way of showing her what to do, pressing his finger into the sharp needle protruding from the edge of the basin. He held his hand out until a single bead of his blood dropped into the oil. Persephone followed his example, her blood mixing with his. "Hades," she whispered as he took her finger into his mouth to heal. "I do not wish to see you bleed." He had said it before. Need he say it again? It was only a drop. He said nothing and guided her away from the basin as Zeus lit the oil. The fire burned hotly, the flame tinged with green, and the smoke was thick and billowy, emptying via an opening at the height of the domed ceiling. It wasn't long before the oracle appeared, an old woman wreathed in flame. "Pyrrha," Zeus said, "give us the prophecy of Hades and Persephone."
Hades and Persephone,
the oracle repeated, as if testing their names on her tongue.
a powerful union, a marriage that will produce a god more powerful than Zeus himself.
Hades stood in quiet and confused shock, scrambling to both recall and memorize every word the oracle had spoken. In truth, he wasn't sure what he had expected the oracle to say, but he knew as soon as he heard her message, they were doomed. Zeus was not likely to allow anyone to wed with his reign at stake. "Zeus," Hades warned, his body going rigid, his magic on edge, but so were Zeus's and Hera's and Poseidon's. "Hades, you will not take her from me," he said. "I am king, Hades. Perhaps you need reminding." "If that is your wish," said Hades, "I am more than happy to be the end of your reign." There was silence as Hades' threat hung in the air. They all knew it wasn't empty. "Are you pregnant?" Hera asked suddenly. "Excuse me," Persephone asked, but Hades did not flinch. He knew that was impossible. "Need I repeat myself?" Hera asked. "That question is not appropriate," Persephone snapped. "And yet it is important when considering the prophecy," Hera replied. "Why is that?" "The prophecy states that your marriage will produce a god more powerful than Zeus," said Hera. "A child born of this union would be a very powerful god, a giver of life and death." Hades ground his teeth. "There is no child. There will be no children." Poseidon offered a humorless laugh. "Even the most careful of men have children, Hades. How can you possibly ensure that when you cannot even get through a dance without leaving to fuck?" "I do not have to be careful. It is the fates who have taken my ability to have children. It is the fates who wove Persephone into my world." Hera tilted her head as if she were curious, her eyes on Persephone. "Do you wish to remain childless?" "I want to marry Hades," Persephone answered. "If I must remain childless, then I will." Hades swallowed hard, noting how she didn't offer an outright no, and suddenly he felt like he was taking something away from her. There was another beat of silence before Zeus looked at Hades. "You are certain you cannot have children, brother?" "Very. The fates rarely reverse their decrees. In fact, Hades could not think of one instance when they had. "Let them marry, Zeus," Poseidon said, almost dismissively, as if he were bored of this. "Obviously, they wish to fuck as husband and wife." "And if the marriage produces a child?" Zeus asked. "I do not trust the fates. Their threads are ever moving, ever changing." "Then we take the child," Hera said suddenly, her voice devoid of any emotion, likely because it wasn't the first time she had tried to solve a problem by stealing away or disposing of a child. Though they had established that Hades could not have children, Persephone's fingers squeezed his hand, nails biting into his skin. He understood. It felt like a violation all the same. "There will be no child," Hades said again, the words slipping between his gritted teeth. His hatred for everything this meeting stood for burned his blood, and he hoped Zeus could feel that in his stare. After what seemed like an eternity, Zeus spoke. "I will bless this union. But if the goddess ever becomes pregnant," he said, his eyes slipping to Persephone, "the infant must be terminated." It was enough. Hades called up his magic and teleported to the underworld, just as Persephone swayed and fell to her knees, vomiting at his feet. Chapter 40. Hades. He knelt beside her and took her into his arms, brushing her hair from her face. "It's okay," he said, though he didn't believe his own words. He understood why this was devastating, even given that they could not have children. It was the violation of the whole thing. They had to admit to things that should have remained between them. "It's not. It isn't," she sobbed. "I will destroy him. I will end him." "My darling," he said, "I have no doubt. Come, on your feet." He urged her to her feet and took her face between his hands, holding her teary gaze. "Persephone, I would never, will never, let them have any part of you. Do you understand?" She nodded, taking a breath but clearly overwhelmed. So he took her to the baths and helped her out of her dress and into the tub. She sat with her knees to her chest and seemed to relax the longer she remained in the warm water. Hades lowered to his knees beside the pool and ran soap and water over her skin. He worked slowly, in time with her breaths, which became deep and shallow. And then her hand came down on his wrist, halting his touch as it passed over her breasts. "Hades," she murmured, her eyes falling to his mouth. The tension between them was thick and burning, and they seemed to move at the same time, each of them dragging the other closer. Their lips collided in a hard kiss that sent a wave of heat straight to his groin. "I want you," she said, gripping him tight. "Marry me." She gave a breathless laugh. "I already said yes." "You have, so marry me, tonight." She just stared, so he explained. "I do not trust Zeus or Poseidon or Hera, but I trust us. Marry me tonight, and they cannot take it away." He knew it was far more sudden than either of them had expected, but what difference did it make if they waited? Besides, if she married him now, she would have power over his realm. She studied him a moment before a smile spread across her face as she answered, "Yes." His grin matched hers, and he drew her to him once more, kissing her until he ached for her. "I will have you tonight as my wife," he promised. "Come, I will summon Hecate." Hades retrieved a robe for her, and as they left the baths, Hecate was waiting. "Oh, my dear," she said, embracing Persephone. "Can you believe it? You will be married tonight. Let's get you ready." Then her eyes slipped to him and narrowed. "And if I see, or sense, you anywhere near the Queen's suite, I will banish you to Arachne's pit." Hades chuckled. "I will not peek," he promised, his gaze shifting to Persephone, as there was a part of him that was still trying to grasp the fact that by the end of this night, She would be his wife. I'll see you soon. I'm not going to lie, said Hermes. I'm a little salty you let Hecate dress you for what is likely the most fashionable event of your life. I didn't let her do anything, said Hades. She just did it. He straightened his jacket for the millionth time. Stop pulling on it, Hermes chided. Here. Hermes pushed Hades' hands down and smoothed his collar and the lapels of his jacket. When he was finished, his hands fell to his sides, and he met Hades' gaze. I'm really happy for you, Hades, he said, his tone and expression so serious it was most unnerving. Hermes was rarely sentimental, save for when he was angry. Thanks, Hermes, Hades said. You really are a great friend. The best, right? Hermes asked with a grin. Don't push it, Hades replied. Hermes chuckled. As for me, I'm not sure I could commit to just one person. I am a god with many needs, if you know what I mean. He waggled his brows, and Hades rolled his eyes. Everyone knows what you mean, Hermes. It's not as if you keep it a secret. There was a knock at the door, and they both looked up as Hecate popped her head in. Hades, it's time. You must take your place. Hermes led him from the palace. Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus followed behind him as they made their way to Hecate's grove. As they neared, he grew increasingly nervous. He wasn't even sure why. Maybe it was the significance of this event. Hades had been desperate for this for so long, and now it was finally here. He almost couldn't believe it. They came around a line of trees, and Hades halted in his tracks, realizing that he hadn't been prepared for this at all. To find the grove both decorated beautifully and crowded with souls and divinity alike, all gathered to celebrate the great and passionate love that had blossomed between him and Persephone, this incredible goddess who had brought life to his world in ways he had never thought possible. It was almost overwhelming, but in a way that made his chest and throat feel tight. He made his way down the aisle to the arbor of greenery at the end and took his place on the right. Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus remained at his feet. Hermes sat in the front row beside Apollo. Both had left the feast upon his summons because he knew Persephone would want them here. Hermes leaned forward and half-whispered, half-yelled, Don't lock your knees, or you'll pass out. I'm not locking my knees, Hades whispered back, though he wasn't sure why. Why would you tell me that? I'm not saying you are, I'm saying don't. Well, now he was worried. What if he passed out? He practiced bending his knees just to make sure he knew the difference between bent and locked knees. You look like an idiot, said Hermes. Hades glared, but then the music started, played by a small group of souls who sat off to the side, and his eyes shifted to the end of the aisle. His heart raced in his chest and throughout his whole body as he waited for Persephone to appear. And then she did. And she was so fucking beautiful it physically hurt to look at her. All he could think was that everything he'd ever done or fucked up was worth it for this one moment. He worked to memorize it, every detail of her approach, from the baby's breath on her head to the silhouette of her gown, to the way her eyes lit up when she saw him, and the smile that followed. Gods, he never thought he would be grateful for the fates. True to her nature, she stopped to hug those closest to her, including Apollo and Hermes. And then she was finally in front of him, and he felt a profound and euphoric rush of pure joy. She took a step toward him when Lexi pulled her back to take her bouquet. Hades chuckled, and the crowd laughed. Eager, darling? He asked. Always, she said, and when she finally stood opposite him, he took her hands. Hi. Hi, he said, grinning. You are beautiful. So are you. He thought it would be easier to breathe once she was in front of him, but it wasn't. Hecate cleared her throat as she stepped between them, looking from him to Persephone. I knew this moment would come eventually, Hecate said. I have seen love, all forms and degrees, But there is something dear about this love, the kind you two share. It is desperate and fierce and passionate." She paused to laugh, and so did everyone behind them. "And perhaps it is because I know you, but it is my favorite kind of love to watch. It blossoms and blazes, challenges and teases, hurts and heals. There are no two souls better matched. Apart, you are light and dark, life and death, a beginning and an end. Together, you are a foundation that will weave an empire, unite a people, and weld worlds together. You are a cycle that never ends, eternal and infinite." Hades. Hecate gave him Persephone's ring. Her eyes widened when she saw it, and he knew she was just now realizing she didn't have one. But she had no need to worry. He had prepared for this moment. "Do you take Persephone to be your wife?" Hecate asked. "I do," he said, as he slipped the ring on her finger. "Persephone," Hecate said, giving her a black ring. "Do you take Hades to be your husband?" "I do," she said, and as she slid the ring on his finger, Hades felt like she had given him the greatest gift. He had the honor of being her husband. "You may kiss the bride, Hades." He took her radiant face between his hands. "I love you," he said, and pressed his mouth to hers. Gentle at first, thinking it would be enough, but it wasn't. He pulled her against him, parting her mouth with his tongue, deepening the kiss. And it was strange to say, but it felt different. Maybe it was because he had never been so happy. Either way, he was very aware that this was his wife, his goddess, his queen. "Get a room!" Hermes shouted. He held her in his embrace a little longer just for that. When he pulled away, he pressed his lips to her forehead before taking her hand and turning to the crowd. "May I present Hades and Persephone, king and queen of the underworld." The crowd erupted in great applause, and they returned down the aisle as husband and wife. Once they had come around the copse of trees, he paused to kiss her again. "I have never seen anything more beautiful than you," he said, looking down at her, memorizing her as she stared back just as intently, just as happily. "I love you so much," she said. "Come," Hecate said sharply, teleporting them into the library. "You have a few minutes to yourselves until I return to collect you for the festivities," she said. "If I were you, I'd keep your clothes on and your feet on the ground." When they were alone, he looked down at Persephone. That sounded like a challenge. "Are you up for it, husband?" That word tightened his chest, and he closed his eyes against the emotion that welled within his eyes. "Are you okay?" she whispered. "Say it again. Call me your husband." "I said, are you up for the challenge, husband?" When he was sure he could handle it, he looked at her again and drew their hips together. "As much as I want you now," he said, "I have something else planned for us tonight." "Does it involve something new?" "Are you asking for something new?" "Yes," she whispered. He took one of her hands, which had come to rest on his chest, and kissed the inside of her wrist. "And what is it you wish to try?" He wasn't prepared for her answer. "Restraints." Chapter 41. Hades. "Restraints," she said. There was an anxious part of him that did not want to try it again, especially on this night, the most memorable one of their lives. But if it went well, then it would be more than anything he'd hoped for, like everything that had happened so far. He would just have to be more for her tonight, more attentive, more present, more communicative, and he could do that. He would do that. It wasn't long before Hecate retrieved them from the library, which was good because Hades was seconds away from leaving. She led them to the ballroom, and on the other side of the doors, he heard Hermes announce them. Introducing your Lord and Lady of the Underworld, King Hades and Queen Persephone." When the doors opened, it was to great applause and cheering. The ballroom was packed with people, but it did not bother him the way the crowd on Olympus had. They walked along the path the souls had made to the courtyard to dance beneath the moon and stars. He drew her into his arms, almost too close to do anything beyond sway in place, but he did not care. This was what he wanted, to be near her, to feel her, to know this was real. "What are you thinking?" she asked after a long moment. Neither of them had spoken, basking in this moment of quiet happiness. "I am thinking of many things, wife," he said, and could not help smiling when he used the word. It was perhaps his favorite title he had ever bestowed. "Like?" "I am thinking of how happy I am," he answered. "Is that all?" "I wasn't finished," he said, knowing what she was asking, because he had felt it the moment they'd approached the topic of sex. "I am wondering if you are wet for me, if your stomach is wound tight with desire, if you're fantasizing about tonight as much as I am, and are your thoughts just as vulgar?" Her gaze was unwavering. "Yes." His hands flexed on her hips, and he wondered how appropriate it would be to leave this celebration early, though Hades wasn't sure he wanted to risk never hearing the end of it from Hecate, who had put in so much work, along with Eurie and the other souls in Asphodel. In many ways, this was just as much for them, and he did not wish to take away their only chance to celebrate their union, even if he knew what they were most excited about was having Persephone as their queen. That fact became more evident as the night progressed, and the souls drew her into dance after dance. He watched her for a while when Hecate approached. "Come, my king," she said. "You should dance on your wedding night." He took her offered hand, and they joined the others on the floor. "Thank you, Hecate," he said. "I will forever be grateful for everything." She smiled. "You're welcome, my dear. But I would do anything for you. I would do anything for Persephone." There was a weight to her words that was almost threatening. He could feel it, as if she too wanted to promise the end of the world if either of them came to harm. They danced a while, and then Hades was pulled into a circle of little girls who sang "Ring Around the Rosie" over and over again, and while he was trapped there, his attention caught on Apollo, who stood in the shadow of the room with Hyacinth. The two stood close but not touching, and Hades wondered how the god of music was coping now that he had found a mortal love interest. Hades was not someone who believed that everyone had one true love in their lifetime. The only reason he believed it for himself was because he wanted it no other way. Sometimes he wondered if Apollo was the same. The thing about Apollo and Hyacinth's love was that it had changed the god on a fundamental level, not only as he fell for the man, but also in his death. Sometimes that was what people were unable to come back from. When he was finally released from the confines of the Ring of Rosie, or whatever it was, he crossed the room toward Apollo, who was now alone. When he noticed Hades' approach, Apollo stiffened and lifted his chin, his throat bobbing up and down. "Are you all right?" Hades asked. "Do not be concerned for me," Apollo said. "This is your wedding." "If Persephone saw you, she would be concerned," Hades said. Apollo angled himself away from the crowd, his face splotchy red. "What did you tell Hyacinth?" He took a breath. "I told him about Ajax," he said, and paused, his voice thick with emotion. "It isn't at all bad. He was so happy for me." "It has been a long time, Apollo," Hades said as gently as possible. "I know. The thing is, I just don't know that I expected him to be happy." Hades frowned. "What do you mean?" Apollo was quiet before he answered. "I don't know. I guess I thought, if he still loved me, he would be angry. But that's not what happened." "Hyacinth loves you, Apollo," Hades said,
and just because you move on in life does not mean you love him any less. It felt wrong, you know, Apollo said, meeting Hades' gaze. Until now. You know you always had his blessing. Apollo nodded, and Hades' gaze shifted to Hyacinth, who had returned, 2 drinks in hand. Lord Hades, congratulations, he said, his eyes bright with mirth. Apollo took a breath to compose himself, and then turned to face the mortal prince. Thank you, Hyacinth, Hades said, nodding once. I'll leave you two to the festivities. Hades wandered outside into the underworld night, leaving behind the clamor of the crowd. He needed the space and the quiet. He wasn't overwhelmed exactly, but there came a point when he only wanted to sit with his thoughts. He was eager to be alone with his bride. When he thought of how this evening had begun, he had no idea it would escalate to this. He doubted his brother expected him to marry so quickly. Zeus had likely anticipated that they would wed publicly, both in the upper world and on Olympus. Weddings between gods among the Olympians were rare and celebrated as monumental occasions. And while it was a monumental occasion in his life, Hades was not so certain he wished to share that with anyone beyond his realm, especially in the climate that existed in the upper world right now. It was likely, if word was to get out about their marriage, it would be seen as a selfish choice, given Demeter's snowstorm. But Hades hated the politics. He hated that their union had been about power at all, when all he wanted was to marry the woman he loved. And so he had, come what may. He heard the familiar sounds of his dog's loud sniffing, and when he turned, Persephone was walking down the path toward him, and it was like being back in that moment when she'd rounded the tree line to marry him. He smiled at her as she approached, and then asked quietly, "Are you well?" "I am," she replied. "Are you ready?" "I am." He offered his hand, and when she took it, they vanished. Hades had planned no part of the wedding, but that did not mean he hadn't planned for the night. He had only thought of one thing when he considered where to take her, and that was some place beyond this world, to a place that had not been touched by terror or strife. He wanted to take her to the stars. He was pleased with the illusion, and as they stood on the platform of their marriage bed, stars glittered all around. "Are we in the middle of a lake?" Persephone asked. "Yes," he answered. "Is this your magic?" "It is," he said. "Do you like it?" "It is beautiful," she said. "But where are we really?" "We are in the underworld, in a space I made." "How long have you planned this?" "I have thought about it a while," he said, just as he'd thought about her ring for a while. Persephone's lips curled, and she approached the bed, smoothing her hand over the soft silk sheets. He wondered what she was doing, perhaps making sure it was real. But then she straightened and looked at him over her shoulder. "Help me out of my dress," she said. He obliged happily and approached, drawing the zipper down, letting his fingers drift along her spine as he returned to guide the thin straps of her gown from her shoulders. As it pooled to the ground, he realized she wore nothing beneath. She turned to him slowly and met his gaze. There was a strange and nervous energy between them. He wasn't sure why. It was not as if they were new to this, but perhaps it had something to do with her earlier request. He drew her nearer, the tension a physical thing. He could feel it in the space between them even as he closed it, even as he pressed his mouth to hers and touched her soft skin. He smoothed his hands up her sides to her breasts, then to her back, so he could pull her even closer. He didn't want to stop, but he had to. When he drew away, he pulled a small, black box from his pocket. "These are the chains of truth," he said. "They are a powerful weapon against any god, unless they have the password. I am telling you that password now, so that if you begin to feel afraid, you can release yourself from their grasp. Eleftheros ton. Say it."
She looked at him and then at the box.
Eleftheros tan.
He watched her lips as she repeated the words. Perfect.
Why are they called the chains of truth?
The only truth they shall draw from your lips is your pleasure, he promised. Lie down. She turned and gave him her ass as she crawled onto the bed. He had to restrain himself from dragging her back to him by her hips to swat her and fuck her from behind. There would be enough time for that later. Right now, he had an obligation to make sure she felt safe and comfortable, and he would do nothing else until that happened, even if his cock was raging. She shifted onto her back and spread her arms when Hades instructed. He hovered over her, unable to take his eyes off her glorious body. Preparing her for this process was just as fucking erotic. When he placed the box over her head, the restraints materialized. At first they were heavy manacles made of iron, meant for restraining a god. Hades touched them, turning them into soft bindings. "Forgive me, my darling," he said, and then met her gaze. "Are you ready?"
For you?
She asked.
Always.
Always, he said, the word shuddering through him. He sat back, admiring her as he removed his jacket and shirt. He was thinking that he liked this, that he could do this now that she had a safe word. Her eyes were dark, despite their color, and tracked his every move. "What are you thinking?" he asked.
I want you to move faster,
she said, and her eyes widened as those words fell from her mouth. She looked up at the restraints around her wrists and tugged on one before looking at him again.
"Is there any chance you get to wear these?"
"If that is what you want," he said, as he discarded his shirt. "But you do not need chains to draw the truth from me, especially when it comes to what I plan to do to you."
"I'd rather not hear your plans,"
she said. He smirked. He knew she just wanted him to begin. "What do you want, wife?"
"Action,"
she said, moving beneath him. Fuck, she was beautiful and so tempting. He laughed as he pressed a kiss between her breasts, then on each of them. Her legs closed around him, her hips grinding into his erection. He liked her eagerness. He hoped it meant that by the time he made it between her legs, she was so wet he could drown. He made his way down her body, and her legs fell open, exposing her wicked flesh to his mouth. He licked and sucked her there, and she moaned. "This," he said roughly. "I love this." He loved the way she tasted and how she smelled, the silkiness of her on his tongue. Mostly he loved her and how she responded, the way her heels dug into the bed, the way her thighs pressed into him as she felt each wave of pleasure, the way her fingers twined around the chains.
"Oh, it's so good,"
she breathed. His finger was inside her, his mouth on her clit. He broke long enough to encourage her words. "That's it, darling. Tell me how it feels."
"It's so good, so good."
She managed to look at him before her head fell back against the pillow on a guttural moan. When she came, her body tightened around him so hard it was like she wanted to trap him between her legs forever. If it meant pleasuring her this way for an eternity, he would gladly stay. But his own need for her pulsed between his legs. He kissed up her body, and with the taste of her on his tongue, he shook with the carnal need to bury himself inside her.
"Where are you going?"
she asked when he stood, his hands already on the button of his trousers. "Not far, wife," he said, as he finished undressing, and when he was naked, he was fully aware of her stare. It burned his skin, made his cock grow thicker and his balls heavier. He could not wait to be inside her, to make her his wife in this way. It did not matter that they'd had sex so many times before. This was still different. "Tell me your thoughts," he prompted her again, curious as to what was behind that heated gaze.
"It doesn't matter how often you are inside me," she said. "I can't. It's not enough."
He climbed on top of her, letting his body rest against hers, reveling in the warmth and wild energy between them. "I love you," he said as he stared down at her.
"I love you."
He would never tire of hearing those words returned, and for the first time tonight he wanted her hands free so she could touch him, but he would wait. That was a reward in and of itself. "Are you well?" he asked, wanting to make sure.
"Yes,"
she nodded, though her voice trembled slightly.
"I am just thinking of how much I truly love you."
He did not doubt her love, but he mourned that she would never know how much it meant to him. He had waited for her. He had ached for her. He had dreamed of her. And here she was, real and warm, lying beneath him. And now he wanted inside. He kissed her hard and then guided his length to her opening. She lifted her legs, digging her heels into his ass, trying in vain to push him inside harder and faster. But he resisted her urging and slid inside on one slow stroke. When his balls settled against her, he shifted her legs so that they were propped against his shoulders and pumped into her. He focused on her, how she quaked beneath him, how her breasts bounced with his thrusts, how her eyes held his and then closed in pleasure, her mouth following the same sort of pattern. Her reactions were everything he wanted. She made it hard to focus, harder to maintain this for long. "You feel so good, so tight, so wet," he said, increasing his pace from a steady and methodical movement to something far more possessive and carnal. Fuck, he was ready to have her hands on him. Eleftheros ton. He let her legs go and leaned down to take her mouth against his in a messy kiss, as her fingers threaded through his hair before she moved down to grip his ass, pulling him against her harder. Fuck. He broke away and sat back on his heels, bringing her with him. He helped her sit on his cock as she wrapped her legs around him. They held each other tightly as they both moved, grinding together, and he knew he could not hold on for much longer. It was the way she breathed, the way her nipples scraped against his chest, the way she felt around him. They both tensed and tightened, their fingers pressing hard into their bodies the harder they moved, the more they chased the feeling of ecstasy erupting between them. When she tightened around him in release, he came in a rush that went straight to his head. He was dizzy as he fell back against the bed with Persephone in his arms, bodies heavy. Persephone started to laugh. "I will refrain from thinking you are laughing at my performance, wife," he said. She laughed harder and finally stopped to look at him. "No," she said, tracing his features. "You were everything." He shifted them to their sides so they could face each other. "You are my everything," he said. "My first love, my wife, the first and last queen of the underworld." Chapter 42. Hades. The next morning, Hades rose with Persephone to get ready for the day. It felt strange to do something so routine after the evening they'd had. Hades felt like they should continue to celebrate, and by celebrate, he meant remain in bed. But he knew that was not possible given the circumstances. He made a drink and waited near the fire while she continued getting ready, preferring to dress the mortal way. "You're quiet," he said, sipping his whiskey. Persephone paused to look at him as she rolled a pair of thick stockings over her knees. "I am just thinking of how surreal this is," she said. "I am your wife." He set the drink on the mantel and crossed to her, letting his fingers linger on her cheek. "It is surreal," he said. "What are you thinking?" she asked. He considered lying, but he answered truthfully, "That I will do anything to keep you." "You are thinking Zeus will try to separate us?" "Yes," he said, tipping her head back farther. "But you are mine, and I intend to keep you forever." "Why do you think he let us leave?" she asked. "Because of who I am," he said. "Challenging me is not like challenging another god. I am one of the three. Our power is equal. He will have to take time deciding how to punish me." She swallowed hard, and he hated that he had given her anxiety. He kissed her forehead. "Do not worry, my darling. All will be well." "Eventually," she said. "Shall I take you to work?" Hades asked. "No," she said, standing and straightening her skirt. "I am going to breakfast with Sybil." He paused and then asked, "Will you tell her that we are married?" "Can I?" "Sybil is trustworthy," Hades said. "It is her greatest attribute." Persephone smiled. "She will be ecstatic." While he did not take her to work, he did see her off to breakfast with her friend, teleporting outside Nevernight, where Antony waited to drive her. "I shall see you tonight, my wife," Hades said, and drew her in for a kiss. Then he reached for the door and helped her into the cabin. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you," he said, and shut the door. He watched the car until it was out of sight, and then spoke. "What is it, Ilias?" he asked, already feeling dread at the satyr's presence. "I couldn't tell you until Persephone left," he said. "But this morning we found 5 nymphs on our doorstep, frozen to death." "Fuck." "She's out of control," said Hades, watching video from last night when the 5 nymphs appeared out of thin air and landed on the doorstep of his club. "5 lives," said Ilias, his voice quiet and mournful. "And for what? To send a message?" "No," he said. "The message has been sent. Now she is just being cruel." Demeter had played on Persephone's sense of responsibility to the world with the snowstorm. But now that it had not worked, she had changed tactics and would hurt her directly. Hades' hands fisted and his jaw tightened. "Do you think Demeter knows?" Ilias asked. He did not need to be specific. Hades knew he was asking about their marriage. "No, but she likely knows that Zeus gave us his blessing." Fuck. He had no doubt that despite their quick departure, Zeus had announced the union publicly, heedless of the consequences. It wasn't that he did not know them, it was that he did not care. Any fallout from Demeter meant that Zeus could blame the goddess of harvest when they were forced to part. Now Hades had to think about how to tell Persephone 5 of the women she had essentially grown up with were dead because of them, and only hours after they had become husband and wife. Gods, he hated Demeter. It was one thing to pummel the world with her magic. It only fed his power. It was another to hurt his wife in such a cruel and cold manner. It was unforgivable. It was madness, and he wondered, dreaded, what came next. "What would you like me to do?" Ilias asked. Hades did not know. He could attempt to seek Demeter out again, but confronting her would have no impact upon the goddess. She'd made the decision to hurt Persephone because of him. His pleas would go unheard. Besides, the damage was done. When his wife returned home later, she would have to bury 5 of her friends. Guilt welled in his chest, rising thickly in the back of his throat. He should have never ordered those women to find Demeter, but the last thing he'd expected was murder. Fuck. "I shall have to inform their father," he said distantly. Though it was likely Nereus already knew. Gods could feel this sort of thing, the end of life they had given. "Perhaps I should," Ilias suggested. Hades did not accept or deny his offer, his mind racing. He had been so nonchalant about their fear of death because he had not believed they would die. He had not seen in their soul or in their threads. Demeter's ending of 5 immortal lives would have great consequences. He wondered if the fates would take a life or grant one. Would the sacrifice be as dangerous as the resurrection of the Ophiutorus? "Prepare them for burial," Hades said. "I have no doubt Persephone will wish to see them. She will want to say goodbye, and then she will rage. Whether at him or Demeter was yet to be determined." Hades was still thinking about the 5 nymphs an hour later when Ilias returned. He expected the satyr to inform him that the work was finished, and to inquire after a visit to Nereus, but his expression communicated something far more concerning.
"Persephone has been revealed as a goddess," he said.
Hades' brows lowered.
"What?" "New Athens news," he said, unable to verbalize much else. "It's their top story."
Fucking Helen. Hades rose from his seat. Together they headed downstairs to the main floor of Nevernight and switched on a television. The top headline was about Persephone. Woman outed as the daughter of Demeter. The anchor on the television reported, "The woman, Persephone Rossi, who is engaged to Hades, the god of the dead, assumed an identity as a mortal journalist. She made headlines earlier this year by writing critiques about the divine."
"Do you think she's prepared for this?"
Ilias asked. "To be outed as goddess to the world?" Hades asked. No. Persephone had only started to come to terms with her own divinity. Now the world would be even more interested in her than they were before, when they assumed he'd fallen in love with a mortal woman, even those who were angry at her so-called deception. She would face obsession and hate. Ultimately, all of it was worship, which meant her power would only grow in strength, the power she could barely control. As they watched, the broadcast shifted suddenly, and the anchor announced breaking news. "We are receiving reports of an avalanche near Sparta and Thebes. The cities are buried under several feet of snow. Rescue workers have been dispatched." Fuck. That meant thousands of souls were about to flood the underworld. But not just mortals, animals too. And it was all because of Demeter's fucking snowstorm. Persephone would be devastated, and he wondered what she would do when she discovered the horror her mother had inflicted upon the world. Though he did not have to wait long to find out, because he felt Persephone's power erupt, far stronger than ever before. It felt anguished and angry, and it shook him to the soul. Fucking fates. "I have to go to Persephone," he said. He knew her capabilities when she was pushed too far, and this time it got the attention of Olympus. He let his magic unfurl, seeking the energy of the stones in her ring, and when he latched onto it, he went to her, finding her at the center of 8 Olympians. Apollo and Hermes stood slightly in front of Persephone, blocking her from the others. Hades placed a possessive hand on her stomach and drew her against him. "Angry, darling?" he asked, his lips near her ear. "A little," she replied. Despite their casual exchange, Hades' heart was racing. He glared at Zeus, who stood directly across from them with Hera on one side and Poseidon on the other. The rest of the Olympians fell in line. Demeter was noticeably absent. "That was quite a display of power, little goddess," said Zeus. "Call me little one more time," Persephone said, her body tensing beneath Hades' hand. Zeus chuckled. "I am not sure why you are laughing," she said. "I have asked for your respect before. I will not ask again." "Are you threatening your king?" Hera asked. "He is not my king," Persephone said, her tone vicious. The lines on Zeus's face seemed to darken. "I should never have allowed you to leave that temple. That prophecy was not about your children. It was about you." "Leave it, Zeus," Hades said. He held Persephone tighter. "This will not end well for you." "Your goddess is a threat to all Olympians," Zeus said. "She is a threat to you," Hades said. "Step away, Hades," Zeus ordered. "I will not hesitate to end you too." Hades had expected this moment. He had prepared for it, but not so soon. And now his mind raced, wondering if they were ready, if Persephone was ready. "If you make war against them, you make war against me," said Apollo, summoning his golden bow. "And me," Hermes said, drawing his blade. The silence was quiet and heavy. "You would commit treason?" Zeus asked. "It wouldn't be the first time," Apollo said. "You would protect a goddess whose power might destroy you?" Hera asked. "With my life," Hermes said, Sephi is my friend.
And mine, said Apollo.
And mine,
said Aphrodite, who broke from the line and crossed to stand beside Apollo, calling Hephaestus's name. The god of fire also appeared, filling the space beside her.
I will not battle,
Hestia said.
nor I,
Athena said. Cowards! Ares shot back.
Battle should serve a purpose beyond bloodshed,
said Athena. The oracle has spoken and pinned this goddess as a threat, Ares argued. War eliminates threats.
So does peace,
said Hestia. Hades was not surprised by their decision, and the two left. They faced Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Artemis, and Ares. When they began, Hades would focus on subduing his brothers. He just hoped he could keep them both engaged in battle and away from Persephone.
You are sure this is what you want, Apollo?
Artemis asked from across the field. Seph gave me a chance when she shouldn't have. I owe her.
Is her chance worth your life?
In my case? Apollo asked. Yes. You will regret this, little goddess, Zeus promised, and Hades could feel his magic charging the air. It raised the hair on his arms and the back of his neck.
I said, don't call me little.
Her power broke the earth beneath their feet, and the Olympians scrambled back, rising into the air. Hades remained behind Persephone, waiting to see how she would defend herself, needing to know that she could hold her own in this fight. Zeus's magic flashed in his hands as he summoned a bolt of lightning and hurled it at her feet, causing the earth to shake. He had done it to scare her, thinking that she would wilt at his powerful display, but Persephone remained firm before him. You are as dogged as your mother, Zeus snarled.
I believe the word you are looking for is strong-willed,
Persephone replied. Zeus moved to strike again, and Persephone called up a wall of sharp thorns to stop the blow. That was enough. Hades stepped between them and dropped his glamour, his shadows falling away, barreling toward Zeus. One managed to pass through his body, stealing his breath, but Zeus recovered in time to deflect the other two with the cuffs that braced his arms. The rule of women, Hades, is you never give them your heart. Zeus summoned another lightning bolt. I have never taken advice from you, brother. Why would I start now? Hades said, calling for his bident. Perhaps you should have. Then we would not be here today. There was a lot of truth to those words. I like it here, Hades said, glancing around at the other Olympians locked in battle. Feels like home. Neither of them hesitated, their weapons meeting so violently they were both jarred by the power. They thrust their hands out at the same time, Zeus striking with lightning and Hades with his shadows. Each of them were thrown back by their blasts, feet skidding over the ground, creating deep fissures. They stopped at the same time and then charged one another, slamming together, the impact shaking the very earth. They both swung, using their fists to fight now. You would betray me for her, Zeus said between his teeth. I would betray you for a lot less, Hades hissed. Zeus snarled, and his energy felt nuclear as it erupted around him, throwing Hades back. The earth bloomed up around him as he landed in a cavity created by his own impact. Before the dust had cleared, he saw Zeus's silhouette flash over him as the god came down on him. Hades teleported quickly, but Zeus followed, their bodies slamming into each other again. Hades thrust his hand out, gripping Zeus's neck. The skin beneath his hold blackened, rotting away beneath his touch. His brother's hands came down on his arms, and as they did, Hades' claws thrust into him, and he tore away, taking Zeus's throat with him. Zeus clutched at his neck, his eyes gleaming with fury as he glared at Hades, his breathing ragged and wet. He roared and struck, slamming into Hades so hard he felt his bones break and heal and break and heal in a jarring succession. He squeezed his fists and ground his teeth, shoving his hand toward his brother, sending shadows through him.
His body convulsed beneath the magic, and then he vanished, reappearing behind Zeus with his bident. Hades brought the two-pronged staff down on his brother, who turned in time to stop the blow with his bolt. Then Persephone's vines rose up around Zeus's ankles, and though he broke free of them easily, they continued to climb. It distracted him enough, and Hades sent his shadows flying through him again. Zeus stumbled back with each hit, and then fell. The ground opened and swallowed him, burying him alive. Hades started toward Persephone when the ground began to rumble, and Zeus shot from the earth, wreathed in an aura of lightning, his eyes glowing fiercely. "Persephone!" Hades roared, but he couldn't move fast enough, and the lightning struck. Her body shook, and the smell of her hair and flesh burning reached his nose. Hades shot toward her when a hand came down on his shoulder. "Oh no, brother," said Poseidon. "This is your punishment. Watch her burn." Hades started to move, to fight his brother, but then he noticed something strange about Persephone. The magic did not seem to be harming her anymore. Her body no longer shook beneath Zeus's power. It glowed with it. She was harnessing it. Oh, fuck. She sent the bolt back to Zeus, and the god of the skies fell to the earth. Hades twisted quickly, sending his shadows barreling toward Poseidon, but they shattered at the end of his trident. Hades summoned his bident again, and their weapons met in a fury of blows. Hades fought fiercely, hate raging in his blood, fueling the frenzy with which he fought. His bident landed a blow across Poseidon's face, cutting his cheek so fiercely it hung from his face. The blow dazed his brother, and as he stumbled back, Hades buried his bident in Poseidon's chest and kicked him to the ground. Hovering over him, he pulled his weapon out of his brother's body and shoved it in again and again. And the only thing that stopped him was a bellow of pain. Hades whirled and found Aphrodite impaled by Ares' golden spear. Hephaestus was the one screaming. He tore his way toward her, wreathed in flame. He pulled the spear from her body, his hand covering the wound as her blood seeped between his fingers. Ares neared. "Aphrodite, I didn't mean—" "If you take another step," Hephaestus threatened, "I will slit your throat." On the ground nearby was Persephone. Hades teleported to her and urged her to her feet. "Persephone, come," he said. They had to get out of there. It was the first of many battles they would fight, and for now, this one was over. "Aphrodite!" Persephone tried to go to her, but Hades held her back. "We must go," he said. "Apollo, heal her!" she screamed. Hades gathered her in his arms and vanished even as she screamed. Chapter 43. Hades. Persephone was still screaming when they made it to the underworld. "It's going to be okay," Hades said. He knew those were the wrong words, but he did not know what else to offer. There was nothing that could quite quell the hysteria of battle, not even time. "She took that spear for me," she said, leaning heavily against him. "Aphrodite will be well. It is not yet her time to die," Hades promised, though he could not discount the terror of seeing the goddess injured and in such a violent manner. Persephone had never seen Olympians battle before. "Sit." She followed his direction, but spoke as he knelt before her. "Hades, we cannot stay here. We have to find Sybil." I know, he said, though he had no idea what she was talking about. He just needed her to sit still for a few moments. Her shirt was covered in blood, and he would not feel at ease until he knew she was not injured. "Just let me make sure you are well." "I'm fine," she argued. "I healed myself." "Please." He knew she'd been practicing her healing skills, but he had to be sure, because he could already feel his body shaking and his heart racing at the sight of her blood. She stared at him for a moment, and then relented, unbuttoning her shirt to show him her smooth skin. He took a breath, and then shot to his feet, that strange terror roiling through him, turning to anger.
Fuck!
He roared. I never fucking wanted this for you.
Hades, this is not your fault.
I wanted to protect you from this, he said. He had tried so hard, but at some point it seemed inevitable that things would come to this.
You had no control over how the gods would act today, Hades. I made a choice to use my power. Zeus made a choice to end me.
I will destroy him, Hades swore.
I have no doubt, she said, and I will be beside you when you do.
Beside me, he said, and stroked her cheek. Then he let his hand fall. Tell me about Sybil.
This morning, Sybil never showed for breakfast, she explained. I went into work hoping she might be there and had just forgotten, but she wasn't. Then when I arrived at my office, there was a box on my desk.
She paused and swallowed, her voice shaking slightly.
Sybil's severed finger was inside.
Hades' blood ran cold. He thought of the nymphs Demeter had killed. Had she gotten Sybil too? Was this her way of luring Persephone into a trap? You are certain it was Sybil's?
Yes.
Where is it now?
It's still in my office.
We'll have to retrieve it, Hades said. Hecate can cast a tracing spell that will at least tell us where her finger was removed.
What do we do if she isn't there?
I cannot say, Hades said. It depends on what we find when we trace her. The point was they needed a place to start. Come, we must hurry. We cannot spend much time outside the underworld, given how we left the Olympians. Hades had expected the retrieval of Sybil's finger to be easy. The hard part would come when Hecate conducted the trace and her rescue, but as soon as they arrived at Persephone's office, he realized he had guessed wrong. Demeter was not responsible. It was Theseus. He should have known. Demeter used her magic to hurt. Theseus used weapons. Gods damn it. Theseus sat across from Persephone's desk, reclined on her couch as if he belonged there.
You,
Persephone seethed. Hades kept his hands planted firmly around her.
Me?
Theseus said in an almost sing-song voice. His arrogance permeated the air, an oily feeling that slid over Hades' skin.
Where is Sybil?
Persephone demanded.
She's right here,
Theseus said, holding up her severed finger.
What do you want with her?
Your cooperation, the demigod said. And then his eyes shifted to Hades. I will need it after I collect my favor. Hades went cold, and he dug his hands into Persephone's waist, holding her tighter. He had known this day would come eventually. Theseus had captured Sisyphus, the mortal responsible for using a spindle to extend his own life. The fates had been furious, and Hades knew that if he did not contain the threat, they would retaliate. So when Theseus brought the mortal and the stolen relic to his doorstep, requested a favor in return, Hades had granted it.
What favor?
Persephone asked. The favor Hades owes me, Theseus said, a smile playing on his thin lips, for my aid in saving your relationship.
What is he talking about?
Persephone asked. Hades did not respond. He was thinking about how he was going to kill Theseus, and the best way to engage in the fight without Persephone and Sybil coming to harm.
Hades?
He returned a relic that fell into the wrong hands to me. You have learned the devastation such a piece can cause. There were no coincidences here. The spindle was the first relic Poseidon and Theseus had introduced to the world as a test. When it had wreaked enough havoc, and they were done with their game, Theseus had brought him Sisyphus and the spindle in exchange for the favor. It was a trap. It had worked.
What is it you want from him?
Persephone asked. You, Theseus answered. Hades shook. His bones rattled in his body. He did not think he could hold Persephone any tighter.
Me?
She asked breathlessly. No. Hades' voice was dark but resonant, and his magic rose, thickening the air. Favors are binding, Hades, Theseus reminded, as if he were chiding him. You are obligated to fulfill my request. I know the nature of favors, Theseus, Hades hissed. You would face divine death? Theseus asked, rising from his spot on the couch. Hades, no! Hades ignored her pleas. For Persephone, yes. I'm only asking to borrow her. You can have her back when I'm through. Hades knew too well what that meant. Why me? She asked. That is a conversation for another time. For now, you must leave here with me, and Hades cannot follow. If you do not do as I say, I will murder your friend in front of you. She managed to turn in his arms. He didn't want to look at her. Don't make me do this, he thought. Don't make me watch you leave. Persephone, he said, his teeth clenched. There was a thickness in his throat that burned his nose and his eyes. It's going to be okay, she whispered. No, Persephone. His chest felt heavy, his heart racing in his chest. I have lost too many people, she said. This way, I can keep you all. He had lost too many people, and yet she asked this of him. He couldn't do it. He could not let her go. How was he supposed to watch her walk away with a man who had the power to kill gods? Persephone rose onto the tips of her toes and pressed a kiss to his lips. He did not return the kiss, and he did not release his hold as she pulled away. Trust me, she whispered. I trust you. It was Theseus he did not trust. Then let me go, she said, and he wasn't sure what it was about how she spoke, but he found himself relaxing his fingers, but it was as though he'd been spelled, his heart at war with his mind. Theseus chuckled and opened the door. You have made the right decision. Hades held her gaze, unable to look away. She took a few steps back, eyes wide and pleading. She was asking him to let her leave, begging him to stay. When she turned away from him, she took his heart with her. Persephone, he said, desperate to call her back. Do not leave with him, he wanted to say. We will figure this out. But he knew there was no escaping divine justice if he did not let this transaction take place. As much as he hated to admit it, letting her go was likely the best option. It would leave him free to find her, to save her, to tear Theseus to pieces. She came to stand beside Theseus, and she held his stare. I love you, she said, and I know you. He knew what she was saying, because he felt her magic a second before it burst through the ground and took hold of him. His arms and legs suddenly anchored him to the floor, which was quickly buckling beneath his feet. Persephone! He roared, though she was right. He'd have likely not let them leave the building before he came after them, and she wasn't willing to risk Sybil's life. As he struggled against her restraints, his muscles shaking, he looked up in time to see her stricken face before the door slammed shut. Chapter 44. Theseus. Theseus ushered Persephone out of Alexandria Tower and into a waiting SUV and climbed into the vehicle behind her. As soon as they were seated, he held out his hand. Your ring, he said. Why? Your ring, he said sharply. He did not like repeating himself. Or I will cut your finger off too. It was not an empty threat. He was a man of his word. She glared, but pulled the ring off. He dropped it into the pocket of his jacket. Where are you taking me? She asked. He had expected this question. They always wanted to know, as if the knowledge somehow mattered. It didn't. It was not as if she could escape him. By the time they reached their destination, and she saw what he was capable of, she would be too afraid to move against him. We will be going to the Diadem Hotel until I am ready to execute my plans with you. And what are those? I am not one to show my hand before I am ready, Queen Persephone. He'd hoped she would react a little more to the use of her title, but she ignored it. He didn't like that a wave of irritation rushed to his head, making his face burn. "Is Sybil there? At the hotel?" "Yes. You will get to see her. You will need to see her so you can remember why you must follow through on your mission." The mortal was in bad shape, but that was to be expected. She was the lamb, a sacrifice sent to slaughter. Without her, he had no compliance from Persephone. Demeter had been right about the goddess. She would do anything to save her friends, anything for the world. Her righteousness would be the end of her. It would be the end of Hades. She was finally quiet, at least for a moment, though there was a part of him that wanted her to continue preaching to him as if her values were not her weaknesses. He would use each of them against her later, as he became Fate, weaving a torturous existence for the goddess of spring until she begged for mercy at his feet. That was what he wanted from her, what he wanted from the world. Submission, obedience. The thought made his cock swell, and he glanced at Persephone. She had crammed herself into the corner of the vehicle, as far away from him as possible, though she was angled toward him, as if she expected him to attack. She was prepared to fight him. He liked that. It made his mouth water. It made his dick twitch. But he knew self-control and understood his priorities. He had to execute a plan before he could break her. And break her he would. He would shatter her so thoroughly she would never find all the pieces. "You are working with my mother?" He would not exactly call it working. He did not work with anyone. He used what they offered, and when he was done, he discarded what was left. It was simple, no waste. "We have common goals," he said. "You both want to overthrow the gods," she said. "Not overthrow," he said. "Destroy." "Why? What do you have against the gods? You were born from one." "I do not hate all gods," he said, "just the inflexible ones." There were plenty who were willing to concede to his desires to maintain their existence, as they had done when the Olympians first overthrew the Titans. Unlike her, they did not care about humanity, only that they could continue to live in comfort upon the earth. "You mean the ones who will not let you have your way?" "You make me sound selfish. Have I not always spoken of helping the greater good?" And the greater good was of benefit to all, even those who did not realize it. But it was just a matter of time before they understood. It was either his idea of the future or war. And who wouldn't want what he had planned? He would bring about a golden age, much like when Kronos ruled. There would be peace and prosperity. There would be no need for rules or laws outside of the expectations he had for the world, and his worshippers would listen because he would provide their every need. And Persephone, whether she wanted to or not, would bring about eternal spring. He would use her as he used all gods, the ones he could force, of course. "We both know you want power, Theseus. You are only playing at offering mortals what other gods will not grant." He played at nothing, but she was soon to realize that. Theseus grinned. "Ever the skeptic, Lady Persephone." His smile did not work on her the way it worked on others. She did not relax or stop scowling. She continued to glare, angry and defiant. Usually he liked defiance because he could punish it, but right now he needed her to obey so he could execute his plan. She did not seem scared so much as angry, which annoyed him. It did not matter, he supposed, because by the end of this she would fear him and she would hate him. Then she would be perfect. When they arrived at the diadem, he reached across and wrenched her face between his fingers, forcing her to look at him. She stiffened beneath his touch, and he knew no matter how he coaxed, she would never ease beneath him. That was fine. He only needed her willing to a point. Beyond tonight, he did not care. "We have a bit of a stroll to make. Just know I will be counting the number of times you misbehave, and for each offense, I will cut another finger from your friend. If I run out of fingers, I will move on to toes." He released her with a jerk. "I trust you will obey." They left the vehicle, and as he came around the SUV, he offered his hand to Persephone. Her eyes were bright with hatred. Very few mortals knew the difference between that and passion. Like a good girl, she accepted him, and they entered the hotel. "Does Hera know you are using her facility for treasonous activities?" She spoke quietly as they made their way through the bright lobby. He laughed, genuinely. That was rare, but he found her question amusing. Clearly, Hades did not tell her anything. Hera had offered several floors to him for his own private use, and use them he did, for sex, murder, hostages, whatever he wanted. "Of all the gods, Hera has been on our side the longest," he said. It helped that she despised her husband, and that he continued to forgive her despite her many betrayals. But that was the nature of love, the greatest weakness of all. It would be Zeus's downfall just as much as it would be Hades. "I assumed you would be more discreet," Persephone said, "since you are breaking the law." He leaned close, enjoying how she cringed as he neared. "You broke the law," he pointed out, his lips grazing her ear. "You engaged in battle with the gods. You kidnapped my friend. Is it a crime if no one knows?" Her jaw tightened, and he could feel her seething hatred. He wanted to taste it, and he would, soon. "Do not waste your thoughts on how you will torture me when I die. Hades has already claimed that honor." She offered a bark of laugh. "Oh, I will not torture you when you die. I will torture you while you live." He hoped she did. He liked pain. He dragged her upstairs, forcing her to keep pace with him. When they made it to the room, he held the door open for her. It was the least he could do. The absolute least. She kept her eyes on him as she entered until she caught sight of her friend in the corner. "Sybil!" He knew he had her obedience by the tone of her voice. He'd heard that sharp cry too many times in the past not to know what it meant. She was horrified, and she understood the threat. He let her go to her friend, who was barely awake, bloodied and beaten. She knelt at her feet and spoke her name quietly, desperately. Theseus liked the sound, and his head tipped with pride. It was a mournful song, and he had been the composer. He waited. When she turned on him, she finally caught sight of the other body. "Harmonia!" "Oh, yes," he said. "That one was with her when we showed up. Made a mess of things, so I was forced to make a mess of her." "You didn't have to hurt them," Persephone said, her voice trembling. "Good. But I did. You will understand what it takes one day to win a war," he said, then pointed to the large man in the room. "Tanis here is your bodyguard. Tanis?" The man brandished a knife and placed the blade against one of Sybil's fingers as a demonstration. "No!" Persephone lunged. Theseus said, holding out his hand, palm flat. She froze, breathing hard, her eyes bright with fury. "Tanis is a butcher's son. He is an expert carver. He has been ordered to dismember your friend if you misbehave. Of course, not all at once. I will return shortly." Theseus left the hotel, his skin buzzing. If he'd had time, he would have summoned Helen and fucked her on the way to his next destination. She wouldn't fight him unless he asked, but it wasn't as fun if it wasn't real. No, she was merely a vessel for his pleasure, a way to release when he found himself in situations like this. Right now, he'd much prefer the resistance that only a woman like Ariadne or Persephone could provide. Except he had no time. Persephone's magic would not hold Hades long, and once he was free, Theseus knew exactly what he would search for: the energy signatures of her engagement ring. He entered the back of the SUV. Once the door was shut, Hera appeared beside him. Theseus did not look at the goddess, but he felt her suspicious gaze. There was nothing quite like it, and it killed the high he'd had from his time with the goddess of spring. "There is no going back from this," she said. "Having second thoughts?" he asked mildly. "Questioning if I was wrong to put my faith in a demigod." Theseus chuckled humorlessly. Faith requires trust, and let's be honest, neither of us trust the other. He was not stupid. If Hera was caught before they could imprison Zeus, she would fold and blame him for the uprising. If they succeeded, she would attempt to kill him to take the Olympian throne. Her predictability was boring. They arrived at the palace of Knossos, the exterior of which was nothing more than crumbling ruins. "This is where you intend to trap Hades?" Hera scoffed. "He will hardly fall for this." Theseus pulled out Persephone's ring. It was cold against his skin, no longer warm from the heat of her body. He will go anywhere if he thinks Persephone is there. Theseus closed his fingers around the ring and strode into the palace. Beneath its derelict exterior was an ancient labyrinth, and Theseus had spent the last few years creating an extensive network of cells powerful enough to contain gods. It was his own version of Tartarus, housed within a labyrinth, and they were about to see just how well it worked. Hera followed behind him at a distance, likely not trusting that he wouldn't attempt to take her prisoner, but he was not interested in her. Hades was the problem, the thorn. Theseus knew the god of the dead had been working on executing his own plan, not only to combat him, but to eventually overthrow his brother. But Hades was about to realize he had not worked fast enough. He took a set of crumbling stairs down into the dark depths of the palace until he came to a great metal door that he opened with a press of his palm, revealing a long row of cells. He could already hear the heavy and gruff breathing of the Minotaur as he made his way to the middle of the hall where he faced the monster. He was large and towered over him. He had the head of a bull. His snout was wet and dripping as he bellowed, charging the metal bars, jamming his horns through them, not caring as he ricocheted against them. His human hands gripped the bars instead, shaking as he attempted to pry them apart, but they did not move, and they wouldn't. They were completely composed of adamant. It was the only metal that could harm a god, the only metal that could contain a god. "Asterion?" Hera asked. He was the first Minotaur, the one who had originally existed in the bowels of this very palace, in the labyrinth beyond these cells. "Oh no, he is long dead. This is my creation." "Your creation?" Theseus said nothing. He did not need to explain himself. Minotaurs were created as they always had been, from the coupling of a bull and a woman. "You are no different from your father," she sneered. "Whatever it takes," said Theseus, and then he looked at the goddess, whose sharp features were still narrowed in disgust, as if she had committed no horrors in her long life. "Isn't that what you said? Do whatever it takes? I'm willing. Are you?" Hera only stared, and then Theseus turned his attention to the Minotaur again. "Open it," he said. "What are you thinking?" Hera demanded, her magic rising to fight. He chuckled as a door within the cell opened, which spilled out into the labyrinth. The Minotaur whirled to face it, stance wide, breathing hard. "Did I frighten you, Hera?" Theseus asked, and then he left the floor, heading up a set of stairs to the second floor of the prison, where a platform overlooked a vast and complicated maze. It was extensive and dark, with no uniformity to its shape or the size of the corridors. They watched as the Minotaur crept into it, and saw how he raged when the door to his cell shut, trapping him inside. "Hades can kill a Minotaur," said Hera. "I know," said Theseus. He was counting on that. Chapter 45. Hades. Motherfucking Theseus. Forget an eternity of misery in Tartarus. Hades would not rest until his nephew ceased to exist. He would shatter his soul, cut his thread into 1,000,000 pieces, and consume them. It would be the most savory meal he'd ever eaten. Fucking favor. Fucking fates. He strained against Persephone's bindings. His limbs shook, and his muscles tightened, but they would not give. Fuck. She was powerful, and he would have felt more pride if she hadn't left with that bastard demigod. He knew why she'd done it. She'd wanted to protect him, and the thought filled him with a conflict that made his chest ache. He loved her so much, and he raged that she would put herself in danger, even if he understood it. What would Theseus do to her? The thought sent another wave of fury through him, and he fought against her bindings once more. This time, he heard the distinct snap of one, and his foot was free. He wrenched his arm, veins rising to the surface of his skin, and the vine cut into his wrist until it finally broke. He tore at the remaining bindings after that, and once he was free, he teleported. Persephone had a knack for hiding her own personal energy signature. He had not yet discovered if it was merely one of her powers or a result of having her powers dormant for so long. Either way, it made it impossible to find her, except when she wore her ring. He focused on the unique energy of the stones, the pureness of the tourmaline, and the sweet caress of the dioptase. He manifested among ruins. It did not take him long to recognize where he'd arrived: the crumbling palace of Knossos. In the night, it was impossible to make out the detailed and colorful paintings that covered what was left of the ancient walls, or exactly how many miles the grounds stretched. But Hades knew, because he'd known this place in its prime, and throughout its inevitable destruction. It was here he sensed Persephone's ring, but faintly. He knew these ruins went deep into the belly of the earth, a twisted maze meant to confuse. He imagined Persephone somewhere within, and his anger drew him into the shell of the palace. Though it was dark, his eyes adjusted, and as he crossed a broken blue mosaic floor, he came to a dark pit. It seemed to be a part of the floor that had given way. He spoke to the shadows, commanding them to descend. He watched through them as the chasm turned into another level of the palace, then dipped farther into an even deeper level. Hades jumped, landing quietly on another mosaic floor. Here, the palace was more intact, its columned walls and rooms more pronounced. As Hades crept through each, following the energies from Persephone's ring, unease crept through him. He sensed life here, ancient life, and profound death. That was not unusual, given this site dated back to antiquity. Hundreds had died here. But this death, some of it fresh, harsh, acute, acidic. Hades continued to descend until he came to the edge of another dark pit. The smell of death was stronger here, but so was Persephone's ring. Hades' rage and fear twined through his body. A dread, thick and foul, gathered in the back of his throat. Memories from the night he'd found her in the basement of Club Aphrodisia accosted him, and for a moment it was like he was there again, Persephone on her knees before him, broken. He could smell her blood, and his mind spiraled into a dark and violent place. It was the kind of anger he needed, the rush he would use to tear the world to pieces if he found her harmed. He stepped into the darkness, and this time, when he landed, it shook the earth. As he straightened, he found several narrow hallways. A labyrinth. He was familiar with this craftsmanship, too, recognizing Daedalus's work, an ancient inventor and architect known for his innovation that eventually led to the death of his son. Fuck, Hades thought, turning in a circle, studying each path. It was colder here, and the air was full of dust. It felt unclean and a little suffocating. Still, he could sense Persephone's ring, and the energy was strongest down the path that stretched out to his right. As he stepped into the deeper dark, he noted that parts of the tunnel were broken, as if it had been hit by a large object. Something monstrous had lived here. Perhaps it still did. Hades gathered his shadows to him and sent them down the corridor, but they seemed to become disoriented and faded into the darkness. Their behavior raised the hair on the back of Hades' neck. There was a wrongness here, and he didn't like it. Suddenly, the wall to his left exploded, sending him flying through the opposite barrier, and as he landed, he came face to face with a bull, or at least the head of one. The rest of its body was human. It was a minotaur, a monster. It bellowed and clawed at the ground with one of its hoofed feet, wielding a double axe that was chipped and caked with blood. Hades imagined the creature had been using it to kill since his imprisonment here, which, if he had to guess by the state of the creature, matted hair, filthy skin, and crazed eyes, was a very long time. The creature roared and swung his axe. Hades pushed off the wall and ducked, sending his shadow wraiths barreling toward him. If it had been any other creature, his magic would have jarred it to the soul. The usual reaction was a complete loss of the senses. But as they passed through this monster, he only seemed to grow angrier, losing his balance momentarily. Hades charged, slamming into the Minotaur. They flew backward, hitting wall after wall after wall. When they finally landed, it was in a pile of rubble, and Hades rolled away, creating as much distance between them as possible. The Minotaur was also quick, and rose to his hoofed feet. He might not have magic, but he was fast, and seemed to draw from a never-ending well of strength. He roared, snorted, and charged again, this time keeping his head down, his horns on display. Hades crossed his arms over his chest, creating a field of energy that sent the creature soaring once more. As quick as he crashed, the Minotaur was on his feet, and this time the snarl that came from the monster was deafening and full of fury. He tossed his axe, the weapon cutting through the air audibly. At the same time, he charged at Hades, who braced himself for impact. As the creature barreled into him, Hades called forth his magic, digging the sharp ends of his fingers into the Minotaur's neck. As he pulled free, blood splattered his face. The creature roared, but continued to run at full speed into each labyrinth wall. The impact against Hades' back began to send a sharp pain down his spine. He gritted his teeth against it and continued to shove the spikes into the Minotaur's neck over and over again. Hades could tell when the creature began to lose his energy. He slowed. His breath came roughly, snorting exhales through his nose and mouth where blood also dripped. Just as Hades was about to let go, the Minotaur stumbled, and Hades found himself falling with the monster into another pit. This one narrowed quickly, causing him to hit the sides like a pinball, knocking the air from his lungs. They twisted and turned sharply until they were both thrown from the tunnel into a larger room. The Minotaur landed first, and Hades after, hitting a wall that did not give, which told him whatever they'd landed in wasn't concrete or stone. Adamant, Hades realized. Adamant was a material used to create many ancient weapons. It was also the only metal that could bind gods. Hades rose to his feet quickly, ready to continue the fight with the Minotaur. But the creature did not rise. He was dead. Hades' eyes adjusted to this new darkness. It was somehow thicker. Perhaps that had something to do with how far below the earth they were located, or maybe it was the adamant. Either way, the cell was simple, a small square with a sandy floor. At first glance, as far as Hades could tell, there was no way out. But he'd have to look longer. For the moment, his attention was drawn to Persephone's presence. It was strong here, as if her heart beat within the walls of this cell. Then he saw it, a gleam from one of the jewels in her ring. If her ring was here, where was she? What had Theseus done? As he started toward it, there was a faint mechanical sound, and a net fell from the ceiling above, sending him to the ground. He landed with a harsh crack against the floor. As he tried to call on his magic, his body convulsed. The net paralyzed him. He had never felt so helpless, and that made him angry. He thrashed and cursed, but to no avail. Finally, he lay still, not because he did not wish to fight, but because he was too exhausted to move. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he had the sense that he'd fallen asleep. It took him a moment to adjust, his vision swimming even in the darkness. As he lay there, breathing shallow, he noticed a faint flicker of light a short distance from him. Persephone's ring. He started to reach for it, but the net kept his arm locked in place. Sweat broke out across his forehead, his body losing strength. Once again he closed his eyes, the sand from the floor coating his lips and tongue as he worked to catch his breath. Persephone, he whispered. His wife, his queen. He thought of how stunning she'd looked in her white gown as she had walked to him down the aisle, flanked by souls and gods who'd come to love her. He remembered how her smile had made his heart race, how her bottle-green eyes, aglow and so happy, had made his chest swell with pride. He thought of everything they'd been through and fought for, the promises they'd made to burn worlds and love forever. And here he was, parted from her, not knowing if she was safe. He gritted his teeth, a fresh wave of anger coursing through his veins. He ripped open his eyes and reached for the ring again. This time, though his hand shook, he managed to strain and grasp a handful of sand, and as he let it sift through his fingers, he found the gem-encrusted ring. Breathing hard and shaking, he brought the ring to his lips, curled it safely in his palm, and held it to his heart before he fell into darkness once more.